Pleasant good morning, Virgin Islands. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance of August 18, 2026 is hereby called to order. And of course, we're here in the Frits Lawaetz conference room this morning on St. Croix. Good morning to all present, listening and viewing. Today is the last day of budget hearings before we close with the budget update on Thursday, August 20th. Every budget season brings its own share of challenges, whether it's an increased federal scrutiny, unexpected decreases in federal funding for local programs, revenue shortfalls, delay in starting capital projects, and the list goes on and on. What doesn't change is the Senate's mandate to pass a balanced budget before the end of the fiscal year. Since June 8th, beginning with the budget overview, this committee as well as non-committee members have spent countless hours scrutinizing the financial operations of both government, semi-autonomous agencies, and central government. The public has seen us at work. What the public doesn't see is the extensive preparation and review that takes place behind the scenes, particularly the data gathering that goes into compiling the post-audit report and the time that my colleagues spend preparing for these budget hearings, while also executing their responsibility in other committees. Today, the committee welcomes the election system of the Virgin Islands, the Virgin Islands Public Broadcast System, or WTJX, the Virgin Islands Energy Office, and the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. We have a full slate today. So at this time, I want to remind my colleagues and those in the audience to please turn your cell phone off or on silent as to not to interrupt the proceedings, and ask the Madam Clerk to please read the first item into agenda.
The Committee on Budget, Appropriation and Finance will meet on Tuesday, August 18, 2026, 9 a.m. in the Frits Lawaetz Legislative Conference Room on St. Croix to receive testimony on the fiscal year 2027 budget. Block 1, Election System of the Virgin Islands. Invited testifier, Ms. Caroline Fawkes, Supervisor of Elections. This concludes the reading of Block 1, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We do have Ms. Fawkes, Supervisor Fawkes, as well as the Board Chair, Raymond Williams, seated at the testifier's table. We'll go for a quick mic check from each of you. Ms. Fawkes, you can begin.
Good morning, Caroline Fawkes. Yes.
Raymond Williams, good morning.
Good morning to both of you. You may proceed with your testimony at this time.
Good morning, Honorable Chairman Novell Francis Jr., Honorable Vice Chairman Marvin Blyden, Honorable members of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance, distinguished senators, legislative staff, members of the press, and all those joining us in person and virtually. Before I begin my testimony, I would like to ask everyone to please stand and join me in observing a moment of silence in memory of board member Attorney Michael Antonio Joseph. During this minute, please reflect in your own way as we honor his life, service, and contributions. Thank you. Please be seated. I am Caroline Fawkes, Supervisor of Elections, a certified elections registration administrator. Joining me is Mr. Raymond J. Williams, Chairman of the Board of Elections, a certified elections administrator. Unfortunately, Ms. Denise Moore is unable to make it this morning, our Administrator of Fiscal and Personnel Services. We are honored to present the proposed fiscal year 2027 budget for the election systems of the Virgin Islands. This proposal represents more than numbers on a page. It reflects our commitment to strengthening democracy in the Virgin Islands. It outlines the resources necessary to support both the Board of Elections and the Office of the Supervisor, while highlighting our accomplishments, addressing ongoing challenges, and setting a vision for the future. This budget is more than a financial request. It is a strategic investment in democracy, designed to strengthen election security, expand voter access, and ensure the integrity of every vote cast across our territory. Governance and structure. The Board of Elections serves as the elected policy-making body of the election system, consisting of 14 dedicated members representing both the St. Thomas-St. John District and St. Croix District. Each member serves a 4-year staggered term, ensuring both continuity and fresh perspective. Importantly, 2 members from the St. Thomas-St. John districts are residents of St. John, preserving equitable representation across our islands. The current board members are Raymond J. Williams, Chairman, Vice Chairman Kareem T. Francis, Secretary Barbara Laurent, and members Shakima L. Jones, Atanya Springett, Cleopatra Peter, Harriet Mercer, Liliana Belado de O'Neill, Sarah Chanel Calwood, Lydia Hendricks Sarah, Nathan Fletcher, Franz Christian, Cornelius John Baptiste, and Ipani Joseph. Together, they bring a diverse range of expertise, leadership, and commitment to public service. Supporting the board is the Office of the Supervisor of Elections, which operates across all 3 islands and serves as the operational engine of election administration. At the heart of our work is commitment to excellence, transparency, and service. We ensure that every eligible voter can participate, every vote is counted accurately, and every election is conducted with integrity. In doing so, we not only uphold the law, but inspire confidence, build community trust, and help shape the future of the Virgin Islands. We take pride in creating voting environments that are accessible, welcoming, and fully equipped for every eligible voter. Our team manages critical functions such as maintaining and updating voter records, ensuring seamless transfers for residents who relocate, and coordinating the strategic placement of trained election officials at polling locations. From developing comprehensive budget proposals to managing payroll for hundreds of election workers, our staff ensures that every operational detail is executed with excellence. What sets our office apart, is the breadth and depth of responsibility entrusted to our team. We are not only administrators, we are also planners, coordinators, analysts, and ambassadors of democracy. During peak election periods, our staff work with heightened focus and efficiency to streamline voter registration and support real-time election operation, demonstrating resilience, adaptability, and teamwork. At the heart of these efforts is a dedicated and highly skilled team of professionals who bring expertise, passion, and commitment to this critical work. I would like to recognize Ms. Kiva Mae Douglas Sierra, the Deputy Supervisor, St. Thomas St. John District, Mr. Terrell Alexandre Sierra, Deputy Supervisor, St. Croix District, Ms. Migalagritos Vincent, and Mistress Yulette Tadman-Hodge, Senior Election Assistants, providing leadership and operational continuity. Ms. Marie Felix, Ms. Stephanie Joseph, Ms. Sherry Richardson, Mr. Yuri Peters, and Mistress Mariana Romero, which are election assistants serving on the front lines of voter support and election operations. Ms. Tricia Johnson, administrative assistant, ensuring the efficiency of daily office functions. Ms. Denise Moore, administrator of fiscal and personal services, overseeing fiscal management, budgeting, grants, and personal operations. Mr. Richard Wilson, board executive assistant, performing the administrative duties, supporting the governance and operations of the Board of Elections. Each of these individuals plays a critical role in ensuring that our election system operates with professionalism, accuracy, and integrity. Their work reflects not only technical skill, but a deep commitment to public service and democratic values. I am also proud to note that we continue to prioritize fair and competitive compensation, ensuring all employees receive a livable wage, a crucial step in attracting and retaining dedicated professionals in this essential field. Together, our team represents a workplace defined by purpose, growth, and impact, where every role contributes directly to strengthening democracy in the Virgin Islands. I would like to take this moment to highlight two extraordinary individuals who truly represent the spirit of excellence within our organization. Mistress Mariana Romero, the election assistant, the St. Croix District Employee of the Year, and Ms. Milagritas Vincent, Senior Elections Assistant, the St. Thomas St. John District Employee of the Year. Mrs. Romero and Ms. Vincent exemplify the core values of our organization: accuracy, accountability, and a strong commitment to the democratic process. Their accomplishments reflect not only their individual dedication and professionalism, but also inspires excellence throughout the entire team. Through their leadership, work ethic, and commitment, they remind us of the key role we play in strengthening democracy in the Virgin Islands. Please join me in congratulating and recognizing their well-deserved distinction as our 2026 Employees of the Year. Cybersecurity and system protection. Protecting election infrastructure remains one of our highest priorities. To strengthen the security and resilience of our elections, we maintain active partnership with the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, which is CISA, in Washington, D.C., the U.S. Department of Homeland Security in San Juan, Puerto Rico, and the Virgin Islands Bureau of Information Technology. These collaborative relationships provide critical expertise, resources, and support that helps safeguard our election system against evolving threats. Further demonstrating this commitment, I have proudly served on the Virgin Islands Cybersecurity Advisory Council for the past 2 years, working alongside public and private sector partners to enhance cybersecurity throughout the territory. For the past 3 years, we have participated in a monthly cybersecurity hygiene program, and the reports have consistently identified no significant cybersecurity concerns within our elections system. This ongoing monitoring provides an additional layer of assurance that our network and technology infrastructure remains secure and well maintained. To further protect information, our voter registration database is hosted by the Election System and Software, ES&S, in Nebraska, our vendor. The system includes robust backup and redundancy measures designed to ensure the continuity, integrity, and availability of voter registration records. These safeguards help protect critical election data and support uninterrupted operations while maintaining the confidentiality and security of sensitive information. Next, voter participation and election integrity. Before discussing the budget, it is important to understand what these numbers truly represent. not just ballots cast, but public confidence in our democratic process. These numbers tell an important story. They demonstrate that voters have meaningful access to the electoral process. They show that expanded voting options, such as early voting, are meeting the needs of our community. Most importantly, they reflect public confidence in the integrity, security, and reliability of our elections. Every ballot cast represents a voter who trusts that their voice will be heard and their vote will be counted accurately. That trust is built through years of careful planning, secure systems, transparent processes, and the dedication of election professionals committed to safeguarding democracy. That is a true measure of election integrity, not only conducting elections that are secure and accurate, but fostering the public confidence necessary for citizens to participate. When elections are administered effectively, they do not generate headlines, they generate trust. They strengthen civic engagement, promote stability, and reinforce the legacy of our democratic institutions. The investments reflected in this budget help ensure that we can continue delivering elections that are accessible, secure, transparent, and worthy of the public's trust. As we look to the future, continued investment in election infrastructure, voter education, technology, and cybersecurity help us build on this success, strengthen public confidence, and ensure that every eligible voter has the opportunity to participate in free, fair, and secure elections. A majority of our voters are engaged. Nearly half those are inactive, remain an opportunity for outreach and growth. What this means. These comparisons highlight something especially important. Our elections are competitive and in some respects stronger than the national benchmarks. Our system is functional, accessible, and trusted enough to draw participation. And our greatest work ahead is not fixing a broken system, but building on a solid foundation. A good news story, engagement in action. Let me share what success looks like at community level. During voter outreach events, educational workshops, and voting equipment demonstrations, we witnessed firsthand the impact of making elections both accessible and understandable. We yearly meet voters who arrive with questions, concerns, or uncertainty about the voting process and leave with a greater sense of confidence and trust. We have spoken with senior citizens who were initially hesitant about using the current voting technology, but after receiving hands-on assistance and guidance, left feeling empowered and prepared to cast their ballots independently. We have also engaged first-time voters who are unfamiliar with the election process, but through education and outreach became informed and enthusiastic participants in our democracy. That transformation from uncertainty to confidence is one of the clearest indicators of success for any election system. It reflects the trust that voters place in the process and in the professionals entrusted with administering it. These outcomes do not happen by chance. They are the result of deliberate investments in voter education, community engagement, staff training, and transparency. They are made possible by election workers who are committed to helping voters navigate the process and ensuring that every eligible voter has the information and resources needed to participate. This is a standard we strive to uphold at the election system. Our missions extend beyond simply conducting elections and counting ballots. We are committed to creating a voting experience that is accessible, secure, transparent, respectful, and efficient for every voter. Whether an individual chooses to vote early, cast an absentee ballot, or vote on election day, our goal is the same, that every voter leaves knowing the vote was cast securely, the voice was heard, and the participation matters. These individual experiences may seem small on their own, but when repeated across thousands of voters throughout the territory, they create something much larger: public confidence in our electoral system. It is that confidence, built one voter at a time, strengthens election integrity, encourages civic participation, and reinforces trust in our democracy year after year. The election system has continued to evolve in ways that directly benefit voters. Expanded early voting opportunities, increased absentee and overseas ballot access, improved public demonstrations of voting equipment, ongoing voter education and outreach programs. These efforts have helped remove barriers and meet voters where they are geographically, technologically, and informationally. And that is especially important in a territory like ours, where geography matters. Serving St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John requires not only planning, but mobility, coordination, and consistency. Transparency and accountability. Today's voters expect transparency, and rightly so. In response, the election system has strengthened clear communication of deadlines and requirements, public access to election data and results, public testing of the voting machines, and observation on election night. This is exactly what transparency looks like. Election officially openly invite the public to observe voting machine testing and election night operations, but the opportunity is too often ignored by those who later question the process. I encourage all residents to explore our official website, www.vavote.gov. There you will find election statistics, turnout reports, district data, and voter resources that reflect the transparency we are committed to maintaining. Looking ahead, from participation to progress. The story of elections in the Virgin Islands is not defined solely by what we have achieved. It is defined by the opportunities that lie ahead. While we take pride in voter turnout consistently exceeding 50%, our mission extends far beyond a single benchmark. Our focus is engaging the next voter, reaching the next underserved community, and inspiring the next generation of civic participation. Democracy is strongest when every eligible citizen has the knowledge, confidence, and opportunity to make their voice heard. Every new voter who participates strengthens that democratic process. Every informed voter contributes to the more meaningful civic engagement. And every well-administered election reinforces public confidence in our institutions. As we look to the future, we remain committed to expanding voter education, enhancing accessibility, embracing innovation, and building stronger connections with the communities we serve. Our goal is not simply to maintain participation, but to advance it, ensuring that Virgin Islands continue to set a positive example of civic engagement and democratic responsibility. The progress we have made is significant, but the work ahead is even more important. Together, we will continue to strengthen government trust, increase participation, and build an election system that serves every voter with integrity, transparency, and excellence. Connecting data to purpose. When we discuss our voter turnout, whether it is 54% in the Virgin Islands or comparable participation rates across the nation, we are talking about far more than numbers on a chart. These percentages represent real people exercising one of the most fundamental rights in a democracy. They represent a working parent taking time out of a busy schedule to cast a ballot, a senior citizen utilizing early voting options to participate with greater confidence, a young voter engaging in the democratic process for a very first time. Each vote reflects the citizen trust in the electoral process and a commitment to shaping the future of their community. That is why every investment we make matters. Every voter education initiative, every community outreach effort, every demonstration of voting technology, and every enhancement to accessibility helps remove barriers to participation and encourage greater civic engagement. Our goal is simple: to ensure that every eligible voter has the opportunity, information, and confidence to participate. With continued investment and support, we can build on our success, increase engagement, and further strengthen throughout the Virgin Islands democracy throughout the Virgin Islands. Transition to the budget. As we transition into the fiscal discussion, I encourage us to view this budget as more than a collection of numbers and line items. It represents an investment in a critical public service that serves more than 56,000 registered voters across the Virgin Islands, supports voter participation and election operation across St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John, safeguard the integrity, security, and accuracy of every ballot cast. Most importantly, it ensures that every eligible citizen has the opportunity to make their voice heard and have voice counted and respected. The Virgin Islands continues to demonstrate a strong culture of civic engagement, voter participation rates that compare favorably to national averages. This is a testament to effectiveness of our election administration, voter outreach efforts, and the public confidence in the process. At the same time, the data reminds us there is still important work ahead. While voter participation remains strong, thousands of eligible voters have yet to engage in the electoral process. We do not view this as a challenge alone. We view it as an opportunity. Why budget investment matters. Every improvement in voter participation is linked to resources. Outreach requires staffing, communication, and transportation. Technology upgrades require ongoing contracts and cybersecurity protection. Election operations require trained personnel and reliable infrastructure. Without sustained investment, progress slows. With investment, participation grows and trust deepens. Our present 2026 budget expenditures is as follows. Personnel, we've expended $784,297. Fringe, $306,347,000. Supplies, $46,250. Utilities, $45,563.39. Other services, $745,783. Total expenditures to date, $1,928,282. Our outstanding vendor payments, $26,793.50. The FY27 budget request. The proposed FY27 budget request is $2,792,200, representing a 12% increase over the prior fiscal year. This increase is not discretionary. It is driven by essential needs, rising health insurance costs, impacting workforce stability, required technology system and professional services, post-election compliance and federally mandated activities, ongoing cybersecurity and systems protection. For the budget allocation, 54% of our budget is salaries and fringe benefits, 38% is operations and services, and 8% utilities and supplies. The explicit budget justification. 1, maintain operational continuity. The election system operates every day, not during just election years. Voter registration records must be maintained. Federal and local reporting requirements must be met. Election technology must be monitored and supported. And statutory responsibilities must be fulfilled year-round. This funding provides the foundation necessary to ensure uninterrupted operations, maintain regulatory compliance, and preserve the efficiency and reliability of the election services across the territory. 2, to protect the election integrity. The integrity of our election depends on continuous investment in security, technology, and risk mitigation. Additional funding will strengthen cybersecurity defenses, safeguard sensitive voter data, protect critical election infrastructure, and ensure compliance with evolving federal security standards. These proactive measures reduce vulnerabilities, strengthen public confidence, and help ensure that every election is conducted in a secure and trustworthy environment. The cost of prevention is significantly less than the cost of recovering from a security incident or system failure. 3, sustain a qualified and professional workforce. Successful elections depend on knowledge, well-trained and dedicated personnel. Funding supports the recruitment, retention, training, and professional development of election administrators, technical staff, and poll workers who are responsible for carrying out complex election processes. Continued investment in our workforce help maintain institutional knowledge, improve service delivery, and reduce the risk of operational errors that could affect election administration. 4, strengthen voter engagement and participation. Democracy is strongest when citizens are informed and engaged. With nearly half of the registered voters currently inactive, additional resources are needed to expand voter education initiatives, conduct targeted outreach, and utilize modern communication platforms to connect the residents throughout the territory. These investments will help increase public awareness, encourage civic participation, and ensure that voters have the information necessary to fully engage in the electoral process. 5, ensure equitable service across 3 islands. Providing election service throughout St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John requires a significant logistical commitment. Funding supports the transportation of personnel and equipment, deployment of technology, coordination of election operations, and delivery of consistent services across all districts. While the territory's unique geography increases operational costs, it is essential to ensure that every eligible voter, regardless of location, has equal access to the election services and opportunities to participate in the democratic process. Voter registration snapshot as of July 31st, 2026. Total registered voters, 56,794. Active, 30,413. Inactive, 26,381. This represents a critical opportunity. Every inactive voter is a potential participant. Investment in outreach directly translates into increased engagement. Board of Elections budget. The board remains dedicated to maintaining a transparent and accountable electoral process through open meetings, public demonstration, and testing of voting systems and election night procedures that promote confidence and understanding. These resources enable us to continue operating with the highest levels of transparency, ensuring that voters can have confidence that the elections are conducted fairly, securely, and accurately. A strong democracy depends on public trust, and this budget helps safeguard that trust for all Virgin Islands voters. FY 2026 expenditure to date. Salaries, $57,319. Fringe benefits, $25,012. Supplies, $6,041. Other services, $54,636, for a total of $143,008 expended. The board requests $310,000 to support governance and oversight. Budget allocation, 34% is salaries and fringe benefits, and 66% is supplies, capital outlay, and other services. Key justification: 1, transportation, a critical operational necessity. Reliable transportation is not a convenience. It is a fundamental requirement for the successful administration of elections throughout the Virgin Islands. Current vehicle limitations have created operational challenges that impact our ability to carry out our essential election functions efficiently and effectively. Adequate transportation is needed to transport voting equipment and election materials safely and securely, conduct voter education and community outreach activities across our districts, support coordination and operational activities between St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John, respond quickly to election-related needs, emergencies, and time-sensitive assignments. Without dependable transportation resources, critical election operations face delays, increased costs, and unnecessary risks that can affect our ability to serve voters effectively. A replacement van is required in the St. Thomas St. John district to maintain our self-sufficiency. The last estimated cost was over $70,000. 2, technology and communication, supporting transparency and continuity. In today's environment, modern communication technology is essential to maintaining efficient and transparent government operations. Investments in video teleconference systems and enhanced remote meeting capabilities allow the election system and the Board of Elections to conduct business effectively regardless of location or unforeseen disruptions. These technologies expand public access and participation in board meetings, improve communication and collaboration among board members, staff, and stakeholders across districts, support continuity of operations during emergencies or other unforeseen events, enhance organizational efficiency while reducing travel-related costs and delays. By investing in technology and communication infrastructure, we strengthen transparency, improve accessibility, and ensure uninterrupted governance. 3, training and certification. Investing in professional excellence. The administration of election continues to evolve with changes in laws, technology, cybersecurity threats, and best practices. To meet these challenges, ongoing professional development is essential for both board members and staff. Continuous training and certification programs help ensure that personnel, 1, remain current with federal and local election laws and regulations, implement nationally recognized election administration best practices, strengthen cybersecurity awareness and election security preparedness, maintain the high standards of professionalism, accuracy, and accountability, enhance public confidence in the integrity and reliability of the electoral process. Investing in training is ultimately an investment in election integrity, operational excellence, and the trust voters place in our democracy. Connecting budget to outcomes. ESVI's operational budget has remained essentially unchanged since 2019, despite cumulative inflation exceeding 25% over the same period. As a result, the organization's purchasing power has declined significantly, meaning that a budget that could support $100 of service in 2019 now requires approximately $126 to deliver the same level of service. This prolonged funding stagnation has increased pressure on staffing, program delivery, and operational capacity, limiting ESVI ability to expand services, address growing community needs, and respond to emerging demands. Without a corresponding increase in funding, ESVI faces continued challenges in maintaining service levels and ensuring long-term program sustainability. This budget directly supports over 56,000 registered voters, 3 island election operations, secure and transparent elections, expanded voter access, and outreach. This is not a cost. This is an investment in democratic stability. The reality of modern elections. Today, election administration is no longer a basic administrative function. It is high risk, high responsibility operation requiring advanced cybersecurity protection, accurate and constantly maintained voter databases, complex logistical coordination across 3 islands, continuous public communication and engagement. Every component must work flawlessly, not occasionally, but consistently. Because when elections fail, even in small ways, public trust is the first casualty. The cost of progress and the cost of inaction. Every improvement you have seen in our elections, expand early voting, improve voter access, stronger cybersecurity, better trained staff, has been made possible through investment. Progress is not accidental, it is funded. And without continued investment, progress does not pause, it reverses. Without adequate funding, outreach efforts diminish. Technology becomes outdated, security risks increase, workforce stability declines. The result is not immediate failure, but gradual declining confidence in the electoral process. And in elections, diminishing public trust is one of the greatest risks we face. The return on investment. When you fund the election system, you are not funding an agency in isolation. You are investing in public trust, government legitimacy, civic participation, democratic stability. Every dollar supports a system that ensures that elections are credible, secure, accessible, and trusted by the people. And when people trust elections, they trust their government. Accomplishments. One of the Office of the Supervisor election's key accomplishment during this budget period was the successful administration of the 2026 primary election early voting process, which concluded with a remarkable turnout of 7,113 voters territory-wide. This achievement reflects the effectiveness of election system voter outreach efforts, operational planning, and commitment to increasing voter participation. The turnout represented approximately 34% of active registered Democratic voters, demonstrating strong public engagement in electoral process. The successful execution of early voting was made possible through the coordinated effort of the election system staff, the Board of Election members, election officials, and partner agencies. Extensive planning, staff training, voter education initiatives, and logistical support ensure that voting centers operated efficiently, securely, and in compliance with all applicable election laws and procedures. The election system maintains a safe and accessible voting environment that enables thousands of electors across the territory to exercise the constitutional right to vote. Participation levels were strong across all districts, with 3,461 voters casting ballots in St. Croix, 3,044 in St. Thomas, and 208 in St. John. The successful completion of early voting reinforced public confidence in the election process and demonstrated the election system's continued commitment to transparency, accessibility, and the electoral integrity. The 2026 primary election early voting period marked a significant achievement for the Office of Supervisor of Elections, recording 7,113 voters territory-wide. This represents an increase of 2,695 voters at approximately 61% when compared to the 2022 primary election early voting turnout of 4,418 voters. Participation increased across all districts, with St. Croix rising from 2,131 voters in 2022 to 3,461 in 2026. St. Thomas increasing from 2,182 to 3,444 voters, and St. John growing from 105 to 2,008 voters. I'll go to our number 2 accomplishment. The successful administration of August 1st primary election stands as another significant accomplishment for the Office of the Supervisor of Elections. Through careful planning, extensive training, and the dedication of election personnel, voting centers throughout the territory operated safely, efficiently, and in full compliance with election laws. Voters were provided with accessible opportunities to cast their ballots in a secure and orderly environment, reinforcing public trust and confidence in the electoral process. I'll go to accomplishment number 3, modernization of voter access. We have successfully advanced digital accessibility by expanding online voter services. Voters can now register online with ease, update addresses and party affiliation digitally, accessing a full mobile-friendly platform. Number 4, which is professional election workforce. We already discussed that, so I'll go to our goals and objectives for Number 9, following the completion of the primary election, the Board of Election authorized and conducted a targeted post-election audit as part of its ongoing commitment to election integrity, transparency, and accountability. The audit was designed to verify the accuracy of election procedures, reconcile ballots and voting records, and confirm that the reported results accurately reflect the votes cast by electors. I want to include a direct quote from Vice Chairman and Chairman of the Education and Town Hall Committee, Member Kareem Francis. We have officially concluded the audit of early voting and primary election day machines in both districts. Initial findings show that the tapes from each contest matches those from the audit tabulation machines, and hand count totals were only off by 1 or 2 votes. Workers, volunteers in each district all agree that it's more than likely due to human error on August 8, 2026. Our goals, I'll highlight a few, the last one. Our foremost priority is to expand year-round civic engagement with a sizable portion of registered voters currently inactive. We are committed to reaching underserved population, including first-time voters and young residents. Number 2, we aim to further modernize our technology infrastructure. Number 3, another key priority is strengthening transparency and accountability. Closing statement. I ask that you view this budget not as a cost, but as a commitment a commitment to ensuring that every eligible voter has the opportunity to participate, a commitment to protecting the integrity of every ballot cast, a commitment to maintaining a system that the people of the Virgin Islands can trust. While responsible fiscal management remains essential to supporting government operations and public services, the successful administration of election continues to be one of the most essential functions entrusted to our office. The successful completion of the 2026 primary election reflects our unwavering commitment to conducting a secure, accessible, and transparent electoral process for all voters. As we prepare for the 2026 general election, early voting, election day, and possibly a runoff, these same principles of security, transparency, and accessibility will continue to guide our efforts. I would like to highlight a few items on the 2026 elections events calendar. 25 August, casting of lots for position upon the general election ballot. That's at 5:30 in person in both districts. And the 19th of September, all federal ballots will be mailed out to military overseas personnel based on the MOVE Act of 2009. I will conclude with this quote from former President Barack H. Obama: "Democracy is not a spectator sport." And I thank you. We appreciate the opportunity and are available to prepare to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Caroline Fawkes, Supervisor of Elections, for that very comprehensive testimony. Before we proceed, I'd like to ask the Madam Clerk at this time to conduct the roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden absent.
Senator Blyden is here, Madam Clerk.
Senator Blyden present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Here.
Senator DeGraff present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca present. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr.
I'm here.
Senator Francis Jr. present. Senator Hubert L. Frederick.
Present.
Senator Frederick present. Senator Maurice C. James.
I am here.
Senator James present. Senator Kurt A. Vele. Senator Vele absent.
He's present.
Senator Vele present. Mr. Chair, 7 present.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Please also recognize the presence of non-committee member, Senator Avery Lewis. He's over in the chambers on St. John, the Creaky Chambers on St. John. Supervisor Fawkes, in terms of the actuals that you provided us with for personnel fringe, that is of what date?
As of July 31st, Senator.
July 31st. And at that point, you said that the outstanding vendors payment was $26,000?
Yes, Senator.
And any of that is beyond 90 days? Or that's just for current?
No, some are. This one goes back to, I have the day. They're not current, Senator. They're more than 90 days.
Yeah, more than 90 days? And why is that?
Senator, going through the process with finance and GVI buy, it's taken a longer process to get the vendors paid. So we are working on that. Some are in the queue waiting for approval from finance. On the list that we provided to you, like Lockhart Gardens, their rent, ADT security, stuff like. So those type of vendors is outstanding.
Oh, are we keeping the vendors informed about these delayed payments?
Sir, we do both ways. We do contact them personally and also via email. And most of those vendors understand the government fiscal position and work with us over the years.
All right, so these are consequential to the government financial position or the fact that the GVI buy is requiring a longer period of time to be able to make these payments?
Well, Senator, it's also based on when you get your allotment. So we just got the allotment last week for this quarter, for the 11th month. So it's both.
I also want to join you in recognizing the Employees of the Year, Ms. Mariana Romero, as well as Milagros Vincent. Congratulations to them, and kudos as always. Exciting when we have government employees that function above and beyond their call of duty and be recognized as Employees of the Year. So we want to join you in congratulating those individuals.
Thank you, Senator.
In respect to the primary election, have that election been certified?
Morning, Raymond Williams. Yes, it has been.
As of when?
The certification took place 10 days after August 1 on the 11th. The actual signatory on the document was left for all members to come in to sign, but through board action, it was certified on the 11th.
Okay, so you're saying that all signatures are now on the document and that's public, available to the public?
I don't know that all had been signed. I've seen the final document.
Any idea when that will be completely signed or not signed and be provided to the public?
I would presume that it should be completed by now, but like I said, I hadn't seen the final document. I hadn't been back to the office to see the document, but I'll follow up on that immediately with the staff to see if it had been completed and to ensure that it is published.
Very well. Thank you. Thank you for that. Is there any judgment or pending litigation against the election system at this time?
Senator, we have 3 that's pending.
Pending, those are litigation or judgment?
Litigation, Senator.
Any judgment, any financial judgment or implication?
No, Senator.
Any vacancies?
No, Senator.
No vacancies. Do you have any need for additional personnel going into 2027, fiscal year 2027?
Repeat, Senator, I missed one.
Do you have any need for additional personnel, or you're at the adequate levels of personnel at this time?
Senator, a couple of years ago, we talked about a PIO or PAO, and that's always a need. I will bring that back on the books.
How is morale at the election system?
Morale is 10 of 10, Senator.
10 of 10?
Just finished an election, early voting. Be ready to go.
10 of 10. Interesting. No room for improvement. It'll be perfect.
Yes, I know. We got room for improvement.
Huh?
We do have room for improvement, Senator.
So that's 9.5 then?
Yes, Senator.
All right. Very well. Thank you. Look forward to the 0.5 in terms of improvement. At this time, I'll allow for to my colleagues for a 4-minute round. And of course, the order this morning, we have Senator Hubert Frederick, Senator Maurice James, Senator Marvin Blyden, Ray Fonseca, Dwayne DeGraff, Avery Lewis, and Senator Kurt Viele. At this time, Senator Hubert Frederick, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. A pleasant good morning, colleagues, testifiers, listening and viewing audience, the Officer Hubert Frederick, and the awesome staff at the Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Good morning. How you doing? Supervisor Fawkes, I wanted to congratulate you on having a very clean and successful primary. That was a job well done by you and the team. I want to dive into part of your testimony, page 19. You spoke about the strength of voters' engagement and participation and how strong it's been, and the cost that it took to get to this point. That's what I'm really trying to get at. It seems like over the last few election cycles, the engagement was down, and now it's up. So what is the cost per voter engagement do you think that is?
I think that's a difficult question to answer.
Well, we have to measure these things in numerical valuations so we could tell whether or not the taxpayer is getting the best bang for their dollars. And so that's why I want everyone that comes before us to start thinking about what it's costing us as a government to provide the type services that we're getting. We talked about innovation, computerization, digital platform, and everything that you spoke about today, beautiful. But it comes at an extreme cost. Is the marginal increase that we're seeing with the voters participating, is it worth the cost that we're spending? That's what I would like to know. Because just to spend money on these fancy, expensive systems, and we're seeing a 5%, a 10%, I don't know what the number is because we're not tracking it that way. Then we might need to sit back and say, well, maybe we could use other ways to still meet our objectives, but at a better value to the taxpayers, because the government is broke. And everyone that comes in here, no exception, assumes that we have this extra money hiding to give to them. And they might have legitimate reasons. But this is where our creative minds have to come together and see what's the best way to do this and still get the outcome we want. As a businessman, that's what I do every day in my businesses. We don't have the luxury of asking someone else for more money, other than what we need to do better to squeeze them, a little bit more out of the margins if there's possible. So what are you doing to do that?
So, Senator, in a conceptual way to the question you asked, right, we provide a service. Democracy is a service. And I mentioned before, without democracy, there won't be a legislature body, right? So the issue is whether you're providing for one voter or 56,000 voters, you have to be prepared for the expansion. So we don't do it by voter. We do it by the service that we have to provide, and that's why we're limited by the number of personnel that we hire, the equipment that we get, etc. So it won't be by voter, but remember, we have to provide that service even if it's one voter.
And I think you're very efficient for 13 employees. Don't get me wrong. You haven't asked us, which is weird because most of the agencies that come in here is guaranteed that they have vacancies that they're trying to fill. You didn't do that. So I know for a fact you're doing your best to squeeze out every ounce of value out of this organization. But I got something for you. Your rent on St. Croix is exceptionally high. Compared to the other 3 islands, I went down. See, that's what I do. I spend my time playing with numbers, and I saw where your rent in St. Croix is like off the chain. It's like 200 and something thousand a year. Why is that?
But I explained that so.
Absolutely.
You have your Senator VLA here. So what happened, Senator, is you got the organization. Well, he helped fund us to get to this project. You had the build out by that entity. So we are paying on the cost that was put forward for us.
The leasehold
so
improvement.
10 years, correct, to get a facility that we need on St. Croix, because the facility we had before was deplorable, could not hold the public. And so we had them build out the facility for us. So that's why the rent is high.
Okay, that would make sense because it's at roughly $18,692 a month. In St. Thomas, it's just $8,763, and St. John, which should be the most expensive price per square foot, is only $3,232. So that makes sense, but I wish we hadn't done it that way, because now it doesn't look like a good deal. At the time it did. We still have a bunch of old government buildings that needs to be fixed up. Can you imagine had we taken the $200,000-$300,000 every year, what that would be today? You'd have a brand new you've got a better building and never having to worry about rent again. You could use that money to do more digital improvements and all that good stuff. But that's just me asking everyone. It's not personal. Everyone needs to start considering alternative means to save the government money because we truly don't have it. That's why your payables are stretched. It's not just GBI buy. There's no money to pay these people. And they need to know that. It's going to take a while. We're struggling. The cash flows. If you look at the revenue projection right now for the government, negative, because we're not realizing the revenues we thought we would. That's just facts. Yeah? But back to bragging about the wonderful job you guys are doing. Is there any way, and this is just my
Time.
conception, early voting was such a success. Most of it was done. Most people voted doing early voting. Do we still need to have a primary day election if we could set it up so we have a successful early voting campaign?
Yeah, you have to have a by law. You absolutely
By
must
law.
have an election day. Yes.
There you go.
The early voting is just additional benefit.
And
that
then
is
last,
profit.
Mr. Chair, last but not least, online voting. Since we're doing everything else online and that's safe and secure, is it possible that one day we might see online voting?
Oh, sure, Senator, that's the goal, but in this environment, I'm not sure, but we talk about that from 2014. So you have to develop that trust and everything else with the system. So eventually we'll get there. Right now we have online registration, so we're crawling. Eventually we will get there. And just to make sure I clarify why I mentioned Senator Viale is because he funded us in that year so that we could have received the fund to do the build out.
He funded it?
This legislation
Well,
body.
I'm going to ask him to...
The body funded it, but
Okay,
it was
good. That's what I thought.
championed by him because we have been with Sunny Eyes for 20 years at the old building, and they did the build out for us at the new building. And he wanted to make sure the St. Croix election office look as good as the ones in St. Thomas and St. John.
It is beautiful. Love it. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for your indulgence.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Frederick, Chairman Williams.
Yeah, I just wanted to, based on the question about empirical data, I appreciate the idea of measurement, but I think what's most critical, though, is the fact that based on the numbers that the supervisor shared relative to registered voters in the primary process, look at the number of people that show out to vote. That is a responsibility of each elector. And I think it's major that we continue to emphasize that. You know, we look at the banter back and forth relative to funding a primary election, whether it should be the party, whether it should be the legislature or indifferent. I'm going to go back to the single fact that if our electors continue not to participate on a greater and a grander level, it is a waste of money. Simple. To fund the primary if we're not coming out to participate in the process.
I think it's equally important when we say that as well is that we have a responsibility to continue to build the trust that encourage and implore individuals to come forward with the voters registration drive and the information and making sure that they're seamless process and just to be able to build and increase the level of trust so that electors then feel the confidence about coming out and casting their vote and that they vote count when they do that. So I think that we also as a government as the election system entity as well has a responsibility to continue to encourage that. Would you agree?
I would say after 24 years, what I've seen, experienced is that, to your point, confidence, trust, but when we look at what happens throughout our community at large, I've seen where people in our community refuse to vote because they don't have trust in the system, but not necessarily just trust in the system. I think they look at government overall, and we don't realize that we are the government, and until a lot of our electors can appreciate that, I don't care what amount of money, you put out there. You talk about voter registration. We conduct voter registration in using the public school versus the private schools, for example. We will register more students in the private school as opposed to the public school because they don't have the documentation to register. We talk about voter apathy. A lot of, you ask students right now, go to any school and tell them name 10 of the 15 senators. And if you get in a classroom of 10 children, 3 of them could do that, you're successful.
Thank you for that, and that's the reason why I, for one, have been a real strong advocate for civics and the thought of civics in school, again, so that they could understand their rights and role and responsibility in government. At this time, I'll recognize Senator Blyden for his point of information.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Supervisor Fawkes. Let me ask you in respect to the post auditor's report and the last senator's line of questioning when it comes to the lease. You have 3 leases on page 4 of the post auditor's report. The first one is Sunny Isles for a 3-year option, which is $224,000. The next one is Suite 9 and 10 in St. Thomas for a 2-year option, and the third one is another 3-year option in Crewsby for $38,000. Are those amounts for the option time in terms of 2 or 3 years, or is that annually, number one, and number two, what the square footage of each of those buildings?
So that is the annual rent per year.
What the square footage?
And the square footage of St. Croix, $6,692. I mean, square foot, $33.52 a square foot. You go to Lockhart Garden, 4,641 square feet, $26.66 a square foot. Ready? St. John, 455 square feet, $46.66 a square foot.
Thank you so much for your responses. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Next, the chair will recognize Senator Maurice James. You recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers.
Good morning,
Good morning,
Senator.
everyone in and outside the room. So I'm going to give you the reason for improvement. I'm going to give you the reason why you may need more staff. And I'm going to give you the reason why you need more money. Throughout your testimony, you talk about integrity, trust, transparency, informed voters, confidence. I love the line, democracy is strongest when citizens are informed and engaged. Several months ago, I wrote about money, power, campaign contributions, and the need to examine Jeffrey Epstein's influence in the Virgin Islands through his money. Some view that as an attack on individuals. Individuals come and go. Every single one of us will come and we will go. But my concern then, and my concern today, is about systems. That is why today's budget hearing with the election system is important. We should ask whether it has the resources and authority necessary to ensure that campaign contributions are transparent, contribution limits are meaningful, and violations are identified and addressed. How effectively are our campaign finance laws monitored and enforced? Are our disclosure requirements sufficient to allow the public to understand where political money is coming from and where it is going? Campaign finance laws mean very little if no one is adequately monitoring compliance with them. Disclosure requirements mean very little if information is difficult for the public to obtain or understand. Contribution limits mean very little if there are mechanisms through which those limits can effectively be circumvented. And enforcement provisions mean very little if violations are not identified, investigated, and addressed. And we must examine our own responsibility. We quickly increased the contribution limits to $3,500. But if there are weaknesses in our campaign finance laws, it is our responsibility as legislators to fix them. Examining the system is not an attack on individuals. It is what oversight requires. Good government cannot depend on everyone being a good actor. It requires systems strong enough to withstand those who are not. There was an article in the St. Thomas Source by Mark D. Wenner. As election board members and as a supervisor of election, you had to have seen this year's campaign.
1 minute.
And seen the Daily News coverage. You saw it. But nowhere in your presentation or testimony today did you ask for more resources or money to monitor campaign contributions, especially when they were increased. Nothing. He said here in his article, recent allegations emerging from the Epstein files claim that the Brian Roach campaign received as much as $380,000 during the 2018 election cycle
30
from Jeffrey
seconds.
Epstein. And we saw the Potter Plaskett campaign talk about that in all its ads, okay? And that former Governor Kenneth Mapp, he's continued, personally solicited a $50,000 contribution from Epstein for his unsuccessful re-election bid. So how are we in the Virgin Islands going to address what he says? And I quote, "These claims warrant careful verification, but they align with a broader long-standing concern that campaign finance limits in the territory are routinely circumvented with little consequence." So I want to know when the Virgin Islands is going to have an online portal, like a lot of states do, where you can type in a candidate's name or a donor's name to see the financial transactions. Some states have even upgraded to fully interactive dashboards. These portals break down data into charts showing top donor occupations, geographic donation maps, and spending trends. We could talk all we want, but what are we doing in the Virgin Islands, Mr. Chairman of the board? What are we doing, Supervisor Fawkes? That was a big issue this campaign. And I'd like to, that's all I'm going to ask today. That's it. You talk about integrity, trust, transparency, confidence. Those words have meaning for me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll let them answer in your time, I guess, because I exhausted my time, right? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator James. You may respond, Supervisor Fawkes and
Yes,
Chairman Williams.
and good morning, Senator, and thank you for that question. Most of you are very familiar that I'm the one that manages and reach out to each one of you for your campaign disclosure report. So we do the checks and balances that we need, and I'm glad you brought this point up. When we actually 2.7 million, we did increase, I wouldn't say particularly what, but we have looked into this program before, cost about 30,000. I had two choices to do the strategic, one I see online that does the graphs, and this is my second priority. We partnered with the source. If Mr. Kidman or somebody you saw come, they come and they're looking at this year's election, and he's going to put it on a program online. But we ourselves, like you said, not funded for that. Every information the Daily News got came from our office. So we contain that data. But again, human beings, what's reported on the documents, what we see. We have charged persons before. We go to the AG office and they have paid their fine, something that they have done that is illegal. So we do request, we would like some funding to put that platform online. So it's on the list, and we've had it. I show you the documents. We already got a company that can do it. But right now, like I said, Kit Accoy, the editor, he is doing this year's, and he will be posting it online very shortly.
Senator, you couldn't be more truthful to that fact. I'm going to tell you, over my tenure of 24 years, this conversation has shown its face every single budget hearing, number one. But I'm going to move away from that to some degree. We have, I want to say more than 15 or more years ago, met with members of this body to deal with election reform, something that this body has failed to do. I'm being frank and honest about it. And I'm going to highlight just Act 8690. We just had a primary election. I have been in this body on numerous occasions. I've written to the president of this legislature about looking at the disparities in Act 8690. To no avail. We, both the supervisor's office and the board, have almost some of the same responsibilities. Certification of the election. We were back and forth trying to determine who can do it, because the supervisor did it 2 years or 4 years ago. I'm just going to add the fact that, to your point, yes, looking at election reform must become imperative to this body. Okay? It makes it difficult to carry out the duties and the functions of the election system if we or this body isn't taking what we continue to ask to clean up Title 18. Technical amendments, like this thing called joint boards, there's no such thing. You know, it frustrates me to no avail that all these years we continue to come here and no progress is made.
Senator.
Yeah, let's clarify budget hearing versus other hearings, because when we come here for budget hearing, we discuss budget issues. You know, so I want to make sure, as the chair of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, that we're clear in terms of responsibility and the discussion that's being had here. I will continue to protect this institution because it's bigger than any one of us, but I want to be specifically clear that in this setting, you know, this is a budget hearing, and we discuss budget, we discuss numbers and processes built upon numbers and budgets. So I just want to clarify that issue. Right. Point of information, Senator James.
I agree with you, Mr. Chair, and I agree with the supervisor that in order for her to implement the online portal that I think is necessary for the integrity of the system, she will need more resources and perhaps more staff. And that's the reason why I put it on the table today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to again, defend this institution as it pertains to budget hearing. When we first started back in the 31st legislature, we know in the 36th there's significant amount of funding has gone to the election system for the levels of improvement that we're discussing here today over the years. And I asked my staff to actually pull up a post-audit report from the 31st, 32nd legislature so that there could be a comparison made because you'll see that there's significant amount of investment that have gone into the election system to build on those same qualities that you talk about, the integrity and transparency and trust and those type of things. Let me come to Supervisor Fawkes and I'll come to you, Senator.
Just one thing to be sure. Again, the $3,500 was proposed by the Office of the Supervisor comparison to other states and territories, because ours was 1968 law that gives $1,000. So $1,000 can't buy a T-shirt today. So that's why it was increased to be level playing field with all the states and territories. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Vieira. You recognize your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to put exactly what you said on the record. You know, we have made significant financial appropriation to the Board of Elections and to the Supervisor of Election on a regular basis to be able to build a particular division. I remember when we started in the 31st, they had some of the lowest salaries in government. And we fought to increase the salaries of all the workers in the office. And when I looked at the post-audit report today, I'm pleasantly pleased that we're to the level where we're at. The build-out of the Sanyel's office was to get rid of an office that was riddled with mold and a bunch of inefficiencies that were stopping the staff from working. If you look at the Sanyel's office now, it's a wonderful facility. It is fully equipped. It is comfortable. And you can see by the productivity of the employees working in there that they're pleased with it. I think that one factor that is overlooked is that, and I can speak for St. Croix, you have a very efficient staff in St. Croix. Those ladies and guys, they know the system inside out, and they're able to facilitate anything. So it's not like anything falls off, you know. Hence, I could see why there wasn't any need to ask for this and that employee, because your present staff does a really, really good job. And while all the hoopla is about campaign finances, and I understand why, I just got to put on the record that PACs, political action committees, are not regulated by the Board of Election. And whatever in any gubernatorial race, whatever is reported to the board, PACs are generating 10 times more than that. And that doesn't go through the board. And it can't go through the board. That's the law. That's federal. So don't ever get mixed up that, oh, well, they need to do this or that. Oh, the monies are coming to the PACs. And that's the reality. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Vieira. Senator Blyden, you recognize for your 4 minutes at this time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, listening, viewing, public staff, central staff. Good morning, Supervisor Fawkes and Board Chair Williams, and thank you so much for that most comprehensive and long testimony. But it was on point, though.
Good morning,
It was on
Senator
point.
Blyden.
Listen, first I want to thank, say congratulations to both employees at the office for doing such an outstanding job. But I too can vouch for the employees in the St. Thomas St. John district in terms of efficiency. They are on point, they know the job, and they're very customer friendly. And I must say that actually that the funding that we actually appropriated for the system and the workers assist with that, also with leadership included. So thank you for that. Let me ask you though, in respect to the post-alter report on page 3, since we are in a budget hearing, let me ask you in respect to supplies and other services and charge, right? For the 2025 actuals, supplies were 120,000 and other services and charge were $1 million basically. But the decrease though, the variance for supplies from 120,000 to 29,000 and other services and charge from 1 million to 426,000. What's the reason for that? And which category is training under?
Training, sir, for us, come out of professional services, will be out of services and charges. Supplies, it depends on what we were getting at the time, and some of the supply requirements are not in yet, right? They're being processed through the system. So that number would rise significantly because, again, based on historically, we do spend over 100 and something thousand for supplies. Again, 3 offices and not just office supplies. So everything we do falls under a category. If we have to go to reliable rentals, to rent tables or chairs, etc., that falls under supplies. So our supply expenditure is always higher than it'll be more than the 29,000 that we have here presently.
Okay, very well. How much do you have slated? How much have you spent for fiscal year 25 for training, and how much for 26? I'm sorry, I'm tripping. And how much do you have slated for 27? Because training plays a critical role for those employees.
Senator, for training for us, usually during the election year is lower training. Non-election year is more. So I have to look at what was sent up there because we put it under operations, so you may have the copy. Oh no, sorry, I got a statement one in here.
Okay.
I'll give you a minute.
In your testimony, you spoke about voter turnout. You spoke about trust. You spoke about voters' participation. That you basically said it remains strong, right? But let me ask you though, because you spoke also to say that your greatest work ahead is fixing a broken system. What about a system is broken?
No, I said not fixing a broken system, but building on a solid foundation, Senator.
Okay, well, thanks for
Our
that.
system not broken.
Okay, thanks for that clarification.
I say it's not fix a broken system, it's building on a solid foundation. And for training, we do about 75,000 in a non-election year.
Okay.
So it's under statement 1 or statement 2.
Okay, very well. Let me ask you though. You had one ask for $70,000 for a new van. Because you had an old van, they just wasn't effective enough to do your job. I do not see us having a problem with the van. What is the van used for? Can you repeat on this?
The van is used for voter outreach, the board to pick up the board when they travel from one island to the other, and outreach, put in a voting machine equipment in the van to do a demonstration. So you have to put in the 2 voting machine and the equipment that goes with that to the site. Like I said, they were out to the mall last week, so they needed a van. Presently, with the van having engine problems, the van is not repairable. So that's why we're requesting 1 van only for the St. Thomas St. John district. It stopped on the side of the road last budget hearing with the board members as they transfer back to Seabourn to get on the flight. We do work with property and procurement, so they will loan us a van, but we can't just do that when you got your own requirements. On election day, the van is used to run up and down. If something is missing at a voting center, we utilize the van and the other vehicle to make those runs.
And for the, Mr. Chef, I may wrap up, for the training part in terms of certifications, which staff actually needs certification in terms of what kind of certification we're speaking to?
So the election certification is 12 courses in that year. I have most of the staff engaged right now. We have 4 or 5 that's halfway through. We have 1 that's graduating on Friday. We're flying out of here tomorrow. I think the chairman is flying out today. And 2 in a refresher. So each 2 years you have the refresher, and then hopefully my goal is by next fiscal year to have all the staff CERA certified. The board, again, they're doing this separately.
And Chair, Chairman Williams, what type of training are you flying up for? Can you,
It's exactly what the supervisor just spoke to. SARA certification, certified election registrar administrators, 12 courses through the election center. And then we're also members of what's known as IGO, International Association of Government Officials. They provide a certified professional leadership training for government officials, but you can certify in a specific area, and in our case, elections.
thank you so much for your response, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for the leniency.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. I'm moving along. Senator Ray Fonseca, you recognize for. Well, let me recognize the presence of a non-committee member, Senator Carla J. Joseph. Good morning, Senator. Thank you for joining us. At this time, we recognize Senator Ray Fonseca. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Yes, pleasant good morning, Mr. Chair, and to all my colleagues, all of my staff, and all of those listening and viewing audience. Director Fawkes and Chairman Williams, how are you guys doing today?
Awesome, Senator. Good morning.
We're doing well, thank you.
Good, good. You know, I always have to say, you know, the best letters of my life, I always get it from Raymond Williams. You know, my name is actually Ray Williams Fonseca, so we close, but I ain't quite there yet. I got a couple questions here. The 1,145,370 in the miscellaneous section. What is that?
What page are you referring to, Senator?
That's the governor's fund summary in the post-audit report. It indicates the election system is expected to receive under the miscellaneous section 1,145,370.
Senator, I'm not sure
see
what
that?
yeah, I'm reading it, but I'm not sure what he means under the miscellaneous section, or if they combine the budget together to come to that number. We don't have a miscellaneous budget.
Okay, well, I'll go on. Okay, so the HAVA federal funding, that's the Help America Vote Grant Act. It is 2,016,545 and 1,646,545 for supplies. So is that 2 million actually awarded and available, or is it anticipated funding?
Senator, some of that fund was already awarded and expended, so it's not all available.
Okay, so it was awarded. Okay, good. So do you know how much have been expended?
Chart here.
Okay, well, you could provide that information.
Yeah, I'll get that for you. I had it in my chart, but somehow I don't have the sheet.
Okay, truly
but I'll
clear.
get it for you.
I want to go to you. Okay, good. So you budgeted $947,430 for 13 positions. How many are vacant positions?
Senator, we have no vacant positions.
Okay, good. So the next question is, all the positions up to the budgeted salary? Is there any increases? Tell me what's going on there.
Senator, in 2020, the 27 budget, there will be an increase, but they are up to where they're supposed to be as per the law.
Okay, good. So
1 minute.
So the post auditor found that the election system did not provide maintenance expenditures for the 5 vehicles, and that the fuel expenditures had some issues. What's happening with the maintenance of the vehicles?
Senator, our maintenance, I'm not sure we say we didn't provide, but the maintenance on our vehicle is very ministerial. Again, I mentioned a van that's not operational. The other 2 vehicles are new vehicles, so we don't have that much maintenance, but that was included in our under the supplies account. So I will double check why that was not submitted and let you know. But we do have maintenance, but it's not a high cost because we got 2 new vehicles and 1 van that is down, and a truck on St. John and 1 vehicle on St. Thomas.
Okay, thanks. So I I want to go to professional services. You budgeted 223,006. Mr. Chair, if I can wrap up.
You may wrap up, Senator.
Thanks. You budgeted 223,665 for professional services, and included $184,065 for software. What is that software specifically? That $184,065, and what's the term of that agreement?
Senator, is
And
not
what procurement process was used to select that vendor?
Senator, that's the election system and software vendor that has been selected by the Board of Election back in 2008. Under here, it says not only software, it says hosting, power profile maintenance, firmware license, Express Poll Connect software license. Again, another firmware license for each of the voting equipment that we have, their firmware license. And Electionware, which is the system that we use to do the election night results. So that's the total for all of those components coming up to $184,065. That's a professional service contract and has been in place, like I said, from 2008. It's one vendor, so we do not have to go out for bid because our system and equipment was purchased from this vendor.
Okay, so you don't have to go out to bid. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Supervisor Fawkes, is your WAPA bill up to date in payment?
Let me see, on the 26,000, let me see if anyone is there. Yes, it is, Senator. Well, no, once. St. Thomas has one outstanding here. So, St. Thomas is outstanding, but St. Croix is up to date.
Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Supervisor
morning,
Fawkes,
Senator.
the numbers that you provide for your actuals in your testimony that came to $1,928,282. When I add them up, I got a $40 difference, $1,928,240.39. So just going through that. What is your ask for the 27 budget?
2,000,007. Let me pull it up here to be sure, because I don't want to give you anything at the board. 2,000,007 and change. It's on page 17. 2,792,200. A 12% increase from last year.
Okay, because the post-audit report has that the total recommended operating budget at $3,895,370. You're aware of that? The post-audit report, page 5?
I'm just getting the post-audit report yesterday, so yes, I saw that, and we'll be happy with whatever they give us. We'll make use for it.
Yes. Yeah. No, I ain't even questioning. I just wanted to know if you're aware.
No, I think
now, for the... Okay, go ahead.
I think the post-auditor might have put in the grants money with it. She's trying to answer here right now, so they will clarify that. But we've never gotten a budget at $3 million, so we always in the $2 million range, and that's where we're begging for $2,000,007.
Okay, the post-auditor talking, addressing it, Mr. Chair?
You have a question for the post-auditor, Senator?
No, I heard what the supervisor said. I thought they were speaking on that end. So just continue?
Yeah, you may proceed.
Okay, all right, sure. Okay, Supervisor Fawkes, so you received the $345,202 for the primary?
Senator, $275,000 was used for the primary, was allotted for the primary.
Okay, because the post-audit report also on page 5 has a $345,202. That's all clear. Now, for your employees, for the 27 budget, are you requesting monies for wage increases?
Yes, Senator, that's in there.
Okay, do you have any GS employees?
Yes, Senator. And
okay, how many of them are GS employees?
Of at least 8 of them are GS employees.
Okay, so 8 out of 13. Now, do you have the latest GS pay schedule for them?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, I want to make sure that. Now, for the poll workers
1 minute.
and the individuals who work during the primaries, was everyone paid?
No, Senator, that process is ongoing right now. August 1st was the primary, and so we're going through the process, like all the paperwork being processed. We are requesting a waiver with the GVI by system, so we're trying to meet with Property and Procurement Commissioner so that we cannot delay the payment for the poll workers or election officials.
30 seconds.
Okay, and how much money are we looking at owed to all the officials and everyone?
Like I said, we allotted $275,000 for the primary election. I would say at least maybe $120,000 will be for election officials.
Okay, poll workers and everybody.
That's the election official, yes.
Okay, the election. Okay, okay. So, do you have a date more or less as to when that would be addressed?
Our goal is to at least have them paid by the end of August. So right now, like I said, we're putting it in the system, and we follow up with finance and property and procurement so they can be processed in a timely manner, because these are the same folks we're going to want to come back to work for early voting, which begins in October.
Right.
So they are aware of that.
Okay, okay. Yeah, I want to make sure we get that out in the 26 budget so we don't have that to linger. Okay, and for the utilities, what do you average on a monthly basis for utilities?
Senator, it varies in each of our buildings. So we have three offices. So I would say, get here, St. Thomas monthly we had 10,000. St. Croix monthly we had 10,000, about the same thing. And then St. John is tied into the lease, so we don't have that as an official breakout by itself. So at least 10,000 a month.
Okay. Okay. No, because I was looking at your utilities at 45,563. It between the three islands, because you run 24/7, not 24/7, but you run annually. So I was just wondering if that was on average what you pay for your utilities on an annual basis. Well, this isn't a full amount, but
that's correct, Senator.
Would that be? So at 10,000 St. Thomas, 10,000 St. Croix, and roughly the amount for St. John, you have half the 45 right there, right off the bat. So that's what I was wondering in terms of the calculations.
Well, I'm looking at it here. So sometimes you end up with back pay in there. So the August and the third and fourth quarter payments are not there factored yet. So it's like 4,000 in here, but if you got late, you got paying two bills at one time, so that's how we come up to the 10,000. Sorry about that explanation.
Oh, okay. No, because okay. I just want looking at numbers strictly.
All right.
But okay. So then going forward for the post-audit report on page 6, Mr. Chair, if I could just get the clarification from the post-audit in regards to the miscellaneous of 1,145,370. The reflection of that, please.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Post-audit, you may respond.
Good morning, Dr. Theodora Phillip. In response to Senator DeGraff, Senator DeGraff, this statement was made in reference to what was presented in the executive budget. On the executive budget, there was a line stating that there were $1.1 million, $1,145,370 due from the miscellaneous section. However, when we investigated through the activity centers, the numbers was not present. In speaking to the chair, he reminded me that the funding was provided to the election system for the primary election.
Mike, yeah, okay, yeah. So then the ask is 2,792,200.
Yes.
Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. At this time, we'll recognize Senator Avery Lewis. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Mr. Williams. Good morning, Ms. Fawkes. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands.
Good morning.
Good. Ms. Fawkes, how are you doing today?
I'm doing well, thank you. How are you doing?
Hey, excellent, man.
Great.
Excellent. Up in the beautiful island of Love City, St. John, where there's nothing but love. Anyhow, Ms. Fawkes, earlier in your testimony, you stated in your testimony that nearly half of our registered voters are inactive, and that this represents an opportunity for outreach and growth. Just asking, do you have a plan as the Board of Election to have a proactively, probably reach out to have to those inactive voters, not just during the election cycle, but through a sustained civic engagement campaign to remind them of their registration status, explain how to become active, and encourage them to participate in our elections?
I'll do part and then the chairman, because again, for the election system, we only conduct registration in the offices, so we don't do the outreach. We can reach out to them via letters. We do send letters to them and encouraging them about their status and updating their status, and we'll do some PSAs in the after-election year, so we could look at that. But again, the board does some of the outreach that's outside, so the chairman will respond to that part of the question.
And before the chairman responds, what I'm trying to get at is, if let's say, let me use if I'm an inactive, do I get a letter in the mail saying, hey, Mr. Lawaetz, you haven't been participating, we noticed you missed 2 elections, or something? I don't know if we update the system now that we're using email addresses. That type of memo, that kind of engagement. Mr. Williams?
But first, let me answer the inactive. You do get a letter. We send one letter. Now, if we wanted to send more letters, then we have to look at that, because that too comes with a cost. But we do send the letter out. Based on the law, we have to notify a voter any changes or any information with them. So we do send the letters, but some are coming back because they're no longer at that address, etc. So we're losing money by mailing it out. We also do collect email address. We started that over 2 years ago, but we do have some voters who do not wish to provide the email address, so that's their right, and so we have that. But we do have some email address, so we use that option, but we do send letters, and those persons do. So we could do more reminder in the off year and look at that approach.
So, Senator Lewis, by law, we're required to conduct voter registration drives at different points and times in the election and off and on election years. In our schools in particular. But we invite civic organizations throughout our communities to host registration drives. I think part of the problem that we see is that our electors don't necessarily look at whether or not they're active or inactive until it's election is upon us. So I think that is part of the problem, that the individuals don't look at it.
One of the things I want to say, Mr. Williams, is that I see a need, right? And maybe you may disagree, but I see a need where I think that the board, and not just the board, or maybe the election system and a lot of our civic organizations, need to get into the schools more. Because you said something earlier, and it's true. A lot of our students don't understand the reason, the value in voting, why we should vote, why we should register to vote, why we should keep up with that status, that voting rights actually counts. And I think that civic engagement need to be more prevalent now today, based on what's going on around the world, anything. That we really need to start educating our folks. But I think, I hear you, and it sounds like you're just talking about the election process, but I'm talking about the whole civic engagement process of, educating our folks of what's going on.
We do have a Civics Matters project that has happened in the last election cycle, and it's going to continue in this current election cycle, where we invite the various schools, public and private, to set up teams. It's similar to like a spelling bee or something, and questions are generated for these students to come up with responses, timed responses, etc. So I don't, agree that it's a responsibility of the board. I think civics is something that is a shared responsibility, similar to parenting. We all have to get involved and engage not just at election time.
All right, and Mr. Chair, if I may just add, I know this is a budget hearing. It was established that, and we asked numbers, but I think at times we could ask questions. Mr. Williams, I know on several occasions you came before the body, and especially Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, Consumer Protection, and there has been some meaningful discussions that's going on, but the board couldn't participate because meetings preceding to our meeting either erupted or got interrupted, and the agenda couldn't be fulfilled. Moving forward, have we put any procedures or mechanisms in place to keep some kind of decorum and get the people's work done, to conduct for the people's business, so we could move forward? Because earlier you talked about election reform, and I think that's part of it. We first have to be able to work together to move forward. So I'll stop there and let you answer.
The board meetings have improved significantly, Senator.
Point of information.
That the board, but Mr. Williams, I mean, the answer that was cut and dry. I mean, several occasions you come in, you only could have said, well, this today is the part because we couldn't move forward. I'm just saying, these are elected positions, and if we have elected officials, I mean, the public would have tear apart us in here in the 36th legislature if we couldn't act in a manner that could conduct the people's work. So I'm just asking were there any other new measures put in place, any other things put in place so we could move forward with the people's work?
No new measures have been put in place. I think you probably are referring to our bylaws. We haven't updated the bylaws per se, but again, I do say that what I think is seen in the community or has been seen is a lot of blogs that show part of and not the whole of what takes place. But I would say within the last few months, we've seen a significant improvement. We still have members that are going to continue to be the people that they are, and I literally can't fix that, but we try to maintain a strong level of decorum as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank you for the time and the flexibility. Ms. Fawkes, in my books, I think all your employees are employee of the years. They work hard, especially for staff who don't get overtime and things. They do work hard and put in that extra effort. Thank you, and thank you to the Board of Elections and the system for what they do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Lewis, but let me put on the record, they do get overtime. GS employees have to get overtime, especially working elections. So
thank you.
Managers don't get overtime.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Yeah, right. Point of information, who's that coming from? That's Senator Fonseca? DeGraff, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to wrap up for me, I was able to realize what I missed. Through the chair to post audit is regards to page 5, the post audit report, the miscellaneous section of 345,202 that the election system of Vernon received for the primary election. Those numbers came from OMB, or because the supervisor is saying that she only received 275.
Yeah, even my response, Supervisor Fawkes, because you got more than actually 275.
I respond to the question. First, in the budget of 2026, we were allotted $275,000 for election. It wasn't annotated. Then the legislature came back and they allotted $450,000 for elections. We use our historical data, and for primary elections in the past, we used to get $250,000. So out of those two combined figures, we took $275,000 for the primary, and the balance would be towards the general election.
Okay, so the 275 from the primary would leave 370 something because it was 400 you got
No, Senator.
for the general.
No, Senator.
No? Okay.
We received 450,000 from this legislature a couple months ago for elections. We received the 275
Correct.
when we got our budget, 2026 budget, and it was just for elections. And so we now had the two combined, 600 and whatever that is. And so out of that, we allotted the 275 for the primary, and the 450 remains for the general election.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Graff. Senator Viola, you recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Moving forward to fiscal year 2027 and the possibility that we might have an election well, not an election, but we might have a process to vote the Constitution up or down in 2027. Has any provisions been made for that in terms of what it will cost to fund the election for the Constitution?
Senator, usually elections, we don't project the budget.
Right.
It comes from OMB. We could give a recommendation on what we think it would cost. And so we would at least say about 300,000. So I could put that on the record now.
Okay.
But
and for voting on the Constitution, would you also utilize early voting, or you would just have 1 day for voting? I just getting suggestions so you can know what the budget would look like. What are you
right. That's a good question.
That's a very good question. I think we'd have to have that discussion there because
a special election.
It's a special election, and I guess we attempt to treat all elections equitably, but that's a very good question. I'm going to definitely make a point and a note of that to bring that discussion up before the membership.
Okay, are we going to have to come up with those numbers because we are expecting that we'll have a vote on the Constitution next year? It should be going through the review process and communicated to all the residents of the Virgin Islands in reference to what the Constitution entails, and then to have a vote on it. In reference to getting people to register to vote, and I hear a lot of talk about schools, but the number of individuals that you could get registered from schools are very small because a lot of the seniors are 17 years old. So you only have a small percentage of individuals who are 18 years old. And they can run the numbers at the high schools. They can tell you exactly how many 18-year-olds you have. So I think that the base that you're looking to get registered are those who have already graduated, who are 20 plus, to get them to be able to register to vote. And what I have started doing, and I'd recommend to every one of us that's running for elected office, is that every time somebody tell me, I have you, I got you, I support you, I want you to win, I ask them, are you registered to vote? And quite a bit, they're not registered to vote. Or individuals that I thought was voting for me for the last 5 elections, I'm finding out didn't vote in any. So I'm like, hey, I check your name, you're not registered to vote. And they're like, oh, I got you. And I said, no, you can't get me. If you're not registered, you got to go and register. And have been able to get a number of individuals to go and register to vote. But I say, comment upon us, colleagues. When people say that they got you, check and see if they registered to vote. And then tell them to register. We have a real responsibility to get them to register. The budget is straightforward. The acts is always straightforward. There's nothing hidden. I think the Supervisor of Election has done a very good job, along with all of our staff. And I stand very strong because I don't know if there's anybody within government that get as much blows as a supervisor on a regular basis. I mean, the board chair that get bit. The board chair get a bit. By then the supervisor gets more than you because she's always dragged into court, malign, harassed. She doesn't know this or that, but she keeps her head up and she comes out and she does her job. I'm glad to hear that the board is doing a bit better because the board, I mean, when you're reading about the board and everything else, it seems totally dysfunctional. There's always an argument as to who has purview. And at times, to me, the board wants to be the supervisor. So you have to be able to balance as to what is the role of each of the entity and that it doesn't overlap. So I agree with you that there's a need for reform, and we need to look at exactly what are the duties, and once and for all, clearly define it with very, very clear language, because even when we think we have defined something, then somebody challenges it and we find out that there's a different interpretation. So we got some work to do. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Bielli. At this time, we'll recognize Senator Carla J. Joseph. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
A pleasant good day, Mr. Chairman, colleagues, people of the Virgin Islands, and of course, the election system of the Virgin Islands. I really want to commend you on a job well done for the 2026 primary election. It went smooth in this island district. I went to early vote, and I was at most of the polls. And it was very smooth sailing. And I was also talking to some of the voters and asking them, doing my own informal assessment to see whether the process was smooth, were they treated well and professionally, everything was transparent, and there was a resounding yes. I had no one, I'm going to just say it, no one complained to me. And the speaker before me mentioned about the outreach in the schools and the like. And I am in agreement to some degree that some of the students are 17 years old, but the election system can register a person who is 17 years old, just as long as they are going to make their birthday before the election. And the supervisor, as well as the chairperson, can account for that. So the outreach can happen as well. I know when I was a board member, myself and Ms. Hendricks, as well as Ms. Wells, we were part of the education committee for the Board of Election, and we would go out to the schools and make those presentations. Also, I think National Voter Registration Day is coming up in the month of September. That's another area that you can promote voter registration. And I wanted to zero in on something that was very new for this election, that you could use a QR code to register to vote. Ingenious. You could just use your phone and register individuals to vote. How much did that cost you, cost the system, Ms. Fawkes, to put in place?
So, Senator, thank you for the question and the compliments. Thank you very much. And that was part of our online voting portal, which was about 30,000. So, again, we continue to improve our technological processes, but once you already got the portal, to get the QR code was not a cost, not an additional cost.
I know of several people we registered using that, you know. And I tested the system, and I went with them to early vote. And you know what? They were there registered. They didn't get a confirmation that they were registered, but when we went to the poll during early voting, it was able to pull it up. So that 30,000 is a very wise investment. Who is your vendor still? The election system?
30 seconds.
Who's your vendor?
Election system and software, that's correct.
Okay, so they're your vendor. What is the next online or technological voting that you want to do? I know at one time when I was a board member, we had discussed actually voting from your phone. Is that something that is going to be contemplated? Are you looking at doing that? Because there is that mechanism, so you could vote also from your phone. Because we want...
Time.
Mr. Chairman, if you would allow, what would be the cost to implement that? Or is that feasible? Or can that be a reality? Because I know you're looking at your cybersecurity and assuring that the integrity of the voting system remains intact.
Again, thank you for that question, Senator. And you're right on target. That was one of my goals from the time I came on in 2014. We still have it as a goal. Again, we just got to rebuild the public trust in the election system, and then we take that step. What we're looking at maybe next is curbside voting is something I think we have on our horizon, where those persons that can't come upstairs, even for early voting, we're trying to get tablets that we can go down to them in their car and they can vote on the tablet. So we're looking at some other goals and objectives. Every time we finish one process, I look at others that we can implement here. So we are looking at that. And portal, we're adding a judges portal that the judges no longer have to write manually in the judges book. They can just complete the various forms online, and it's uploaded to a portal, and then we can review it, and the board can review the judges book that way. So we are pushing technology, and you are aware, yes, that's still one of the goals.
Thank you so kindly. I hope we reach that goal, because just as long as our cyber security is in place, those things are achievable, and I'm sure they're being implemented in other jurisdictions as well. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Carla Joseph, for your comments there.
Point of information.
Point of information, Senator Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Fawkes, real quick, I know early voting is on the horizon again, and I know in your St. Thomas office we had a little issue when WAPA went out with the elevator, so I don't know if we could try to make sure that the landlord include the generator and the elevator, get that issue working, because we don't want to turn away anyone, and we had a little hiccup there, so let's see if we could make sure that that is iron out, that issue is iron out. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Any response there?
Yes, Senator. Again, we're working with the landlord, but WAPA issue is causing the generator to malfunction. So each one is interacting, but we are working, keeping our head on it.
Very well, thank you. At this time, I'll give you 30 seconds to be able to close off. We'll start off with the board chair, and then we'll come to you, Supervisor Fawkes.
Thank you very much, Chairman Francis, for the opportunity to appear here along with Supervisor Fawkes this morning. After 24 years of serving this community, I'm saying my final goodbye to the board. But I just want to continue to encourage our electors, people in our community, to participate in the process. Like the supervisor says, your vote is your voice. You know, if you don't exercise your right to vote and not participating in the process, you have no voice. You can't sit out here and criticize, chastise, ostracize if you're not participating. But it's been a good ride for me, and I am grateful to our community and the electors who gave me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Francis and the Committee on Finance, we want to thank you for this opportunity, and my goal is to actually receive the proposed request that we did. $2.7 million is what I'm looking for in this budget cycle. Thank you for the time and the opportunity. Have a great day.
Thank you very much, and thank you to both of you, as well as thank you to the election system, the board, the supervisor of election. Thank you for your service, the Raymond Williams. 24 years of public service is no easy feat, especially in the field that you're in. So we thank you for your contribution to the system. I, too, want to say that we have really supported the election system. When I look back in 2019, we funded the election system at $1.3 million. Today we're up to 2.5, and perhaps under consideration 2.750. So we have really supported this entity. And we have seen the improvement. Of course, there's always room for additional improvement, and we look forward to those. But we thank you for the contributions that have been made here thus far. At this time, the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance will stand in recess for 3 minutes, and then we return with the WTJX, the public broadcasting system. Stand in recess for 3 minutes. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance is back on record. Madam Clerk, please call up the second items onto the agenda.
Block number 2, WTJX. Invited testifier, Ms. Tanya-Marie Singh, Chief Executive Officer. This concludes the reading of Block 2, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. We do have the CEO, Tanya-Marie Singh, seated at the testifier's table, along with Team WTJX. So we go quickly for a mic check and introductions, and then we'll take your testimony.
Okay. Tanya-Marie Singh.
Nedra Thomas, Chief Financial Officer.
Marie White, Senior Financial Officer.
Kiatinique Thomas, Disaster Recovery Specialist.
Mel Maduro, Interim Director of Engineering.
Very well. You may proceed with your testimony at this time.
Good morning, Senator Novell Francis, Chairman of the Legislature's Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, members of the committee, and other members of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. I am Tanya-Marie Singh, Chief Executive Officer of the Virgin Islands Public Broadcasting System. I am here today to respectfully request your support of the Virgin Islands Public Broadcasting System's 2027 fiscal year budget in the amount of $4,931,902. You just met my staff, and I would just like to mention the staff in the gallery, who are my Executive Assistant Marisol Garcia and Special Assistant Isabel Tier. They are both the system's Employees of the Year as nominated by the station staff. This has been a tough year for public media across the country and for us here at WTJX TV and WTJX FM, your PBS and NPR member stations in the Virgin Islands. The Corporation for Public Broadcasting has been defunded and is now defunct, leaving WTJX with a loss of $1.3 million. The union and the station suspended bargaining until after this budget hearing, as we are currently unable to offer any increases at this time. In fact, we may be looking at a first round of layoffs if we do not receive additional funding. And while we have been trying to save money through attrition, key positions must be filled, specifically in the leadership areas of engineering and fundraising. Additionally, the board has approved my succession plan, which involves the on-the-job training of 2 young women currently in the organization to become the system's next CEO and COO, as I do plan to retire from full-time service at the system when my contract expires in January 2030. We have paid our PBS dues for FY 2027. However, we do not have the funding to pay the FY 2028 dues. That payment is due in the summer of 2027. Some are anticipating a blue wave in the House of Representatives and the subsequent reinstatement of federal funds to public media. However, I am grounded in our current real-time financial outlook. In addition to our fiscal woes of payroll and dues, there is the matter of our recovery and equipment maintenance and upgrades. At our upcoming Board of Directors meeting next week, the system's attorney and I will be asking the board to rebuild the current HAP structure in St. Thomas, utilizing the same foundation, as after 4 tries, we have not found a contractor within our budget that has the bonding capacity. Speaking of recovery projects, we are actively in the construction phase of our mountaintop transmitter facility. We anticipate finalizing this project by the end of the year. In our rebuilding plan, we are including a small radio studio so that we can go live from St. Thomas, especially during an emergency. This FEMA project provides for repairing the main building, addressing its roof, demo, and rebuilding the engineering and storage office, and replacing the perimeter fence with hurricane-rated fencing. We have also made progress with our archives. we have sent away 6,893 tapes to our vendor, Preserve South, in April, and they have restored and digitized 2,600 tapes thus far. Thanks to our summer interns, we have downloaded 2,160 digital programs on an existing server that we repurposed. We have asked FEMA permission to revise the scope of this project in order to purchase 2 servers, and we are working on a strategy to provide public access to our archives. We have 2 non-FEMA related capital projects that are being actively worked on. The Energy Office is in the early stages of installing a solar microgrid at our mountaintop transmitter facility on St. Thomas through a grant they received from the Department of the Interior. On St. Croix, we are actively in construction of our project that converts an open space to rooms and a kitchen studio to preserve our culinary culture. The rooms will serve as a space to hunker down during an emergency while delivering service, as well as cutting down on hotel expenses for visiting staff. This project is also funded through a grant from the Department of the Interior. I would like to thank the young, talented staff at Public Works for managing the FEMA Recovery Project on St. Thomas and the Interior Project on St. Croix. Jacoby Peets is my point person for project management at Public Works, and such a pleasure to work with. Senators, I never tire of reporting that once again, our audit is unmodified and there are 0 audit findings. Meanwhile, programming continues to be a strong point for the system. The future of the territory only works if every generation is prepared to carry it forward. And that is why our children's programming from PBS Kids on television and on digital media is important. Parents are concerned by what their children are experiencing and consuming, with 27% of the territory's children not in formal preschool. We are the first place they learn their letters, the first place they learn to count, and maybe the first place they learn to take a deep breath when they are upset, as our children's programming covers a wide spectrum of educational and social issues. We added 2 children's programs to our existing stellar lineup: Weather Hunters, created and produced by America's beloved weathercaster Al Roker for children ages 5 through 8. The show blends adventure, comedy, and science to spark curiosity about weather, climate, and the world around us. We also premiered Phoebe and Jay, designed to support early literacy skills for preschoolers by highlighting the many kinds of texts children encounter in their daily lives, from signs to posters to labels and movie tickets, helping them understand, navigate, and actively participate in the world around them. I also believe that informed citizens are the foundation of a free society, and our viewers receive that every single day through our lineup. I will highlight a few of our national television programs. As America celebrated its 250th anniversary this year, not only did we air The American Revolution, the 6-part, 12-hour documentary by acclaimed director Ken Burns, we told stories of African Americans' contribution to the Revolutionary War through Concord's Secret History, American Muslims, A History Revealed, Declarations, Black Americans and the Revolutionary War, The Monteers, An American Story, Sally, A Solo Play, and Becoming American, Philadelphia's Story. We also aired Save the Farm, Save the Future, where Colorado farmers and ranchers were followed as they explore agrivoltaics, a promising new approach that combines solar power and agriculture on the same land, as drought, rising costs, development pressures, and labor challenges are pushing farmers to their limits. The right ahead tells the story of a physically disabled 21-year-old who faces the challenges of being an adult with a disability, wanting to move out, start a career, and find love. We broadcasted Igualada, Refusing to Know Your Place. In Colombia's most consequential election, Black activist Francia Marquez rose from rural organizer to presidential candidate, challenging centuries of racial and social exclusion. Road Trip Nation, Thriving Black Men in Higher Education, which follows the journeys of 3 young Black men as they explore what's possible for their futures and hear from inspiring Black male leaders how they navigated their own higher ed paths. We premiered my favorite program this season, Enslaved, the lost history of the transatlantic slave trade. This 6-part epic search for truth, led by actor Samuel L. Jackson, brings long-buried stories of the Middle Passage to light through a blend of historical investigation, underwater exploration, and cultural reflection. And in the new season of Opportunity Knocks, coaches help families living paycheck to paycheck tackle financial challenges to build a stronger future. WTJX continued to provide quality local programs. I would first like to thank this body for providing $100,000 from the Tourism Revolving Fund, which allowed us to cover the St. Croix Festival parades, the St. Thomas Carnival parades, and the St. John Celebration Parade. It is my hope that you will pass that funding again. We provided live coverage and commentary of Governor Bryan's final State of the Territory address. During Virgin Islands History Month in March, we premiered a Madras head wrap tying demonstration with Gianna Regal Christopher, featuring students from the Ricardo Richards Elementary School. Regal shares the meanings behind traditional head tie points, explains the history and symbolism of the Virgin Islands Madras, and guides students through creating their own wraps. In partnership with the Virgin Islands Consortium, WTJX presented 3 Democratic primary debates for Delegate to Congress, Lieutenant Governor, and Governor. We also provided live primary election night coverage from the St. Croix Board of Elections office, and we added the 4th installment in our Governor series as we featured the 6th elected Governor of the Virgin Islands of the United States, Charles Wesley Turnbull. The film traces Governor Turnbull's journey from humble beginnings in Savannah to teacher, principal, commissioner of education, and ultimately governor. We covered a few stream-only programs, OMB's Spring Revenue Estimating Conference, the 1878 Fireburn Commemoration Reenactment presented by United Caribbean Association, and Public Works Virtual Town Hall Meeting from our studios on St. Croix. We also cross-streamed an episode of the PBS program, American Stories, a Reading Road Trip, which featured interviews with Virgin Islands authors Dr. Marilyn Krieger, Cadwell Turnbull, Tiffany Yannick, and Angela Golden Bryan. But our most popular stream challenged social media norms, which indicate that online users are primarily attracted to short videos. We trusted our audience by believing that people across adult age groups are focused enough to stick with a story if you tell it well. With the courtroom filled with reporters from 3 other major publications, we saw it fit to differentiate our coverage of courtroom procedures of recent public officials by providing color, nuance, observation, and presence with verbal and accurate storytelling. With that in mind, we created Trial Watch, hosted by our staffer, Isabel Tier. Thus far, we have covered the corruption trials of former Sports Parks and Recreation Commissioner Calvert White and businessman Benjamin Hendricks, as well as former Police Commissioner Ray Martinez and former OMB Director Jennifer O'Neill, the sexual battery of a minor trial of former Senator Stephen Payne, and the restraining order for domestic violence bench trial of former Senator and Delegate to Congress candidate Janelle Soro. With trial watch clocking in at about an average of 50 minutes per episode, we found that our online audience wanted more, not less, information. We hope to revisit the Martinez-O'Neill trial, as we have written to District Judge Mark Kearney, requesting the audio evidence played in the courtroom so that Virgin Islanders can hear for themselves the recordings that the jury heard during trial. Judge Kearney has docketed our request, and we hope to receive a reply soon. We have at least 2 more trial watch programs by the end of the year: the fraud case against Davidson and Sasha Charlemagne in November, and the federal case in December against Pastor Lawrence Benjamin, who is accused of unlawful sexual contact with a minor. This past December, WTJX and Stanley and the 10 Sleepless Nights celebrated our 20th anniversary of the Crucian Christmas 4-day serenade with 3 early morning fetes. We expanded our stops into Wim and Bon Esperance, 2 excellent, delicious stops. In yet another partnership to make our programming more accessible, PBS has partnered with LG Smart TVs, making the PBS app available on the LG brand TV 2022 models or higher. The PBS app allows you to localize to WTJX within the territory only. LG joins PBS's lineup of apps on Roku, Samsung, Vizio, Comcast, Android/Google TV, Amazon Fire TV, Apple Mobile and Tablet, Android Mobile and Tablet, and Amazon Fire Tablets. And I want to remind everyone that they can watch WTJX on their Amazon Prime Video accounts within the territory. We are still available with an antenna. We're available on Dish, on cable TV, by using the free WTJX app on your smartphone or tablet, and on our website at WTJX.org. Our greatest responsibility is the management and utilization of a unique government asset. WTJX TV and WTJX FM are the only full-powered television and radio station owned by the government of the Virgin Islands. The Virgin Islands Public Broadcasting System is the steward of these assets, and we are responsible for its editorial content. In addition to maintaining these assets, we are embarking on 2 important acquisitions. On the television side, we applied for 9 television translators in hopes of getting at least 2 that we need. 1 for St. Thomas and 1 for St. Croix. That will enable us to move toward the new FCC standard of ATSC 3.0 or next generation television. We were able to get the 2 we really wanted. On the radio side, we have potentially exciting news for Crucians. For the first time in its history, the FCC is accepting applications for non-commercial educational FM translators. Our consultants are doing the engineering now to see what frequency can best deliver our signal on St. Croix so that we are prepared when the application window opens. It goes without saying that our signal is poor on St. Croix. The TV translator and FM translator or translators on St. Croix will require us to lease tower space on the Big Island. As I bring my presentation to a close, I want to harken back to the reason for the federal funding cut. In 1965, President Lyndon Johnson created the Carnegie Commission on Educational Television, which led to the Public Broadcasting Act of 1967. When Congress debated the act, they were apprehensive that public media would be a tool manipulated by the executive branch. However, the legislation passed, and in 1970, PBS was launched. In 1972, President Richard Nixon vetoed 2-year funding to the Corporation for Public Broadcasting because he felt that public television began airing news coverage that he did not care for. However, Congress opposed zeroing out funding. A year later, in 1973, while the major networks, ABC, NBC, CBS, aired Watergate hearings during the day, rotating between the 3 networks, PBS not only aired the hearings in the daytime, PBS rebroadcasted them, unedited, in the night, during prime time, allowing millions of working people the opportunity to view the proceedings, which resulted in audience growth, donations, journalistic legitimacy, and the creation of the Robert McNeil Report, which is now the PBS NewsHour. With the exception of Gerald Ford, every Republican president since Nixon opposed funding public media, but only one was successful, our current president, Donald Trump. And for the very reason Nixon disliked the service. To quote the late, great Bob Marley, "The truth is an offense, but not a sin. In the world of politics, offending is a cardinal sin, and the truth is a liability. In an era when trust itself is the scarcest commodity in media, I submit to you that PBS, NPR, and WTJX are worthy of your support to continue to bring truth, information, education, culture, and entertainment to broaden and feed the minds of our community." Senators, thank you for your time. My team and I look forward to addressing your questions and concerns.
Thank you very much, CEO Tanya-Marie Singh, for that comprehensive testimony. And I agree, the truth may be an offense, but certainly not a sin. I too want to join you in commending the Employees of the Year. Certainly Ms. Marisol Garcia and Isabel Tier, and for being designated Employees of the Year. 2 great individuals that have really stood out among public servants and be recognized as the Employees of the Year. So congratulations and kudos to them. Don't talk about Trial Watch. Trial Watch is definitely one of those programs that continue to keep us on our toes, and very much wanting and can't wait for the next episode to be able to do that. So we also want to thank you for that. So the LG app, I need to check that out and see if in fact it works. It's the first I'm hearing about that, so I'm looking forward to engaging that. We're going to talk a little bit about Analyze This today. That still automatically comes on at 8 o'clock on my Alexa in my room in the morning, but certainly that is something else that WTJX continue to excel at, and we appreciate the work that's being done with Analyze This with my colleague and friend Neville James. Let's go over a little bit of housekeeping in terms of your actuals to date, and if you could just provide us with what that date that you're reflecting for personnel, fringe, supplies, other services and charges, utilities, capital outlay.
Nedra Thomas, Chief Financial Officer. As of July 31st, 2026, our personnel services cost is $1,734,852. Our capital outlay is $43,000.
Let's get them in order. I want personnel, fringe, supplies, other services, and then we'll come to utilities and capital outlay.
Okay. Let me start over. So our personnel...
One second, slow down so that I could get, so that Abir could get to his seat, because he also captured that number for personnel.
So personnel services, 1,734,852. Our fringe, 781,681. Supplies, 129,396. Other services and charges, 1,413,518. Utilities, 196,768. And our capital outlays, 43,738. For a total of 4,299,952.
932?
52.
52. Thank you. Do you have any outstanding vendors payment?
Everything is within 30 days.
Everything within 30 days. And utilities, that covers what? WAPA, water?
Just WAPA.
Just WAPA? And that
For all 3 islands.
That up to date as well?
3 locations. Yes, it is.
It's up to date. Do you have any judgment against the system? CEO, any litigation or judgment against the system?
No.
No? Okay. Any vacancies?
No. We've not been funding vacancies.
So you said that you have a layoff plan. Can you expand a little bit in terms of what that looked like and what is required in terms of funding to help to save that from occurring?
So, depending on how this hearing goes and what kind of budget is passed, we have a first round of layoffs, and our funding level would determine how deep we would go. I'd allow Nedra to let Ms. Thomas to let us know what can stave off.
Yes, good morning. So we have in our personnel listing three employees, and to save them we will need 133,592.66. Yes, one part-time, 2 full-time.
And that would be fully to save them for just that 1 year, correct?
Yes.
Just 1 year. 133,592.66.
Yes.
How is morale at WTJX at this time, this difficult time that you're going through?
It's the same. You want me to do a 1 through 10? I would say a 7.
7? And what's the challenge or what's the concern that's being raised?
A lot of work and no increases, I would say.
So I want to congratulate you on your audit, unmodified, clean audit, and 0 findings. That's commendable. You made mention about some of the capital project, in particular, I guess the hay piece, and the fact that you're having difficulties with bonding capacity. Can you just do a little bit of deeper dive in regards to that? We have greater projects that's going through right now in terms of our disaster recovery and other projects that's going on. So what is the real challenge in terms of the bonding capacity concerns that you're raising?
Well, the contractors that have that are bidding higher than the money we have. They have the bonding capacity. There is one vendor, one contractor that has a more reasonable price than the others, but he does not have the bonding capacity for the project.
And obviously, as time go by, the amount continue to increase as well. So
yes.
What is your recommendation in terms of a happy medium to be able to address that?
Well, I can't address the bonding capacity, but what we're going to do with HAPIS, what we hope to do, we've had a structural engineer look superficially at it, and we can save the foundation. And instead of doing a whole demolition and a rebuild to a new architecture plan, we're looking at just saving the building where we can and securing it.
Cool. All right, you have a point of information, Senator Blyden, you recognize.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. In respect to the layoffs, and you said the first round, what about the second round? Did you already do an analysis in terms of who and how much?
I have.
And are those critical positions also?
We're getting down to the white meat at the station, honestly. Through attrition, we're doing more work and spread across staff, and we're not replacing people as yet. So
does she have those numbers also for the second round?
No.
Okay, very well.
I don't want to hot up my head until I find out what's going on here.
Okay, very well. In closing, Mr. Chair, in respect to the building and the structure, have the board considered doing that in terms of the contractors in phases to assist? Can that work?
In speaking to ODR, no.
Okay.
And Kia can tell me, Ms. Thomas can tell me if I'm wrong.
Why not?
I think Kia Thomas, disaster recovery specialist. I think that doing it in stages is just kind of a loophole to avoid having the bonding, and that still puts a lot of strain on the system. If in fact the contractor is unable to fulfill the work, we would still be at a disadvantage. So I don't think that ODR is advising against doing it in stages just to avoid having a large bonding capacity.
And that's my issue with this whole government. We don't think creatively or innovatively, and it makes sense to me because the government will not be losing anything. As a matter of fact, they'll be gaining. But nonetheless, we'll talk about it another time. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Before we go on to the first senator, which will be Senator Frederick for a 3-minute round, in regards to your dues, what is the amount that's paid on your dues? You said that FY 28, 27, 28 is due?
Yes, so fiscal year 2028, we are anticipating the dues would be in the amount of $708,000 based on trends. The
708?
current $708,000.
So we can tell you how much we paid this year.
Go ahead.
We paid $674,921.
Got you. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Hubert Frederick. Before I do that, I want to recognize the presence of non-committee member, Senator Clifford Joseph Sr. Good morning, Senator. Good afternoon. Senator Frederick, you recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Pleasant good afternoon, colleagues, testifiers, welcome. Listening and viewing audience, the Officer Hubert Frederick and the great central staff at the legislature.
Good morning,
CEO
Senator.
Singh, good morning. How you doing?
I'm good, thank you.
Just wanted to thank you for your hard work over the last few years.
21 years.
21 years. I remember when you first got there, actually, and you've done a lot. It's really grown, and now we're in a different phase of the organization now. And this is where fortitude comes in, your skills, and I know you have it. This is where it comes in because in every business cycle, you have your ebbs and flow, and this is your challenge now at the tail end of your career here. So my questions will be targeted towards your creativity, your experiences in terms of now you know what it was like when you had plenty. What adjustments have you and the board made to now correct, right-size the organization so it could continue to be the organization that it was and it still is? What key things have been done recently? Besides just losing money now, what are you doing to control your costs?
Attrition, not funding employee positions when they leave.
So last year when you came, you had a satisfaction rate, 8.5, I think you told us. And I was really proud. Now we're down to 7.
And that's just a guess.
Yeah, we just put out a number there just to gauge what the organization feels. But this is where when I toured your facility, you had some unused assets. You had a lot of potential that you were working on to help. Where are we with those things?
I'm not sure. What do you mean by unused assets?
Anything that doesn't produce revenues for your organization, but you have the ability to do so, then it's unused and it's underperforming asset. So you showed me upstairs and the construction that you guys were doing.
Right.
30 seconds.
Where are we with that right now?
Oh, we're in full construction on that.
Okay. And then how soon before we could monetize that project?
As soon as it's done, how we can monetize it is that we wouldn't be paying for hotels for our staff.
Right. So there's things that we could still do that will continue to, reduce costs and optimize the organization. That's my whole point. So I don't want everyone to leave here thinking us giving you money is the only option here. There are other things that you guys could still do that would help.
And Senator, believe me, that is what I try to think of every day. I don't like coming here with my hand out. I do not. I don't like coming here telling you I'm going to lay off employees. I do not.
What was the last?
At the end of the day, these are the challenges that we do have. I'm not manufacturing them. We just lost $1.3 million from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, and how we manage progress without money for things. If we're going to, for instance, get St. Croix up and running with the FM station so that Crucians could listen to the FM station, we have to get a FM translator, get a construction permit, pay to lease tower space. That is money. There's things that we can do, but there's just things we cannot get around in terms of progressing.
What's your annual donations over the last 3 years?
I'll have Ms. Thomas look for that. And as I said in my presentation, that's one of our challenges, getting leadership in fundraising, because we have no one in fundraising now. So that's one of I should have not said we didn't have a vacancy. We have a vacancy for the fundraising, the development director, and we really need to find a good one. And if there's anybody out there that has fundraising capacity, especially if they live on St. Thomas, please call Marisol Garcia.
So for development and fundraising in 2024, 222,282. For 2025, 252,953. And year to date is 182,611.
And when did we lose a fundraising coordinator?
Director.
Director. When did
That would
we
have
lose
been at the end of 2025.
Okay.
At the end of fiscal year 2025, September.
And it's reflective of your
Yes, so it's
numbers. Yeah, you see that? Wow. That's like a headlight right there. So we got to find someone
Yes.
in there fast. It takes money to make money. In this case, it takes a good person to generate some revenues. Mr. Chair, I think my time has been called. Thank you very much. I appreciate your responses.
Thank you. Yeah, we do have a hard stop at 1 o'clock, so I'm trying to keep everybody earnest on their time. Senator Maurice James, you recognized for your 3 minutes at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. It is afternoon. Good afternoon, testifiers. Thank you for being here. Of course, you're one of my favorite entities that come in front of me because I think you've done an excellent job over the years in informing the public. This past election, primary, you did excellent coverage. I want to commend you on that.
Thank you.
I was going to go down the same path as my colleague here, so I'll be really quick just to confirm because he asked about fundraising, which I was going to ask about. But if you've been raising that sum over the years, I was looking at the 1.3 million and trying to figure out how to put a dent in it. And one of the things that came to my mind was also, donations, corporate sponsorships, those types of things. But what you've been collecting in the past was probably already earmarked for certain things. So is that correct? So the 1.3 million still stands. You would have to go beyond that 200. You know what I'm asking?
Yes.
That's correct. So you would need more.
Yes.
Well, and that's the difficult thing about the 1.3. The other thing that I wanted to confirm that he touched upon also was in the post audit they were talking about I think the St. Croix Kitchen Studio project that a contractor was selected and you were awaiting authorization, but you've already gone through you're already in active construction.
Yes.
So I needed to confirm that. So have you been on budget in terms of the amount that you had gotten?
So far, we're within budget.
You're within budget. Okay, great. That's good to know.
1 minute.
And did you state that WTJX is responsible for its editorial content?
Correct.
Okay, so my question is, so then I'm just thinking about how much flexibility it gives you to develop and schedule locally produced Virgin Islands programming that, since I don't know that much about the money side of public broadcasting, I was just trying to think of ways that you could in fact raise money to cover this shortfall. And if you could then create programs, I'll tell you, CEO Singh, I'm just trying to just find a way to help. But I'm sure you've explored all those ways, correct?
Right. It's very difficult to get underwriting. Hence, like Parade is one of our most popular programs, but I still had to come to you because we can't find underwriting with, corporations that's already funding the actual parade itself,
Yeah, that's the thing. We have to appeal to our corporate as well as our individual residents to understand that there's a cost associated with bringing these programs, especially since everybody loves the fact that you broadcast the parades and the festivals. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't want to go over my time. I probably did a few seconds, but thank you very much.
You have a follow-up question, Senator?
I think a lot of what I want to ask is probably best for me to ask offline because I'm more interested at this point in my life, let's just put it there, with creativity and creative content. So that's why I was sitting here trying to myself find ways. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And CEO Singh, in regards to, when you look at what's trending in terms of finances, Right now, locally, of course, we have the disaster recovery projects, maybe tourism and those type of things in terms of what we're seeing in numbers. Do you believe that there is some opportunity for you to partner with any of those type of entities and perhaps you're recording, showcasing the work that's being done and have them support or pay for some of that work, so that the public could be aware of what's going on, one, and two, will be able to bring some funded into your coffers? Do you see any opportunity there, either through the Office of Disaster Recovery or just the contractors themselves that benefits from all of these projects that's going on?
I was recently, and I don't know if this is helping your question, I recently got designation from EDA to be an educational, I don't know the correct term off the top of my head, but EDC companies can now donate to the station and get credit for it. We just need to go out now and seek that funding from them. And it is so important to have someone dedicated to these kind of activities, because we're so immersed in the operations. We really need somebody that's doing that work.
Oh, well, understood. We're just trying to brainstorm all the ways possible to save WTJX.
And I appreciate it.
Yeah. That's Senator Blyden, you recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon again to my colleagues, listening, viewing public, staff, central staff. Good afternoon. CEO Singh and your professional staff there, and thank you so much for your testimony. And thank you for what you do. I must start by saying also kudos to Ms. Marisol Garcia and Ms. Edna Beltier for the Employee of the Year and the work they do on a regular basis. I thank you for your service. Let me ask though, let me not go to the budget as yet. Also, I want to thank you, CEO Singh, for what you do in respect to educational and informative programs to the community. And I want to personally thank you for coming out to the summit, the Innovative Housing Construction Summit, the amount of people that were so grateful as a result of that summit, and for those that saw it. Thank you tremendously for what you did.
And if I may add, Senator, thank you for that summit, because construction, as I'm talking about construction and whole housing is so important, and we are so happy that you invited us, and we're going to make those breakout sessions available online and on television so people can watch over and over again and get that information.
Thank you for that. And I also want to thank Legit TV for their part, the role they played also in respect to streaming it and broadcasting it live. But let me start though by saying it's time to analyze this budget. Yeah,
pun intended?
Analyze this. Yes, no pun intended. Analyze
Should have brought Neville.
It is intended, to be honest with you. That's an excellent program, by the way. Kudos to mi compadre, Senator James. Excellent job he does there on the station. Okay, let's go to the post editor's report, please.
1 minute.
In respect to page, let's go to page 3. I just have a couple of questions quickly. On the expenditures, insurance, 2026, 62,000, but 132,027 budget. Why such a large discrepancy in terms of variance?
We still have 2 more months to go, and we'll pay the difference within the next
So
month or
likewise,
two.
likewise, the
30
same.
seconds.
Well, likewise, the same for training also.
Tell me that again?
Training.
Training.
Yeah, that also have decreased by almost half. Is that the same reason? From 38,000 to 20,000.
The 20,000 is our projection. 38 is our actual. It's just budget availability.
Not the amount of training, because that's almost half less in training, and that's critical for the employees.
Time.
Right. So once that need arises, we'll just have to figure out how we will fund that. But we can't, we have a ceiling, so we have to operate within that ceiling.
And finally, Mr. Chair, quickly in respect to page 5, you have 2 towers, right? Liberty Mobile USVI Inc., that 250-foot tower, annual rent $77,814. The term is for 6 years, but then you have the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Estate St. Peter, same 250-foot tower for $40,000 and for 10 years, which is a longer term. Why such a large difference? What's the reason for that?
It's a different load on the tower.
So it's based on a load, not the...
Yes.
Okay, the space. Okay, very well. Interesting. Thank you so much for your responses, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Senator Ray Fonseca, you recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Executive Director Tanya-Marie Singh. And I, too, greatly respect the role that PBS has played in our community and fully agree that journalism, education, culture, and access to information are important to the people of the Virgin Islands. So you indicated you plan to retire in 3 years and 5 months from now, and that WTJX is considering layoff because of the federal loss of funding. So I want to discuss some cost-saving measures. So can you tell me if the board and yourself are considering measures such as reducing professional service contracts and renegotiating leases and tower agreements?
We cannot renegotiate those leases. Those leases are set. Our professional services contracts are, I would say, we can reduce the amount of hours with our engineering consultant once we get leadership in the engineering area, additional leadership.
Okay, how about reducing travel and other discretionary expenses? And, you're concentrating on fundraising, which is great. How about travel and other expenses, etc.?
We don't do a lot of travel at the station unless we're traveling for productions mainly or meetings that needs a personal touch, I would say.
1 minute.
But we don't
Okay,
travel that much. We really travel for production or for a meeting like this.
Okay, how about your salary of $170,000? Is that also being considered?
No.
Okay. You stated that the loss of the Corporation for Public Broadcasting is about a $1.3 million funding gap. How much of that have you already?
30 seconds.
How many of that 1.3 million have you already observed in your different fundraising efforts?
I'm sorry, Senator, can you repeat that question?
Okay, the loss of public broadcasting funds has created about a 1.3 million funding gap. Is that correct?
Yes.
So how many of that have you already absorbed through reductions in spendings, vacancy savings, or other cost-saving measures? Other cost-saving measures.
I'll have Ms. Thomas answer that question.
In terms of fundraising,
I heard time was called, so if you could answer on the chair's time, I'll appreciate that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. You may respond.
through personnel restructuring, we're projecting to save $600,000.
Okay, so then it's really a $700,000 funding shortfall at this time then.
You could put it that way, yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca, for your line of questions. At this time, we recognize Senator DeGraff. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listening and present. Singh, I need to look at your numbers again. How much personnel do you have right now?
Ms. Thomas
How much
will
employees?
respond.
32 employees, full-time.
32.
Yes.
Okay. Now, 32 employees, based on the post-audit report, page 9, shows 3 vacancies. Correct? The post-audit report have a total of 33. I take out those 3 vacancies, they have 30. So your 32 employees, what is the cost of your 32 employees, personnel and fringe?
That will be $3,336,089.44.
$3,336,089
$0.89 and 44 cents.
Okay. So the post-audit report has at 33 employees with the 3 vacancies, 2,281,402. And then we add in temporary part-time salaries, overtime differentials, all other, and it comes to 2,368,002. So we obviously need to see your numbers. Now, okay, so your numbers are all general fund?
They're
Your
all
32?
general fund, but the numbers I gave you included fringe. The number in the post audit does not.
30 seconds.
So that's your difference.
Okay, so 3,000,003 is
Inclusive of fringe.
personnel and fringe.
Correct.
Okay, so right now, based on the post-audit report again, on page page 8.
Time.
Where the summary, if I just wrap up, Mr. Chair, with the summary, the governor's general fund lump sum 4,931,902. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, and then you get a tourism advertising revolving fund. You get 100,000.
Yes.
That's a 5,031,902.
Yes.
Okay,
But
so the federal funds is what's gone?
We
The
don't have that.
400,000?
We don't.
Okay,
No,
you don't
that's
have
an
that.
error. We were not getting that for fiscal year 2027.
Okay,
We
so it
do-
just come to 5,031,902.
Yes.
So your ask would be what from this body? What is your total ask?
We've submitted 5,031,902. Was submitted to this
so
body.
and that would cover the 32 employees?
Yes.
And then to save one for personal and fringe, you had 133,592.66. How
So
much?
that-
What employees would that be saving?
That is in.
We are covering
Sorry.
excuse me. We are covering your 32 employees with 5,031,902. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. You said you would need 133,592.66 to save. How many personnel? How many personnel are we talking about?
2 full-time and 1 part-time.
Say again, 2 full-time and 1 part-time?
Yes.
That's in addition to the 32?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So, right. So, okay, and that was part 1, layoff 1, and then my colleague asks about, the second round of layoff. So if we covering 32 employees, last year you had 41. How many employees are you trying to cover? Total, in addition to the 32.
So that would be 3.
Right, and that's the 3 there. We're going to come to 133,592, 66.
Yes.
Okay, so that would be added to, if anything, we'd be adding 133,592.66 to 5,031,902.
That is correct, Senator.
And that would cover the personnel going forward.
Yes.
Okay, so what else would you be indebted to that basically? Okay, so you wouldn't be able to cover in your 32 that you have. I'm gonna close out now, Mr. Chair. In your 32 that you have, based again on the post-audit report, there are 3 vacancies. Are those vacancies accurate on page 9? So, do you have a director of division and fundraising, a director of engineering, and a human resources officer? Do you have those 3 individuals?
No, we have an interim director of engineering. We are seeking a permanent director of engineering. We do not have a fundraiser at this time, development director, as it states there, and we are looking to promote from within for the human resources director.
Right. So you have vacancies that can cover 133,000. Because those 3 vacancies that you call alone came to 200 and incorrect. So you have the 81,470, the 105,000, and the 80 is vacancies that you have. Yeah, okay. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. I don't want to abuse the time, but just looking at the numbers, I see some discrepancy where we could help out better than what it sounds like. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much. Anyone wants to clarify the discrepancies that the senator alluded to?
The 3 vacancies are covered in our budget request.
It's currently covered in your request right now. Yes. And you're asking for 3 additional, 2 full-time and 1 part-time.
Those are the positions that we may have to let go of if we don't get the additional funding.
Moving forward. Very well. All right. At this time, Senator Avery Lewis, you recognize for your 3 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I think all my colleagues have exhausted all the budgetary questions that could be possibly asked here today. I agree with Director Singh that, she's working at bare bone minimum. It's a tragedy that happened in the mainland that's affecting us here. And I do understand the importance of public broadcasting system and whatever we could do to try to help WTJX, which has been part of the lifeline of the Virgin Islands, we're going to try our best to do. I don't have no questions for them, Mr. Chairman, other than pledging my support to try to assist them to keeping those doors open and those airwaves going. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Avery Lewis. What is your revenues for FY 2026 thus far? Do you have any revenues that you're able to collect on?
As of July 31st, revenues collected would be give me a sec, let me just add, because we do have development and fundraising of 182,611.
That was a philanthropic, yeah.
That's just for development and fundraising. Other revenue, which may come from our tower rental or productions,
yes,
is another 232,863.
Anything else?
No.
That'll be it. Senator Vela, you recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Just to clear it up quick, there's been a bunch of back and forth with the numbers that you said in terms of 133,000 that you would have, that would occur in phase one if you have to lay off. I think the big question, those are existing positions you're talking about? Okay, so once you get a 5,031,000, those positions are protected?
Yes, once we get the additional funds.
No, once you get the $5,031,902, are those positions protected?
Repeat, please.
Okay, do the positions presently exist?
Mm-hmm.
Correct? And since they presently exist, they're included in a post-audit report that comes up to...
Yes, they are protected, Senator.
So we just need to give you what you're requesting, and that's protected.
Yes.
Okay, your fiscal year rolls over from one to the next, so whatever money you get, are you allowed to keep that?
Yes.
Okay, and do you expect some vacancy savings this year because of not being able to fill the 3 positions?
Even with vacancy savings, we would have used that up. We're going to use all of our allotment for fiscal year 2026.
What are you using the vacancy savings for? Professional services?
Yeah, that compensates for vacancies, specifically for engineering. So we've been compensating with professional services.
We've had some major issues at our mountaintop location that needed to be addressed and still do.
Okay, so the vacancy savings allowed you some flexibility to deal with some other issues?
Yes.
Okay, so the body's asking you, for FY27, is the 5,031,000 you asked from this body?
No. We're asking for an additional, Nadja.
You're asking for?
So we've asked for a supplemental budget. But
What is the supplemental?
We asked for 500,000, but we need more than that.
Well, what does the supplemental cover?
For our PBS dues, we do have a shortfall of 575,000 to cover our PBS dues.
Okay, so the 5,031,902 does not include your PBS dues?
Not fully, no. It has a part of it.
You only include 169,163.
Yeah, the difference. Mm-hmm.
And you project your dues to be?
The projected
dues. 600?
700, just about 700,000.
Okay. So you're short like 540,000.
More than that, Senator.
575.
Oh, you mean for the dues?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
575. We do have other membership stuff that we pay for, but we short 575.
Okay. So what else are you covering with the supplemental that you requested? The 500, you said 500 would be good, but then you said, but there's a need for more.
That was what was recommended at the time.
Okay.
But we will need more than that, in a world where we get what we need.
What Ms. Thomas is trying to say is that we were instructed to only ask for $500,000, knowing that we need more than that. But we did not see that in the budget. And we would love the opportunity to provide for you a detailed account of what our needs are.
Okay, so you can provide that to the chair, and I'll ask last. So the money is a award amount that you got, the $1,358,000 from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting that you're no longer going to get. That was what was utilized for the dues before?
Yes.
Okay. I see you spoke about Blue Wave. You're hoping that there's some change in legislation that's going to be able to bring back PBS?
Imagine this Republican asking for a blue wave, right? So
you live and you learn.
Yes.
Okay, but I'm hoping that eventually that the nation realize the impact of not having PBS, and that you can't silence the truth. So I'm hoping that eventually those monies will return to the nation as a whole and to the Virgin Islands so we can keep it going. So this body is just trying to keep our local PBS station open until Congress and the Senate has do the right thing by refunding public broadcasting. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator VLA. Do you have any reserves?
Yes.
What is that amount?
Ms. Thomas.
So in our government account, we have about $3 million.
Let me get the exact amount, please.
Pardon?
Let me get the exact amount, please.
About, I don't have the exact amount, but I would say approximately 3,200,000. Our bank account to date, at the end of July 31st, would be 3,434,983.
Any CDs?
Yes, we have 343,389.
That's total CDs?
Yes, just for CDs, yeah, but we have other pots. You want everything?
Yes, please.
Okay. So in our productions, we have 1,013,171 for emergency maintenance, 912,143, CPB 484,771, and FEMA 476,322.
FEMA 476.
322.
Thank you. Senator College Joseph, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
I believe Senator DeGraff, Mr. Chairman, had a point of information. You may not have heard him. He does have a point of information, so if we could allow him to go before I do.
Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To WTJX, we're not here to try, not support you. We're here to support you. We can, but it's just difficult when you ask questions based on documentation before us. We ask you the question, and then we not getting the information clearly. It makes it difficult to help you. So I just wanted to put it on a record, because to hear all the difference in monies that you're saying that you have is just, it just send me for a loop. So I just wanted to ask, your vacancy savings of 266,470, does it exist or not?
Not. So this
okay,
is...
but the post-audit report shows it on page 9. You have a copy of that?
I do, Senator. And this is
Okay,
for
so-
fiscal year 27.
Yeah, but 26 is showing you have 41 employees. That's what I'm saying.
So that 41 employees was based on our budget in fiscal year 2026. When we presented that budget, we were not aware that we would no longer have CPB dues, and so we had to make changes to be able to survive within the fiscal year without those monies. So changes were made, and at this point, we're presenting 32 employees for fiscal year 2027 in the hopes that we will retain the 3 employees that we are in limbo about.
Right. That's what we said from the beginning, but thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you. And obviously you have the ability to transfer the vacancy savings, and you're able to move over to address some of your shortfalls you were saying, correct? Speak into the mic. Oh?
Yes, Senator.
At this time, Senator College Joseph, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to you and, of course, my colleagues and the listening and viewing audience, and a special pleasant good day to the WTJX, keep it on the dial, number 12, and the team for all you do. I just want to really say I am always pleased to hear, because I worked with Miss Thomas at the Virgin Islands Housing Authority, so I'm not surprised that you don't have any findings year in and year out. She is very much a stickler for spending the money in a judicious way to assure that it is spent according to whatever guidelines. Now, I want to go into this whole issue regarding the detail of your ask. This is the time, you said in more detail, Ms. Singh, that you will let the legislature know. But this is a time to let not only the legislature know, but the people of the Virgin Islands, because now you are using full funding from the taxpayers here to support, and I believe CBP money was taxpayers' money as well, so we should have the full detail of what you intend to use the $500,000 ask. And is there any type of austerity? Because I'm looking at where your needs are last year and where your needs are this year. Your vacancy, I see on both ends you still had the Director of Engineering position vacant. So that's been vacant for a while. The salary amount stays the same, but it's been vacant. What austerity measures can you take, and how is the reserves being utilized? Because that's a sizable amount of reserves you have, and I believe, and what was the source of funding for the reserve? Those are a number of questions I have.
Okay, I'll let Ms. Thomas talk about the source of funding first, and then I will take over.
30 seconds.
So for our government funding, we realized some savings after the hurricane because our building got destroyed and so forth and so forth. And we are saving that money to contribute to our recovery. So we don't touch that money on a day-to-day. We use our current allotment to fund our day-to-day expenditure. Our special productions is monies collected from fundraising activities. We save that money in particular to do upgrades on our equipment for production. If you note, in our budget, we usually don't have an amount for capital outlay, and that's because we finance, for the most part, our capital outlays. So for equipment, which is major for us, we will need to have something of a backup in case something breaks, a camera. We don't come to the legislature for those things. For emergency maintenance, that would be from our tower rent, and that too would be used for broadcasting equipment replacement. So we save that for replacing fixed assets. CPB is almost depleted for our fiscal year 2025 receipts. The difference is from the Stabilization Act, which does not have an expiry date. So the difference would be from the stabilization funds. For FEMA, that is money received from FEMA, and by law, those monies have to be kept separate. So we just recycle those monies for FEMA expenditures. And our fixed deposit is a rainy day fund.
Okay. So my question is, your CPB, you still have funding, grant funds that are unused, correct? But I'm looking at your personnel listing, and different from prior year, you had a number of employees on your CPB. How is it that you haven't expended all of that money?
That is incorrect information. For the last 3, I think, fiscal years, we've been paying all our full-time employees through government funding. So that should have been government.
Okay, because I'm looking at fiscal year 2026 post-audit report, and it says your chief crew member, your crew chief was paid $59,977 from CPV. It is a government. So CPB. So if that was incorrect, because that's what I was using as my analysis to see. But how much money do you have right now in your CPB funding? That's what I want to get at.
So for our CPB funding, we do have
the current balance.
So our current balance for CPB is $484,771.
So you have money there sitting that is federal money, and you want us to fund you $500,000? Is that what the ask was?
That 439
additional supplement.
That 439,111 from our Stabilization Act, we have those funds to subsidize capital projects.
The 484,771. I'm talking about the CPB funding, Ms. Thomas. What are you going to use that for? Because you were using it before to cover salaries.
So the 484,000 that is represented here, 439,000 of that is from our Stabilization Act funding. And we are saving those funds to subsidize capital projects.
And how soon do you think these capital projects are going to happen? Because right now the government is strapped for money. I'm just letting you know. And you and Ms. Singh know. The government is strapped for money. We have to pay to fix the roads. We have to pay the hospital. We have to pay to cover utilities as well. So you're asking us for, yes, like $500,000, but if you have pots of monies there sitting, you need to use that money. That's my thoughts, but I am not a member of this committee. But I know you use the pots of money, and then people, I'm looking, you're saving jobs. You need to use the money to save the people job, or use some austerity measures. $170,000. I don't even know if the governor to make that amount of money. So I have major issues. I like WTJX as a public institution. Now, answer me this: are all of your audits online and available to us?
Yes,
and
it is,
Mr. Chairman,
Senator.
It's online. Okay, good. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. This is just my position on this. We need to utilize what we have. Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, WTJX.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph, Carter Joseph. Next, we'll recognize Senator Clifford Joseph. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to the listening. Good afternoon to the listening public. Good afternoon today, and thank you for your testimony.
Good afternoon, Senator Joseph.
Well, I also want to applaud you for the work and the leadership that you're giving to this community at WTJX. Your station is in need. The station is a needed asset to the Borden Island for sure. I want to also, at this time, ask the camera to view, and I'm asking the two employees they used to stand, so the camera could view them as well.
Two camera shy employees.
Well, that's okay. That's why I asking for them. 'Cause I want them to break the shade. So, thank you, ladies, for what you've been doing. And I also know that, not wanting to take away the spotlight, but I know Marcelina, Ventura, Douglas does a wonderful job as well.
Excellent
I wanted to make
job.
sure. Marisol Garcia is my classmate as well, so I want to make sure that I send a shout out to the class of 1987 for the good production that we've been producing in this community. I heard you mention also about the EDC companies, and you're going kind of horn in and seeing what they could donate to the station. But what about the RT park? You had that in consideration as well?
I've actually met with the CEO of the RT park, and I need to remit some information to him.
Good.
So yes.
Yeah, I want to make sure. I'm trying to make sure we stay outside the box, because if the government is strapped, we still got to find ways to help in order to keep WTJX on
1 minute
on the work path on air. That's the word I wanted to make sure I use, on the air. So again, I don't think I have no budgetary questions. Everything I had here on my document is covered. You already answered those questions, you and your financial person here. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time, and thank you again for the job you guys are doing.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, I want to also add that we are changing our banks to another bank where we would be investing the money that we have in our accounts.
To be able to earn some interest, you say?
Yes.
Very well. Thank you, Senator Joseph, for your question. Point of information, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Thomas, I was trying to get the conversation on a previous senator over here in regards to, I asked about, in the post-audit report, page 9, that had about $400,000 from federal funds. Is that CBP money?
No, Senator, that's an error.
Okay, so that's because I know I asked that. So the CBP money that you spoke of, is that federal money?
Yes, but that no longer exists. So this would have been past monies.
Okay, so you have that CBP money, you have that federal money from before?
Yes.
Okay. And the issue before was the building where you're trying to do the capital outlay had problems with bonding and different things, and people not being able to build during the budget. Was that something separate?
That was something separate.
Right. So what capital outlay are you holding that CBP money for? This is something additional then.
Yes, we have a lot of capital projects going on. We have the building, the renovation on St. Croix, where some of that COVID, I think that was money, he's talking about the money from COVID, that money is going to, and there are other capital projects between our engineering on both islands that money would go to. A new microwave system.
My final thing would be, again, like I say, this is my 10th year doing budget and finance and things.
Senator DeGraff,
my number one issue is...
One second, Senator DeGraff.
1 second. Yeah, go ahead.
You need to repeat that whole thing all over again because we got a little bit of interference there with that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just saying, this is my 10th year doing the budget. Of being a part of the finance committee, and again in support of everyone, but employees is always number one to me. And to have $400,000 sitting and you're asking us for $500,000 because you're looking to lay off, it's a no-brainer to me. Put the money toward the employees. Hold those other things that you're looking to do. Secure your employees, and then as we go forward, we'll see how we can help you. But don't let that $400,000 that you have sit and you need money for employees, and it becomes a question. We're here to support you. We're not here to work against you, but like I said, the numbers aren't adding up. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may address Senator DeGraff, I see that maybe we're not communicating well and on the same page. So I would like to set up a meeting with you to go through the issues that you have and to explain better at some time soon.
Please recognize the mic of Senator DeGraff.
If you don't mind, the issue that we brought here before the public, you stated something before the public on the record that these issues exist. So the issue that I'm willing to come and I meet with you, but I think the issue that we put out in the public, let's don't make it as if we aren't trying to help you. We're trying to help you 100%.
No, I don't think you're
but
not.
Now we're hearing discrepancies, so that's why I wanted to say, let's clear what we could clear up on the public, on the record now, and I will clearly fly over to St. Croix and I meet with you and address you because I support you 100%. So there's not an issue, but I don't want it to be as if you come before us and we are giving you excuses that we can't find the money, we can't help you out because we strapped or whatever. But the reality is you have funding to secure those employees first, and then we go from there.
Senator
Thank you
DeGraff,
for
I
the
don't
time,
think
Mr.
that
Chair.
at all. I think the legislature has been our biggest supporters. And over the years, you have been a big supporter of the station as well. I don't take that for granted, and I don't take that away from you.
Thank you there. As we go to a wrap up, can you break down what is CBP? What is that funding?
PB.
CPB?
What is the
What CPB stands for?
Corporation for Public Broadcasting?
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that that's clear. And based on that, obviously that's the all future funding in the amount of $1.3 million have now been severed, and there's no future funding as it stands right now for that area. Correct?
No, and the $400,000 that's in question was money that was given to us during COVID, and as a stabilization fund. We saved that money because we know we have projects coming up. We have a project on St. Croix. We have a microwave project between islands, because right now, how we are communicating to our head end in St. Thomas is through internet alone. We must have a microwave path, and that costs money, and that is where the $400,000 is going. The equipment and the progression of our equipment and the addressing of our equipment to stay on the air, to be on the air, is critical. It's critical to our business. And I'm not just saving that $400,000 for nothing. It goes directly to the equipment and the logistics and the communication of the system.
And that's understood. And obviously, at some point, then we have to decide whether or not the capital projects will be the priority over these positions that have now been impacted by that. And that's a decision we'll have to make collectively based on the availability of funding to support, any future impact to those employees under consideration. I know that you put in a request there, and we'll continue the dialogue to ensure that we're, either able to support both sides, or in fact then make a determination what's the priority. At this time, I'll give you a minute
Point of
to close
information,
off.
Mr. Chairman, I have one more point of information, if you would allow me.
You may proceed, Senator.
Thank you so kindly. I just wanted to ask, just for my edification with accounting processes, Ms. Thomas, when you receive your allotment, you receive all of your allotment, correct? And you'd receive some savings from your allotment that's rolled over, and you put in your reserves. Is that how you account for it? If you don't expend all of it?
We usually expend all of our allotment.
Do you ever receive any savings from your allotment that is unexpended?
In the past, yes.
Okay, if you could provide through the chair for the last, 3 years, how much of your allotment that you were able to receive that you did not expend it within that fiscal year, that would be very good for me.
Do you have a response now?
Following me?
We would have spent all of our allotment in the last 3 years. So when I say previously, this would have been years ago. Like I said, right after the hurricane, most of that came to be.
Well, then send that for us, because we want to see that. And I'll take a look at your audits as well. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. One question, Ms. Thomas. You keep alluding to government funding. Do you have a separate account outside of government funding?
Yes, I listed the different funds for you.
Right.
Just, yes.
So you
we
don't have anything outside of those fundings?
No, I listed everything.
Okay, very well. Thank you. At this time, I'll give you a minute to close off.
Oh, thank you. I would like to thank the members of the body, this body. Thank you so much for having us today and entertaining our budget. I'd like to thank the administration, our board members, the station staff, viewers, listeners, donors, members, partners, and the taxpayers of this territory. And if you know someone that has good fundraising skills, please let us know. We would love to interview them. We really need that position with the system, as you can tell from this budget hearing.
Thank you very much. And again, to be clear, your ask today is certainly to support the government recommended funding of $4,931,902 plus the $100,000, bringing that total up to the $5,031,902. In addition to that, you asked for the $500,000 to support and assist with the PBS, the PBS fees, dues, that's due, correct? All right, so thank you very much. At this time, we stand in full support of WTJX and want to continue to see them survive and understand the difficulties they're facing, and we'll do everything in our power to support that endeavor. The committee will stand in recess for 15 minutes, and when we return with the Virgin Islands Energy Office. Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance stands in recess for 15 minutes. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance is back in record and out of recess. At this time, Madam Clerk, please call up the third item on today's agenda.
Block 3, Virgin Islands Energy Office, invited testifier, Mr. Kyle Fleming, Director. This concludes the reading of Block 3, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We do have Director Kyle Fleming seated at the testifier table along with the energy staff. At this time, we'll go to each of you for a quick identification, introduction, and then we'll take your testimony.
Good morning, Kyle Fleming, Director of Virgin Islands Energy Office.
Good afternoon, Michael Jaffers, Deputy Director of Virgin Islands Energy Office.
Good afternoon, Tess Berg, Human Resource and Labor Relations Manager.
Good afternoon, Alana Brenneman, Grants Manager.
Let's get a little bit closer to that mic and try again, please.
Yes, Alana Brenneman, Grants Manager.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Magdalene Lawrence, Fiscal and Budget Manager.
Good afternoon. You may proceed with your testimony at this time, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon. First correction. Honorable Chairman Novell Francis, Jr., members of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, Finance, and all other distinguished members of the 36th Legislature present here today. I'd also like to extend my sincere greetings to the audience present in the chambers, as well as those observing these proceedings remotely. As mentioned before, I am Kyle Fleming, Director of the Virgin Islands Energy Office, an agency that has been my great privilege to steward over the last 8 years. I would like to begin by thanking the Finance Committee for the opportunity to present testimony in support of the Energy Office's annual budget and initiatives as they relate to the executive budget for fiscal year 2027. I am joined today by members of the Energy Office team who help make the work I will discuss possible. The mission at the Energy Office has always been to create ecosystems that will allow Virgin Islanders to access reliable, affordable, and energy-efficient lifestyles. The Energy Office has spent years systematically removing barriers that prevent Virgin Islanders from benefiting from modern energy technologies. We have helped residents finance solar and battery systems, subsidized residential battery storage investment, expanded electric vehicle ownership and charging infrastructure, supported energy-efficient improvements for vulnerable households, and increasingly positioned distributed energy resources, batteries in particular, as assets capable of supporting the broader electrical grid. At the end of the day, the true beneficiaries of these innovative technology deployments are the people of the Virgin Islands. A battery is important because it keeps somebody's medical equipment operating. A microgrid matters because a daycare can remain open. An energy-efficient refrigerator matters for our seniors seeking to maintain a higher quality of life. Our work in this budget cycle has reinforced that energy policy is ultimately about improving the daily lives of Virgin Islanders. Relative to our general fund fiscal year 2027 overview, in 2027, the Office of Management and Budget has recommended the Energy Office receive a general fund appropriation of $1,554,499, which represents a slight increase from the $1,556,269 recommended in fiscal year 2026, or a variance of $682. The vast majority of the fiscal year 2027 general fund allotment has been earmarked for personnel services, which amounts for 56% of the fund, or $871,056. The next largest chunk of the general fund allotment is taken up in fringe benefits, with total $381,725. Finally, the remainder of the Energy Office's general fund allotment is distributed between supplies at $24,436, utility services at $14,000, and other services at $263,279. There are detailed budget breakdowns and a 3-year comparison tables included in my testimony. I did send an updated testimony prior to this beginning of this hearing, so I certainly recommend referencing that, and happy to resend as well. The Energy Office Personnel Services budget for fiscal year 2027 details the funding needed for 18 full-time staff positions. There are currently 16 unclassified and 2 classified employees. As far as funding sources for the paying out wages and benefits, 5 of the agency staff are funded through allotments from general fund, while now 9 positions are partially funded by the general fund and 7 are wholly funded by federal dollars. The projected total fringe benefits due to Energy Office employees from both the general and federal sources is $733,840, and the projected total of personnel services due from the general fund and federal sources is $1,647,241. The VI would not be able to successfully craft renewable energy policies and design innovative programs that foster cleaner, more reliable power generation without the support and investment of the people of the Virgin Islands. The general fund dollars are critical to sustaining everything ranging from our ability to provide interagency best practices, capital project management, public outreach and education, and administration of our various rebate, loan, and distributed energy resource projects. The Energy Office's diverse realm of responsibility means that the agency cannot afford to rely on federal funds alone, as that would make it impossible for us to deliver the critical services we provide the Virgin Islands community. The other services line item includes overhead costs of $263,279, which are derived primarily from the Energy Office's lease of 2 office spaces, one in the St. Croix district at Estate Carlton, and the other on St. Thomas at Niski Center. Making sure that rebates, programs, and other incentives that the Energy Office reaches every Virgin Islander possible requires extensive coordination between both offices, a fact that is reflected in the agency's projected charitable budget of $10,000 and a communication budget of $45,000. Relative to the fiscal year 2026 accomplishments, the Energy Office enters fiscal year 2027 with approximately $70 million in allocated federal funding across its active grants, much of which remains available for expenditure through 2029. These resources support initiatives ranging from no-cost energy efficiency improvements for low-income households to transportation electrification, workforce development, community microgrids, distributed battery systems designed to make this territory more resilient to electrical outages. Despite the size of that portfolio, the Energy Office remains a relatively small agency. That makes the relationship between our general fund support and federal program delivery especially important. Our federal awards may fund the projects, but our people develop the programs, procure the services, oversee the construction, process applications, manage federal compliance, and ultimately convert those awards into something useful to the people of the Virgin Islands. Relative to our programs, through the Virgin Islands Resiliency Gateway, this hurricane season, the Energy Office distributed approximately 900 portable battery systems of about 3 kilowatt hours each to medically vulnerable Virgin Islanders, a majority of whom are seniors or on various human services programs such as Medicaid. These systems provide emergency power for devices such as CPAP machines, oxygen concentrators, refrigerated medications, and essential communications that can be sustained. The program required extraordinary coordination among the Energy Office, the Office of the Governor, Department of Human Services, VI WAPA, VITEMA, National Guard, Fire EMS, and community healthcare partners. Approximately 65 units were delivered directly to VITEMA and Continuum Care to support emergency shelters and medically vulnerable hospice and home health patients. For a resident dependent on an oxygen concentrator, an outage is not just an inconvenience. For someone whose medication requires refrigeration, restoration time is not an abstract utility statistic. For these residents, energy resilience is health resilience. That same philosophy is driving the currently $10 million Community Electrical Innovations Program. In June, the Energy Office completed the first of 29 solar and battery microgrids under the CEI program. The Happy Faces 2 Academy on St. Croix system combines approximately 9.9 kW of solar with a 40 kilowatt hour battery storage system that included 3 Tesla Powerwalls that have actually been enrolled into the Virgin Islands Energy Office Virtual Power Plant, a program I will talk about here shortly as well. The result is a facility that is more resilient while also becoming capable of supporting the broader electrical system. More importantly, when the grid goes down, the children can remain safe and cared for, and their families can continue working. The Energy Office has already completed pre-construction work at a spectrum of community-based organizations that are projected to reduce electricity costs by as much as 50% under the CEI program. I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge that the remaining CEI projects are presently dependent on the resolution of the federal funding hold affecting VIHFA. But the Energy Office has laid the groundwork to ensure at the appropriate time we are ready to proceed. It's fitting that the WTJX team was presenting testimony prior to us, because the next project I'm going to discuss is the construction of a microgrid at the Mountaintop Communication Tower on St. Thomas. We kicked off construction of that project earlier this year, which is a 70 kW solar and 500 kilowatt hour battery system at the WTJX Mountaintop site on St. Thomas. Following the RFP, the Energy Office entered into contract with the St. Croix-based Carib Sun Energy to complete the project. The project has already completed the majority of the procurement activities, and the solar racking installation has already begun. And just this week, the 500 kilowatt hour battery system has been delivered to the territory with the expectation of being installed at the beginning of next month. The significance of this project extends well beyond the energy savings. In a hurricane or prolonged outage, information becomes infrastructure. Storm warnings, emergency instructions, public safety messaging are only viable if the communication systems carrying them remain operational. The battery at the mountaintop, therefore, represents something larger than stored electricity. It represents the ability to maintain a critical communications link when Virgin Islanders need it most. Perhaps no initiative better illustrates the evolution of the Energy Office's work than our investment in battery energy storage. Through the original VIBES rebate program, the Energy Office helped residents and businesses install more than 850 kilowatt hours of battery energy storage behind the meter, stimulating approximately $1.1 million in private investment in battery energy storage systems territory-wide. We then took it a step further and asked, what if those individual batteries could collectively be part of the solution to one of our territory's larger energy challenges? That idea became VIBES 2.0, the Virgin Islands' first virtual power plant. Currently, more than 120 Virgin Islanders are enrolled with about 250 Tesla Powerwalls, creating more than 1.5 megawatts of potential dispatchable power. The VIO has already distributed over $100,000 in customer incentives to build this resource by leveraging batteries already installed in residents' homes rather than waiting years for conventional power plants or major infrastructure projects to be completed. Yesterday, I can proudly say that the Energy Office executed the first official dispatch of the territory's first ever virtual power plant. 1 megawatt of combined power output from those 250 Tesla Powerwalls across the territory was successfully exported to the grid for a 30-minute interval, proving that behind-the-meter batteries in the USVI can be coordinated with hundreds of others to assist in bridging generation shortfalls. We're now working to build participation from the thousands of battery systems that are not yet registered in the program, and paving the way for more battery systems and federal-funded batteries, such as the 2 megawatt hours of BESS battery energy storage recently installed at the new Arthur A. Richards School on St. Croix, to be included in future VPPs as they become an even more legitimate grid resource for the territory. Transportation electrification. The Energy Office has continued expanding the territory's electric transportation ecosystem. Our public charging network now consists of more than 24 public level 2 chargers, and during 2026 alone, the Energy Office installed 16 additional chargers throughout the St. Thomas and St. John district, ranging from Fort Christian on St. Thomas all the way to Gift Hill on St. John. Since deployment has begun, the network has recorded more than 4,000 charging sessions territory-wide. The Energy Office has continued to demonstrate that transportation electrification in the Virgin Islands can be about more than simply replacing gasoline vehicles with electric ones. Earlier this year, the Energy Office commissioned the territory's first DC fast charging station at the UVI Research and Technology Park on St. Croix, integrating a 60 kW charger with solar generation that was already on site and nearly 190 kilowatt hours of battery storage so that the site can deliver locally generated renewable energy while maintaining added resilience during grid outages. In the past few months, the RT Park charging site has delivered approximately 10 megawatt hours of renewable electricity that has been delivered to electric vehicles that have used that charging station, which by comparison supports about 30,000 to 35,000 miles of driving on pure renewable energy from that site alone. The project demonstrates how renewable generation, battery storage, and transportation electrification can be integrated into a single resilient energy ecosystem, reducing dependence on imported fossil fuels while providing a model for future charging infrastructure across the territory. The Energy Office has already identified Market Square East on St. Thomas and the VIA building on St. Croix as the next sites for solar, battery, and DC fast charging sites in the USVI. And those projects will be released for RFP in the coming weeks. Since launching the Go Fleet, the Energy Office has facilitated the procurement of over 50 electric vehicles for the central government, ranging from passenger vehicles, work trucks, and even law enforcement applications, including 5 VIPD upfitted all-electric Ford Mach-E's that will be entered into the fleet later this month. Recent Energy Office electric vehicle procurement has been structured to use Energy Office federal funding to offset the incremental cost of EVs above the comparable internal combustion vehicles, removing the cost premium that might otherwise discourage agencies from electrifying their fleets. By strategically absorbing the difference, the Energy Office allows limited federal and agency transportation dollars to stretch further while accelerating the transition to cleaner, lower operating cost government vehicles. Our strategy has attacked EV adoption from multiple directions, reduced the cost of vehicle ownership, build public charging, demonstrate EVs within the government operations, and strengthen local service capability. Admittedly, service has been one of the biggest challenges. However, I'm confident that the light at the end of the tunnel is shining brighter with recent advancements that the Energy Office looks forward to announcing through major partnerships between both local vendors and local service technicians in the near future. Technology only transforms a community when people can afford to access it. The Energy Office's Solar Plus Financing pilot program demonstrated what is possible when financing barriers are addressed directly. 30 loans have now been closed, representing more than $860,000 in residential investment, 164 kW of solar, and 418 kilowatt hours of battery storage across 30 different homes in the territory. These systems were financed at 1% interest with no upfront payment and structured so participating homeowners would realize energy savings even after accounting for their loan payments. That experience is informing our next generation of work. The Energy Office is advancing a strategic engagement with DNV Energy to develop a bankable residential solar and battery financing product and community solar microgrid structures tailored specifically to the Virgin Islands market. The goal is to move beyond programs dependent exclusively on government grants and funding and create investment structures capable of attracting banks, credit unions, CDFIs, and other capital providers to create sustainable markets for accessibility of renewable energy. At the same time, one of the largest initiatives ever administered by the Energy Office is moving towards implementation. Approximately $51 million in federal funding for the Home and Here Energy Rebates Program. The Homes and Here programs will help over 3,000 Virgin Islands households reduce energy consumption and afford high-efficiency appliances and whole home improvements. Eligible retrofits include solar hot water heaters, heat pump water heaters, mini splits, and even electrical upgrades to support efficient electrification. In a territory where electricity costs have placed a significant burden on household budgets, this represents an extraordinary opportunity to invest directly in efficiency and affordability of our housing stock. The Energy Office successfully completed a competitive procurement and selected Indelible Solutions, a locally based company working with local subcontractors to help execute this transformational effort. The contract is now in the execution phase and will support DOE program approval, contractor participation, and ultimately streamlined rebate incentive implementation across the territory. Our success will not be measured simply by administering $51 million. It will be measured by the Virgin Islands families living in more efficient homes, paying lower energy bills, and seeing those federal investments circulate through our economy. Finally, the Energy Office recognizes that a sustainable energy transition must invest not only in equipment, but also in the people. We recently invested $150,000 in UVI's Renewable Energy Technology Scholarship Fund. supporting 10 specialized courses and internships within the RET program, associate degree program at UVI. This investment will help develop the technicians and entrepreneurs who will install, maintain, and service the growing portfolio of energy technologies being deployed throughout our territory. Our weatherization assistance program has also entered a bolstered funding cycle with nearly $1.8 million to continue its mission of providing an estimated 250 households with energy efficiency improvements at no cost. The success of the Verge program paved the way for the Energy Office to propose and ultimately be approved by the DOE to include portable battery systems and whole home surge protectors as eligible items funded through our weatherization retrofits. Ensuring energy efficiency appliances provided through WAP will be available to customers even during outages. This is important work because energy policy does not always need to be complicated to be transformative. Sometimes the impact is simply replacing an inefficient refrigerator, water heater, or air conditioner for a household that otherwise could not afford to do so. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my testimony here today, and thank you for the opportunity to present on the Energy Office accomplishments as well as our general fund budget, and look forward to any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Director Fleming, for your testimony there. And did you have any employees of the year?
Do I have employees of the year?
Yeah.
Yes, we have two, but not here currently.
You mentioned those? Oh.
Yes, Megan Grant was our Employee of the Year on St. Croix. And
what's that name again, please?
Yeah, Megan Grant. And on St. Thomas, Bliss Bully was our St. Thomas Employee of the Year.
We also extend congratulations to them on being designated as Employee of the Year. So first of all, I want to get your actuals of expenditure, and if you could just indicate for what date you have those expenditures for personnel, fringe, supplies, other services, and charges.
Our expenditures.
Put your name on the record.
Magdalene Lawrence, Fiscal and Budget Manager. Our current expenditures are as follows: $646,300 is for personnel services. Our fringe stands at $316,695. That's 89% of our budget. The personnel services were 83. Supplies is $13,816.14, which is 59% of our, the supplies budget. Other services and charges stands at $155,789, 68%. And utilities is $40,956. And that's a negative for us.
And the actual is of what date?
This is as of today.
As of today?
Yes.
Any capital outlay?
No capital outlay.
Any outstanding vendors payment?
No, all our vendor payments are going through the system, being paid. They're either being paid or in the process of getting paid.
Net, I guess that would be 30 days, within the 30-day period, or you have anything on beyond 90 days?
We have a few, but that's because of, us having to go through GVI buy. So there's like this bottleneck, but we're working through them.
How are you keeping the vendors informed of those pending payment, delayed payments?
We are very close to our vendors, and so there are those who call us and, we talk to them because they know we're one of those who try to pay them on time. So they're understanding.
Very well. Director Fleming, do you have any judgment against the Energy Office?
Judgments against the Energy Office?
Yes.
No, I think no
judgments. You think something, you say?
Well, I was just flashing back to a lawsuit that was filed last year, but I don't think we actually.
Okay, no pending judgment. Do you have any vacancies?
Do we have one?
Berg, Human Resource and Labor Relations Manager. We have one vacancy, and it will be funded 100% federally funded.
Any vacancy savings you realize as a result of that one vacancy? How long they've been vacant?
This fiscal year.
Fiscal year, how much is that? Any vacancy savings realized as a result of that vacancy?
$21,101.82.
That's 50%?
50%, correct.
Do you have any federal grants in jeopardy?
We have one grant that currently expires in November. We recently engaged a contract that's executing on that grant. We have a extension request submitted formally through the Department of Energy, and we're awaiting the response. We had another grant that was expiring in September. We successfully had that extended till next year, September. So the only one that's close is the one that expires. It's a block grant from the DOE. But we are fairly confident for a favorable consideration for an extension for that grant as well.
Okay. And in your testimony, you mentioned about the 900 batteries, and all of those batteries are now gone, the portable batteries, all 900 distributed at this time?
Yeah, so we had initially planned some additional for our partners between Continuum Care and Vitima, and so there's some remaining overlap there, but otherwise all community distribution has been completed.
Is there a next wave that's being considered for disbursement? Obviously, this has been a successful program thus far. Is there a next wave is being considered?
So in its exact format, no. We actually just submitted a grant, another grant application for more like instead of a fully funded, like a rebate program, so that way we can stretch the funds a little bit further to bring down the cost of those systems. But for the next wave is not a direct bulk procurement and then distribution. We're looking for a more sustainable, incentive-based program to try to stretch the funds a little bit further.
Okay, what was the cost on those 900 batteries?
Approximately $1.6 million.
And you said that went to disabled individuals and individuals with medical concerns or issues, as well as seniors.
Correct. So there was we had a multi-phase distribution. So the first 300 or so were dedicated specifically to Medicaid. So we worked very closely with Human Services. I have to commend my colleague, Commissioner Avril George, and Human Services team, which helped us in prioritizing and identifying individuals on the Medicaid that were already pre-certified, medically pre-certified to have medical vulnerabilities. And so the first wave went directly to people that fell under that umbrella. And then we transitioned to the open application, which allowed for people to self-certify their medical needs, but kept the age minimum at 60 years to ensure that our seniors were prioritized in that distribution as well.
Do you have a waiting list currently that exists?
We don't have a waiting list. We were essentially, we took applications until we met the amount of units that we had, and didn't want to essentially create any sense of confidence that we couldn't fulfill. So we didn't retain a waiting list. It's something, given the success of the program, it's very clear. Any minimal communication could certainly drive the appetite and demand and identify those who would be interested.
Do you think that's something that this body should perhaps consider funding in the near future because there is a delta, right? There's
Yes.
people that weren't able to get it.
I mean, I think that the challenges with a program like this is from the onset, we knew that we were going to only be able to serve a small percentage of people who actually need it. The beauty of this program is that the technology that we were supporting the cost of that system those systems have come down dramatically, which allowed us to do 1.6 wouldn't have bought 900 systems just a couple years ago. So now that we're seeing the prices of those systems come down more, the bulk procurement approach certainly ensures a way that the funding could go further. So I can't suggest a better use of resources, especially to meet this. We talk about all of the long-term solutions for the utility. These systems represent a bridge while a lot of those solutions come into form, and I think it's a very needed resource as a near-term solution while we await the long-term resolutions at the utility level.
Okay, I want to open up to my colleagues, but in light of the fact that you have $70 million federal budget moving forward or grants available to you, don't you think that it'll be a good exercise in being able to perhaps do another 900?
Well, we did. So I think I did mention in the testimony our weatherization program, which typically provided energy efficiency retrofits, refrigerators, LED lights. We have been able to use the success of the Verge program to now have those same battery systems included as an eligible item for retrofit. It's not exclusive. It'd be, as a package of other activities, so it wouldn't be necessarily 900, but it still now allows us to continue offering that technology with some of our other programs. But we are certainly looking at any ways that we can leverage our existing portfolio of funds wherever eligible to keep programs and activities like this going.
Very well. Senator Blyden, you recognize for your point of information.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Director Fleming. In respect to the Chair's inquiry when it comes to the federal grants and the one federal grant that you asked for extension on, what was the purpose of the grant and why do you need an extension? What were your challenge in terms of executing that grant?
Yes, so that grant is it's a Department of Energy EEC, it's a block grant, and it supported 3 activities. One, the design of accessible financing system or models for residential solar and battery systems, design of leveraging of actually government sites for community solar and battery systems, as well as the transition of the Virgin Islands to a more renewable environment. Really, the delay has been, it took us a very long time to enter into contract with the vendor. We had started the process last summer and ultimately did not actually get the contract executed until about a month ago. And so that is, as much as we kind of got ahead of thought we were ahead of the grant cycle, the contracting process proved to be extremely lengthy, has now put us in a bit of a time crunch.
So you're on your way right now in terms of executing and moving forward?
So we are now under contract, and we've been working with the contractor to accelerate the activities under that grant that are funded. But as I said before, we feel very, very confident that an extension will be granted. We've just been going through the formal process to request it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the time.
Senator Joseph, Clifford Joseph, you recognize your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Fleming, could you give us a breakdown? You say you had 900 batteries. Could you give us a breakdown in districts? Like you had 400 on St. Thomas, 300 on St. Croix. Could you give me a breakdown?
Yeah, and Mike, feel free to jump in, but I would say we had initially assigned 450 per district for St. Croix and St. Croix and St. Thomas and St. John. I think in the end we ended up with approximately 55 to 60 distributed on the island of St. John, approximately 400 on St. Thomas, or actually a little bit more, about 430 on St. Thomas, and the remainder on St. Croix. But Mike.
Michael Jaffers, Deputy Director, Virgin Islands Energy Office. We can send a... Mic check 1 2.
Go ahead, try it now.
All right. Can you hear me now?
No. Media on the mic.
Mic check.
It's on.
Mic check 1 2. Can you hear me?
No.
Okay.
Go ahead now.
Michael Jaffers, Virgin Islands Energy Office.
Go ahead. We're hearing you.
Okay. So we can send a detailed breakdown of the specifics exacts if you'd like to kind of see exactly how it broke out. There were 6 units as well that we sent over from St. Croix for Vitima, so those are dedicated that way. But ultimately, it was 450 units in each district that was identified for each district that was then distributed. And there were some units that we've sent over from St. Croix to the St. Thomas district to assist with some of the demand from the St. John side as well. So we can give you a full detailed breakdown pursuant.
Thank you. Thank you for your response. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Hubert Frederick, you recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Pleasant good afternoon, all testifiers, listener and viewing audience. My office, the Office of Hubert Frederick, and Central staff. Pleasant good day. Director Fleming, you and your team, thank you guys for coming in. I just wanted to start off by thanking you guys for what you're doing. A lot of people are happy when they see you show up because you're showing up with gifts. And Virgin Islanders love gifts, so thank you. And especially with us having some of the challenges with WAPA, your gift is very appreciated. Thank you. Let's go to page 3 of the post-audit report. There's federal funds, it's 3,100. There's some issues there. It wasn't really clear to the post-audit. It just seemed like we couldn't reconcile $48,351. No, 48 million, sorry. $351,870. Were you guys able to get any headway with OMB on that? Why there was such a huge discrepancy?
I am not sure. The only Magdalene Lawrence, I'm not sure exactly what that represents. I am thinking that we rented out an extra unit for St. Croix last year.
What kind of unit?
Office space, additional office space to support our staff.
And
so
you
I
didn't-
believe that's what
You
it
didn't
is.
use it?
Yes, we are using it.
Okay, so yeah, we need to reconcile. It's a material amount that, for this year, we need to reconcile and make sure it's categorized as it should.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, I was thrown off by that. Normally, there's not that big of a difference. Anyway, let's get to the other part that was a big disappointment to me. We were de-obligated funding on a grant, a big grant. What was that about?
Yeah, so that was the
$62 million.
Yes. So that was the Solar for All. It was a EPA, Environmental Protection Authority, funding that all states and territory and even tribes were awarded. It was a major, a transformational infusion under the Biden administration that was subsequently terminated under the current federal administration.
Yeah, we didn't get to spend any of it.
No, nobody, no state got to spend any of it.
We missed out.
We are just as the grant that I've referenced that is expiring in November. The contract that we have is essentially doing. So that, long story short, that grant was supposed to support solar and battery distribution or deployment on a massive scale in the territory.
1 minute.
It required a planning period. So what we're using now is the other grant that we have that we just got under contract to actually do a similar form of planning, like essentially being so that the Energy Office and the territory is better prepared for either future funding opportunities or ultimately to seek out other financing mechanisms to essentially fill the gap that was taken from the loss of that funding. So we're trying to work through what was lost.
This is another area where your agency excel. It's in the electric automobile area. If you look at page 6 of our post-audit report, at the bottom it says vehicles, and you've got 11 electrical vehicles currently in your division, right?
Correct.
Right. You're telling me it only costs you $662 to maintain 11 vehicles. That is amazing.
Yeah, it's been one of the reasons why, and look, nothing is perfect, but it's been one of the reasons why we have been so aggressive in this push. The Energy Office exclusively operates electric vehicles. We have no combustion engines in any aspect of our fleet. And we promote that throughout the government as well. The maintenance cost reduction, I think the only thing we've ever had to replace is tires on any of our vehicles.
And you know what made it even more impressive? You have trucks as well.
Correct.
4.
Yeah.
And I'm like, the excuse would be, well, those are small little electric cars. But no, you've got trucks too, and your cost was so low. That doesn't even cover a fourth of the gas charges that we see around here. So the equivalency is there. We really should start pivoting to this because it's a huge budget saver for everybody. So if you can afford it, everyone should be calling you about that right now. Actually, every department head
we do. I feel quite a bit.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think I went over my time, and I appreciate your leniency.
Thank you very much. The legislature only been asking for 6 years for one for each of the district. We haven't been successful yet, but hopefully next time around. But you also have throughout government. I know WAPA have EV vehicles as well, Department of Health. What are some of the other agencies that actually have?
Yeah, so in addition to the vehicles we have in our fleet, we've certainly been trying to ensure that that distribution is across the government fleet. So for the example, the F-150 trucks that Senator Frederick mentioned, we had distributed them to Sports Park, Public Works, Human Services, Agriculture, DPNR, really putting them into divisions that will put them to full use. The electrical inspector for DPNR, for example, has to go to every single site or construction site across the Virgin Islands, and it was really important to have him be able to utilize a vehicle on the worst of roads, the toughest of terrain, to really demonstrate that we're well past the can they go up hills, and it's really what can't they do in the Virgin Islands context.
Well, how many of the EV chargers we have throughout the territory at this time, public EV chargers?
Yeah, public is 24. So we have 24 publicly available chargers currently. Actually, I take that back. 25, including the DC fast charger at the RT park. And I think that charger in particular, I highlighted the fact that it's powered directly from the solar farm adjacent, which really is the other part of this equation, right? It's not just that you're saving on maintenance, but really being able to save on the fuel costs associated with that. And that's something, as we're seeing more renewables either going at the utility scale, at the commercial, and at the residential level, being able to pair electric vehicle charging and renewable energy is a key part of our strategy.
Very well. And the VPP, the virtual power plant, I think is an excellent idea. We're looking forward to that really getting up and running.
Yes.
Tell us what happened yesterday in regards to that test that you were able to put forward.
Yeah, so we've been working very closely with Tesla as well as with WAPA on this first test, and this was a functional test to determine how effectively we can communicate with all of the batteries that have signed up. So as I mentioned, we were able to successfully have 1 megawatt of power from the approximately 120 batteries sites that are participating. So 1 megawatt, right? 1 megawatt is on St. Croix. 40 megawatts is our peak, 50 megawatts, 55 megawatts, or 60 on St. Thomas. So this isn't necessarily we're not turning off generators at this level, but we are demonstrating a pretty significant amount of capacity that can be realized from a very small amount of batteries that are currently participating. There's way more batteries for us to go after. There are a lot more homes, businesses that we are hoping to get signed up into this program, because ultimately this is one of the rare opportunities where people who have made investments to improve the quality of life at their home or business level can actually use that same resource to benefit the system as a whole. So we're just scraping the surface, but yesterday it proved that we can communicate with a network of batteries across the territory and at a specific time say, hey, we need all of you to provide X amount of power to the grid. Puerto Rico does this. It's become like a mainstay for Puerto Rico. Similar challenges. They have a lot more batteries though, and they're able to curb outages for sections of their grid because all of these batteries are able to provide power that fill that gap. We're not there yet. I'm not going to pretend like we are, but yesterday was a major step towards demonstrating what we have the capability with the coordination and the partnerships that we built to achieve.
So yesterday, were you able to at least communicate or connect that 1 meg to WAPA, or are you still in that phase where you just were able to recognize the capacity you're able to gain from the 120 batteries, and the next step or next phase will be then to transfer that to WAPA? What happens?
So technically, it did, and we were able to actually see at a small scale the impact that it had during that period. Very, as I said, small scale. But we were able to look in terms of the real time, and at 2:30, see when the event was called, when the actual small dip in the load profile at the grid level was recognized. So small, but recognizable at the grid level. So it's already impacting at the grid level, but just at a very small increment.
Okay, when are you going to be able to get those checks out to make sure that you continue to encourage individuals to participate in this program?
Yeah, so we've got the first 100. We got 100,000 in checks already distributed. We have another wave of checks that are likely in processing at the moment. Yep. So we've been working closely with finance. You know, this is fortunately a straight pay type of disbursement, so simplifies our procurement activities and being able to get the incentives delivered to the consumers. And so we're going to keep streamlining that process to make sure there's no delay moving forward.
Very well. That is the incentive I think that we need to maintain. Yeah, the check, what happened is that individuals that have these batteries are able to receive, based on an incentive to be a part of the virtual power plant, they're able to receive $500
per battery.
And you know, as the incentive to be a part of this virtual power plant.
Yeah, so we're not just asking people to sacrifice their resource or give up their resource. We're providing an incentive for that participation or that willingness to participate.
And right now it's just Tesla batteries. Are you going to be able to branch off to any other batteries as well? Or?
So we have a grant currently that we're awaiting approval from So the reason why it's Tesla battery exclusive is that the software that communicates with them is exclusive to Tesla, but there is software that could communicate with any battery. Like I mentioned, like even the battery system at Arthur Richards is one that I think we really need to be thinking about for all these federal projects as we're putting in more of this type of equipment on the schools and building sites, that they should be benefiting more than just the site. They should be benefiting the entire system.
Right.
And so we currently have a grant that would allow us to procure the control system for essentially all batteries, including Tesla. So that's certainly the next step, is to expand the portfolio.
Excellent. Senator Marie James, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I needed that education, so thank you very much. Good afternoon, Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, everyone in and outside the room. You know, when you said checks, Jamila's ear went up. On page 9 of your testimony, you state that the Energy Office invested $150,000 in UVI's Renewable Energy Technology Scholarship Fund, support 10 specialized courses and an internship. Have these courses begun?
You may be able to touch on that.
Yeah, I can speak to that. Mike Jaffers, Deputy Director. The coursework has started at the University of the Virgin Islands, but they are also introducing a certification course that they're getting final approval for as well. So we haven't administered, or they haven't administered those funds as of yet, but they are in coordination with getting those students through the process. So ultimately, we provided them with the $150,000 that they can allocate towards those students that are going through the course, or when they get the certification course approved, it will be specific to those renewable energy technology course loads. So they may have their core curriculum that isn't covered by this, but the specific RET courses are covered by the funding we provided.
How many students are benefiting from this program?
We have to get that. I think we'd have to get the official number from UVI's RET.
Yeah, I can get the enrolled count currently.
Okay.
I did just recently have a conversation with them to boost enrollment for the following semester. I just spoke with them the other day.
Mm-hmm.
So we do have the intention of doing a slight marketing push to ensure that we can get the communication out there for potential enrollees. So keep an eye out for something from our social media to let people know if they would have interest. So
and would there then be a pathway connecting the students or the people who successfully complete the program with like job placement, you know, installers, WAPA, contractors?
There's nothing specifically in place for that that I'm aware of, but I can connect with UVI to see if they have a specific division that supports that, and we can connect with them. But a lot of the individuals that are going through this are going to be either entrepreneurs or individuals that are already currently in that space or wanting to break into that space. So most of the interested parties are in that sector already.
Okay, I believe in education, so, you know, and upskilling, so that's great. When it comes to on page 8 and 9, where you talk about the homes and home electrification rebates, and the following page you talked about indelible solutions, right? And that they're going to be working with local subcontractors. Do we currently have enough? I mean, with all the projects that are going to be going online soon. Do we have enough qualified local contractors and technicians to actually complete these improvements for, I think it was 3,000 people?
Yeah, so
3,000 households.
I think if you know, as of today, at this moment in time, I think there's certainly a gap that needs to be filled. Part of the planning process of this grant, like I mentioned, it goes until 2029. It's part of the planning is going to be understanding some of the gaps that exist based off of the intended retrofits that we're going to be targeting, like I mentioned. But yeah, I think there's certainly going to be a need to fill some of the gap from a workforce standpoint. We're expecting to work with a contractor to help facilitate that as well. So that's one of the ideal situations that we have here is that we're not just engaging a subcontractor, we're engaging someone whose essentially role is to implement this program.
Yeah.
So part of their scope of work is actually to identify the gaps and also incorporate strategies that allow the successful deployment of 3,000 homes to be retrofitted.
Yeah, that's a lot of homes. So it's going to be split between the districts?
Yes, of course.
Oh, okay, great. And what's the cost of an electric car? Well, actually, this is good timing. What's the cost of an electric car?
So actually,
the ones that you've given to other people here on the island and you're not giving to the legislature.
I won't mention the price for the upfitted VIPD cruiser because that one was pricey. But the average the pickup trucks that we procured, those were about 55,000.
55. Okay.
We actually had our I didn't mention it much here, which I should have, but we are about to close our rebate program for electric vehicles. We've given about over $300,000, almost $400,000 in rebates for private investment in electric vehicles. And the average, do you have the average?
Yeah, the average was this is for new and used vehicles for the program was roughly $32,000. So, and that's the purchase price. And then we offered a $5,000, and then more recently up to a $7,500 rebate on top of that. So 32,000 was the average.
Well, I mean, I think that really, I mean, one of the really compelling aspects from that program is kind of demystifying the fact that the thought that EVs are this wholly unaffordable luxury. We're really seeing, I mean, there's about 60 or 70 vehicles that leverage our rebate program, and the average price was $32,000 is telling you that there are and that's the purchase price, so they are much more accessible in today's terms than I think people perceive them to be.
What's the status of the charging station at the RT Park?
Yep, currently operational. I just charged on it on Friday.
Okay, good.
It's been working well.
Okay, great. And since the chair said he wants 2 vehicles, what we'll do is we'll deduct from your budget. I'm finished, Mr. Chair. I was just teasing you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Maurice James. Next, we'll hear from Senator Marvin Blighty. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Director Fleming and your supporting team there with you, and thank you so much for your testimony. I appreciate the work you are doing, honestly, the different programs, etc. But I'm going to ask you some questions, though, in respect, number one, to the budget, and then couple in respect to how you execute, okay? Yep. But to go back to page 7 of the post-audited report, I'm going to ask specifically about 3 grants. The first one is the WAPBIL Virgin Islands. That's WAPR? What does that stand for?
That's the Weatherization Assistance Program. So that's a grant in which we offer free energy efficiency retrofits to low-income, disabled, and senior members of our community.
Correct, and that expires in 10 months. And the reason why I went there, because I know I actually tried to assist you guys with that one. I went with you guys to every housing community, etc., to assure that we get that word out, because I think it's an excellent grant, and it's a needed grant. So what's the challenge with that grant?
Yeah, so gaining applications or getting people interested in the program has not been the challenge. Being able to engage similar to the discussion on the homes contractor, the contractors to actually execute the work. And it's not for number, it's really because of the process. Okay. We currently have a RFP that just got submitted through GVI by, through DPP to solicit a contractor to essentially take the applications, which we have a growing number of them, to then be able to take those applications into the installations. So we're navigating that process now, but it has taken longer than we would have liked to get there.
So we are going to execute and assure that we use every dime, correct?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Well, I'm happy to hear that, and I'll reach out to you to see exactly when that's being rolled out. The second one is the WAP formula version. Which grant is that? Which expires also in 10 months?
So that's essentially it's the same function. What under the Biden administration, we had some bolstered funding for weatherization. So we normally got formula grants every year, and then under Biden, we got a boost in that formula allocation. So it's the same program, just additional funding.
Excellent. And finally, the USVI Climate Action Plan to reduce emissions and other pollutants, and that expired in 11 months. So what about that one?
Yeah, so we've actually been working on a memorandum of agreement with Arizona State University. It's an entity we've done some collaboration with in the past to execute on that activity. It's definitely been one that's been a little bit, I won't say backburnered, but it's been taken a little bit more to kind of keep as a priority. But we do have an MOA under development with the ASU to execute on that grant.
Let's go to page 4 of the post-edited report. On the other services and charge, you have training, communications, and advertising and promotions. On the training for the fiscal year 27 recommendation is basically the same, $1,500. Under communications, it's a slight decrease, and under advertising and promotion, it's basically the same. So, and it's the same amount. Why isn't it based on need? How do you estimate how much you need for those categories? And because I think communication is critical about what you do, and advertising and promotion in terms of reaching the individuals you need to impact, with these most important grants that you receive.
I'll let Maggie speak to the general fund portion, but we do leverage a significant amount of our federal resources to conduct a lot of our activities regarding communication, advertising. Most of them have that budget inside their line item to begin with from the federal side, but we also leverage local funds for a certain activity, especially for even like our radio ads and stuff like that as well.
Magdalene Lawrence, as the director said, that's what happened is we try to keep general fund as low as possible and have the federal funds support much of the activities.
Which makes sense and what you should be doing, so I appreciate that. And thank you so much for what you do. And again, please reach out in terms of assuring that when those programs start, that many of those individuals who are most vulnerable knows about it. So reach out to the housing communities, reach out to all those different departments that serves those individuals. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time. Thank you for your responses.
Thank you very much, Senator Valdez. Senator Ray Fonseca, recognized for your 4 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Pleasant good afternoon, Director Kyle Fleming, VI Energy Office. This is one of the high-performing areas in the VI government. Couple questions, housekeeping. They have a Miss Jackson in Carrot Basin, John. She was on the list. The battery pack, somehow she didn't get it. And also a Norma Concepcion in Bovoni. She said they gave her pack to a neighbor, they gave 2 to a neighbor, and hers disappeared. So I'm going to call you later, but we got to check out those 2 because they was on the list. So, okay, so your testimony is the Energy Office distributed about 965 portable battery systems at 3 kilowatt each. 965. If you say 1,000, I could say is 3 megawatt. But let's go with 2.9 megawatts of emergency battery storage. So, how many of those systems are operational today? And how much additional does the Energy Office deployed through all the other programs?
Yeah,
3 megawatts in the battery. Yes.
Yeah. So just quick clarification. So our bulk procurement actually accounted for 900, not 965, and our assumption is all of the batteries that we've distributed are in operation and likely being utilized throughout the community. So all that have been deployed, we assume are being utilized by the community members who receive them.
Okay, so 900 instead of 965, so it'll be 2.7 megawatts instead of 2.3. But let me ask you another question. So the 126 residential batteries enrolled in the Vibes 2, you're saying that was 4 megawatt of potential dispatchable capacity. So how much of that is actually able to support WAPA?
Yeah, so
and the electrical.
Yep. No, thanks. So yesterday's test actually, we had 1.5 megawatt of the batteries that participated. We had 1.5 megawatts of power and approximately 3.5 megawatt hours of capacity. So what we saw during the experiment or during the test was 1 megawatt of combined output from those 120 sites were delivered to the grid during that period.
Okay, that's awesome.
It was a short period of only about 30 minutes. So it was, again, very much so a consolidated or concise test period.
Yeah, well, that's good because that 30 minutes could at least, put on the fan a little bit, put on the water pump so you could get a little water to bathe and things. So that's any little bit will help because you know how WAPA operates.
1 minute. I
want to go to, you have some positions like grant manager, contract administrator, and administrative coordinator identified, and 2 procurement specialists. I want to concentrate on that. And given the large size of your federal portfolio, those procurement specialists are very important. So are you currently maintaining the required federal and local procurement standards? And if you are, tell me who is performing those procurement duties that were intended to be performed by those vacant positions.
Yeah, so specifically to the procurement position, we don't currently have one filled.
Hesberg, Human Resource and Labor Relations Manager. It's only one position. And it is 100% federally funded, but it's split between 2 different grants. So that's why you're seeing it listed twice.
And in terms of who's conducting the procurements, across our agency, our project managers, our division directors, essentially those who are responsible for championing the respective grants are the ones that support the overarching procurement activities.
Okay, and Mr. Chair, I just got one question to wrap up real quick. So your 2027 personnel budget is 1.65 million, 871 is general fund, 776, 182 is federal fund. So tell me how you're maximizing the federal reimbursement for your personnel working on the federally funded program so that the general fund is not paying for costs that could be charged to the federal programs. Tell me what you're doing in that area.
I mean, we are diligent on shifting as much of our personnel budget into the various buckets of federal activities. We have a small team, so people end up wearing a lot of hats, which gives us even more flexibility in how we are able to distribute some of the personnel costs across our various federal funding activities. And so that's primarily how we're able to achieve a limited strain on the general fund for our personnel. Maggie, I don't know if you have any other details specific to that.
Yes, our federal funds, most of them, we have personnel costs added to them, and our employees are all, we try to put as many people on the federal funds as possible, as much as it would allow.
Awesome. You have a small team, but you have a big bang for the buck. So I 100% support your budget. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Senator Joseph, Clifford Joseph, you recognize your point of information.
Going back to the last colleague, what's the length of time that the procurement specialist been vacant?
Testberg. The position has been vacant for a year.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Thank you for your response. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listening present. Director, how many employees do you have?
16.
16.
Total 21 employees.
Okay, 21 in general fund or 16? What is it?
We have a total of 19 exempt employees and 2 classified employees, and 8 100% general fund funded position, and total.
Oh, wait, excuse me. Hold 1 second. Your total amount of employees that's covered by the general fund is how much?
8.
8 employees covered by the general fund.
Correct.
Okay. So, you have a copy of the post-audit report?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I'm just wondering, are you spending federal and local monies together for personnel?
Yes.
On page 2? Oh, so that's what you're doing it. You what we call you commingling it? You're crossing it over?
No, some positions are split. We have positions that are 100% federally funded, 100% general fund funded, and some that are split percentage-wise, general fund and federal fund.
Okay, I could see it. That's why I could see. I'm looking at how the numbers are. So your expenditures to date for general fund is how much? Is what for personnel fringe, for your actual? What is your total expenditure for the general fund monies? For actual.
Magdalene Lawrence, Fiscal and Budget Manager. Total expenditures for general fund is $646,300. That's for personnel services, and our fringe is $316,695.
No, excuse me. Give me the total personnel fringe. I didn't complete it. I guess I apologize. Personnel fringe, supplies, utilities, other services and charges. Give me the total that you have from the general fund.
$1,173,557.
Okay, because that's what I was seeing. So, and that's for as of August 7th?
As of August 7th. As of today, the number haven't changed.
Okay, because your allotment as of August 6th.
1 minute.
Is $1,237,529.
We got we actually received our another allotment yesterday. So
right. So that's what I'm saying. So
our current allotment.
So you received the total.
Sorry.
You received the total allotment already.
Yes. Well, except
30
September.
seconds.
Okay, so that's what I say. You expended $1,173,558 as of August 7th.
Right.
You receive as August 6th $1,237,529. Correct?
Right.
So your balance. Okay, so you have what, 302,970 not allotted?
Senator, as of yesterday, we've received 1,360,768.
Okay, you didn't give us that number. No, okay, so you're giving me that number now. Say that number again. 1,360,768. Okay. That's okay. So you received that, you said yesterday.
Yes, yes, sir.
Divided by. Okay. So did anyone receive wage increases and stuff?
Yes.
Okay, because like I said, just based on the numbers that you're giving, I could see where you're crossing over your money between the federal and local. So I mean, if it's saving us on that end, continue doing what you're doing. But I could see where you're crossing them over. So thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Obviously, there is opportunities for us to be able to utilize federal funds as well as local funds in some of those positions. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So there's a split association with that, which is allowable.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Senator Avery Lewis, you recognized for your 4 minutes. Senator Vieira, you recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you.
Well,
So
one second, I see Senator Lewis
Okay.
is coming up. Senator Lewis? Going once? Senator Vieira, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is usually an easy department to go over the budget. It's small. They effectively use the money. They're able to explain how it's spent. So it's pretty easy. I want to commend you for having so many of your positions on the federal budget. And that is one thing that we have been encouraging the larger departments, Human Services Department of Health. We have these positions that are partially federally funded and they're vacant. And we keep on telling them that you need to fill those positions because the entire appropriation don't come from the general fund. So in this particular department, this ain't a commingling or crossover. This is using the federal funds for a certain percentage and then using the general funds for the rest. And that's allowable, and it's done in a number of departments, at which all the departments would follow your lead and make sure that those positions are funded the way that you have been doing. In reference to, okay, first, before I go there, so your personnel, they're reducing the amount by some 500,000, and that's okay because you have already found a federal funding source for those positions.
Correct.
Okay, so that's applaudable. That's what we want. If more departments could do that, we'll be in such a better place. In reference to capital projects, you have zero there.
Yeah. There's very little that we do with capital that's not 100% federally funded.
That's perfect. So continue along the realm. In reference to the home and home electrification program, is there a criteria? What's the criteria for somebody to qualify for that program?
Yeah, so that is one of the so both the homes here and the weatherization have federal requirements for eligibility. A lot of them are tied to income and percentages of area median income, which for the homes in here in particular, it essentially scales the amount of incentive that would be eligible. But we actually don't set those guidelines. They're set by the federal government for that. So it's income based primarily, and we're trying to be creative to make sure that, and it is a rebate program. So we're also trying to
is there
find
a
ways.
cap in income that you could say, offhand, if you make, you don't qualify if you make more than X amount?
Yeah, I don't want to misspeak. I can certainly get the exact info, and it's based off of, since it's your local kind of standard. But I would have to get that. Alana, if you had
Alana Brenneman, Grants Manager. Thank you. Yes, so with the Homes in Here program, that is based off HUD income guidelines. So that will vary by island here. And we will set that up as soon as the program is ready to roll out. And we'll follow that guideline each year.
And based on the guidelines and the amount of money that we have, you believe we're going to be able to meet enough individuals that would qualify to expend the total amount that's given to us in that 51 million?
that's most certainly the hope and expectation as well. And I think ultimately what we're going to be doing is trying to craft looking at what's items are most relevant and for eligibility in the Virgin Islands that can get the most
30 seconds
bang for the buck in that regard. And that's certainly going to be part of the development cycle that we go through with the contractor to identify.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm hoping that at some point they're going to develop a program for middle-income individuals. It seems like middle-income always, they never get anything. You know, they don't make a small enough number to qualify, and then they don't make enough to purchase what they want to purchase. So you're like in that catch-22 where you can qualify, but you don't make enough for what you want to invest in. So hopefully...
Some of our programs in the past, I mean, like our electric vehicle rebate, our battery rebate, and our historical energy efficiency rebate, we didn't have it. Like those were ones that we could define the criteria. We didn't have necessary income limitations there, but those are smaller pots of funding. They only went so far. But yeah, these larger pots tend to have a lot more restrictions.
And if I may as well, with the Homes Here rebate application, they're tiered. They have a tiered process, so we can get the details as far as, you know, if you're very low income, that you have a higher amount that you come back. So.
And the application process is online?
Not yet. That program is still in design. We were just looking for it.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I wanted to ask you whether or not that you're doing timely drawdown from your federal funds. A lot of time, you know, we have access to those, but drawdowns may be a little bit delayed. Are you doing timely drawdowns?
I don't think I could be any more proud of how efficient our drawdown process is. I think the only thing that limits us from doing a drawdown is having a check printed to be able to present it to our federal partners to execute that drawdown. So, but we typically work closely with finance to make sure that they understand the sequence of events that we need. But our drawdowns, I mean, Maggie, you can elaborate, but drawdowns are not a bottleneck for us once we have the proof of check in hand.
No problem. That's understood. I'm satisfied with our response. At this time, we'll recognize Senator Colleges. Joseph, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
A pleasant good day to everyone. I'm hoping that everyone is doing well. How are you doing today, Mr. Fleming?
Today, pretty good.
Pretty good. I'm happy to hear that. I'm happy that you are doing well. Now, I wanted to first ask a question to your financial person, because the chairman had asked a question relative to how many outstanding vendor payments you have, and you said you had several that were outstanding in 30 days or more. And I didn't get from you, I don't know if anybody else followed up, the figure that you have outstanding.
Magdalene Lawrence, Fiscal and Budget Manager. I did not give a figure because all our outstanding payments are in process. They're either at the GVI by level or at the finance level waiting for payment.
Okay, so for me, they're still outstanding since you have not paid the vendor and the vendor has not received a check. Kindly give us the number.
I do not have a number at this time, but I can provide that later.
How many vendors are in that transition period that are 31 days and older?
We have some of, I know that our vendor payments for our monthly bills are about 1 or 2 months late. And so I'll say 60 days. Yeah.
Okay, 60 days. You don't have any 90 days above?
We have one 90-day vendor, but that's our janitorial service on St. Croix. The vendor does not have a contract, and that have delayed payment, and we're working through with GVI by with a justification letter to get her paid. So that's going through.
Over 90 days? I'm sorry.
Hers is over 90 days.
Why is it that your vendor doesn't have a contract and you've had her there working for over 90 days?
I do not know the answer to that question.
Well, who would know in your department? Mr. Fleming, the buck stops with you. How is it that you have a vendor in St. Croix working and hasn't received payment and no contract for over 90 days? And what is the funding source that you're using to pay this vendor?
There would be general fund for the janitorial services, and in terms of the contract requirement for our janitorial services, I don't believe I'll be able to provide much insight into the status there. Yeah.
So you bring on people to do work and they don't have a contract in place. That's poor procurement processes and poor fiscal management.
May I answer this question?
Yes.
We were given a contractor by Department of Property and Procurement. We were assigned a contractor and we went through the process of the bidding. The contractor started work in October and not October, in December.
October of what year?
December of last year. And she has been working with DPP up until I called again yesterday, and she said that...
What is the contractor name? I'm sorry to interrupt you. What is the contractor name? And how much is she owed?
Time. Second.
Mr. Chairman, I could move on to another question while we look for this information. Mr. Fleming, or your grants manager, kindly indicate for us how many of the individuals here on your payroll, their responsibilities and duties could be shifted to some of your federal grants. Before I'm getting ahead of myself, is there any match with the federal grants? Any local match that is required?
Not necessarily required, but eligible. And in terms of the ones that are would you be able to speak directly to the ones that are on general fund? That are not on federal?
Senator Joseph, could you repeat your question again for me, please?
Oh, Ms. Berg, how you doing?
I'm well, thank you.
Okay, so my question was, any of these federal money that you have that is listed on page 7, or maybe your grants manager, I think would be the more appropriate to answer this question. Are any of these grants require a match?
Oh, hello, Alana Brenneman, Grants Manager. None of these grants currently listed on page 7 require a match. We have in past years been required to have a match, but none of the ones that we have staff on currently require a local match.
So is there any possibility, because I was looking through it, and I'm trying to get money because we have the hospitals, the roads, and education, and a whole bunch of other, to shift any of these positions to some of these federal grants 100%. Like, for instance, the energy, let's see, some of your senior energy engineer, that is 100% covered by the general fund based on page 9. Can you shift some of these positions to the federal grant?
So all of our grants right now...
Go ahead.
So all of the grants we currently have are maxed out. Each grant has its own percentage of administration that we can put on. So like for the SEP annual, we can max that out. We have 2 positions on that 100%. With our weatherization of the total grant, we can only put 7.5% to admin. So each of the grants we have are maxed out. The only one that is an exception is our CEI grant, which we can get reimbursement through.
Okay, and so none of these will be programmatic costs? I'm not talking about administrative. Programmatic costs and allowable under your programmatic costs? Is that what you're representing?
Shifting them, I'm sorry, would you clarify for me? Shifting programmatic costs from general fund onto these grants?
No. I'm saying none of these positions that you have here would be eligible under the programmatic side, not administrative side, which you talked about, the 7% administrative use of your federal funding, but programmatic, meaning that they are actually working to implement the programs under these grant funds.
Weatherization is the only grant that we can have programmatic funding for that specific area under.
And how many staff you have under weatherization?
On the entire team, we have, well, there's 3 directly linked to that. We have our senior director who oversees that. So there's 3 directly tied to it that are on the programmatic side that are running those grants.
Okay, and their salary is absorbed through that
Senator,
grant.
I'm going to need you to wrap up.
2 of those positions are, one is general fund.
Okay, so maybe we could look at that one. Mr. Chairman, I'm just waiting for the business individual to answer my question, and then I'm done.
Magdalene.
And she could answer at what time? Actually,
Thank
she
you,
could
thank you.
answer. on
Thank you, Senator
Thank you.
Joseph. You may respond, Ms.
Lawrence.
Lawrence, on my time.
It's AE Services Enterprise.
Thank you for that response. So this time the chair will recognize. You got a response, Senator?
I also need to know how much was owed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
It's $10,910 to take us to the end of the year.
$10,910 to at the end of the year.
September,
Yes. Thank you. Senator Clifford Joseph, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the listening public. Good afternoon to the Energy Office employees that's here this afternoon with us. And thank you for that testimony. I'm going to circle back a minute. I know earlier you spoke about 450, and 60 in St. John. But that's out of the 450, we are but maybe about 430 or 420 on St. Croix. Any plans of closing that gap at some point?
So in terms of the gap between, sorry, I just want to make sure I'm clear.
No, I just want to try and get back to the 450 that was promised to the people of the territory, 450 in each district, whatever.
Yeah, so I think some of the one of the areas where you're going to see like that gap actually existed because we gave some of that 450. Some of that went to Continuum Care and Vitima for Vitima is for their shelter operations, and Continuum Care is for their hospice and home health. So they already provide services to a lot of. Well, they provide medical devices to those in need, and so those are actually some of that allocation went for them to put in rotation, not as rentals, but for them to include in their operation, so that way the medical devices that they're providing to those people in need have the resiliency that the portable battery systems provide.
Okay, but so I'm just saying that since they went back over in the Thomas district, I'm just asking if at some point some other funds will be available to fill the few that's missing here on St. Croix.
Yeah, so I would say we're definitely going to continue to ensure wherever we have the success of this program, or I should say the need for this program, is certainly driving us to ensure we can incorporate eligibility for these devices in a spectrum of programs that we offer. So that's certainly going to continue to be the case for us.
Thank you for that response. Also, I know that you said that only one grant might have been in jeopardy.
Correct.
Possible. With the other grants that we have, are we making sure that we already have a plan to spend all our federal monies?
Yes. So we've been going through a number of different procurement activities, everything from contracts for programmatic support for new solar battery and charger installation. So yeah, we're pretty aggressive on our procurement activities to make sure that the funding or the expenditures are matching the opportunity.
And as far as the $62.4 million that was de-obligated, any chances are we re-obligating any of that stuff?
I know that there's been a number of lawsuits that some states have filed, but based off of I don't see a world.
1 minute.
And have you been aware of any other federal grants might have been available to us?
Yeah, it's been a pretty stark contrast. 2.5 years ago, we were overwhelmed by the opportunity, and since then, I think we applied for maybe 1 grant this year, or 2, I should say. The funding streams that we once had kind of an abundance of are no longer the same under the current federal administration.
I like the
30
fact
seconds.
that we've been spending, but at some point, I guess in 2027, I guess you'll be able to show people at the Virgin Islands that the savings from the spending that we did with these batteries, we could see the energy savings, because that's important. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your response as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Director Fleming, I know that there's a number of disaster recovery projects that's on its way. Can you speak to what is the synergy between you and some of these contractors, the government official, the cohorts that's really reviewing alternative and renewable energy and sustainable energy, whatever along that whole framework? Do you have a seat at the table? Are you providing advice and recommendation to these individuals?
Yeah, I would say we don't have like as like a formal agreement with the agencies, but they've certainly been bringing myself and other members of the team into a number of different activities. Everything from Department of Health making HVAC selection choices on some of their new building sites. We were very involved in Arthur Richards. That's kind of why I referenced it quite a bit in terms of incorporation of that energy storage system at that site. We've been actually working with some of the designers of the entire fleet of new schools and essentially what kind of microgrid integration and plans that they're incorporating, and so making sure there's alignment with some of our activities. So no formal agreement that ensures that every meeting we're a part of, but we certainly we're at arm's length anytime needed, and we've certainly been included in a lot of I think key decision making.
Do you believe that you should be formal? There should be a formal with some deliverables, some actionable items, to ensure that we're making sure that we're following these processes. That you do have an active seat at the table, because I believe that the Energy Office have a lot to do and say in respect to what's going on. Certainly they have view of the finances, if nothing else, but I'm very concerned about even the maintenance moving forward, whether or not, you do have some advisory role in that perspective.
I will say, one of the things, some of the programs that we've been excelling in recently, especially the CEI program that we mentioned before, it's certainly enhanced our capacity for internally designing of solar and battery systems here within the territory, within our own internal staff. Actually, our chief engineer, who's sitting in the room here today as well, has really been leading on that. And I think that's been putting us in a better position now. We've had agencies come when they're looking at grants of like how to get a solar system. Now we can provide them better perspective on how they actually, what size system and the scope of their needs that need to be filled. So as we continue to build the capacity, I think, to your point, maybe a more formal way of making sure that those resources are offered is something we can incorporate more.
Additionally, even in the business environment or the economic side of the house, are you having discussion with individuals that may want to either relocate or businesses that could be established within our South Shore Enterprise Zone, with the need for the amount of renewable energies and alternative energy that we're seeing here, solar panels, batteries? There are some real opportunities here. Do you have any engagement, discussion with entities in respect to that?
Yeah, so that one of the, between both the EDA and our T-Park, oftentimes whenever they have clients or potential clients that are in the energy ecosystem or trying to be a part of the energy ecosystem, we're usually pulled into the conversations there to identify or discuss what some options are that are available for them, and the reality of not just meeting their needs, but also meeting, tying into the existing grid and such like that. So that's been one of our kind of standard conduits of engagement, and so that's been really helpful to see, also anticipate what's coming down the pipeline through seeing some of the early stage of those partners as they look to introduce their companies here.
What's next for you? You've been doing this for the last 8 years. Is fatigue setting in terms of doing it on this side of the house? I would imagine private sector is probably offering a lot more in that instance. But what is next for you? What are you seeing on the horizon in terms of what Kyle Fleming represent moving forward?
I think honestly the energy landscape is even more exciting today than it was even 8 years ago, which has been beautiful to see that it's clearly continuing to be a space where opportunity and needs are going to be continue to arise, and I'm looking forward to identifying where my fit in supporting whatever innovation in the energy landscape has to offer. The territory has been treating me very well through this role, and we'll see what happens next.
Nice political answer. So, I mean, after looking back for your 8 years, I mean, you know, from the position that when you first entered the job to where you're at today, you know, what do you believe will history say about your list of accomplishment?
My hope, honestly, is that during this time, two things. A lot of people, when I started, didn't know what the Energy Office does or that it even existed. While there might be some people that still think that, I think that has changed, I think, substantially over the last few years. That people understand, they may not know exactly what we do, but they certainly know we exist because we certainly increased our presence in the realm of things that we do. But more than anything else, honestly, revolutionizing the way that the community adopts batteries has been one of the key focuses. I think it's been inherent to almost every program that we've offered. I've been very strategic about that. I think it purely is one of the greatest opportunities for alleviating some of the many energy burdens that we've experienced in the territory. And if remembered for anything else, whether it be batteries in your car, batteries in your home, batteries on your business, batteries as part of the grid, optimization, like that has been a strategy of mine that I hope is actually being felt by the community through the body of work that we've accomplished.
Oh, very well. We recognize this point of information, then I'll come to you for a wrap-up. Point of information, Senator Joseph.
Yes, I am torn. I have two burning questions in my mind, Mr. Chairman. Kindly indicate for me, Mr. Fleming, how much do you receive for the Homes Grants and Air Grant Program? How much do you receive?
So the total grant award across the two programs is $51 million. We currently have
51 from how? When does it start and when does it end?
So the $51 million is the total grant amount. What we currently have access to is about 1.6 million or 1.3 million in early administrative funds. So ultimately, to unlock so right now we have 1.3 million as today dollars that we can draw down upon. There's an approval once we submit the formal plan with a contractor that we just engaged to the DOE for formal approval of the overarching program. It will unlock the remaining funds. So currently we have a 1.3 drawdown, like funds that can be drawn down today. That's active in our award. The award says in aggregate says 51 million, but we don't unlock that until we gain DOE approval from the first stage of the program that we're currently.
Okay, and what is it going to be used for, and what's the funding source?
Yeah, so it's the Department of Energy is the funding, the federal grant or the federal funder, and it's for rebates or so financial incentives for energy efficiency retrofits.
So that includes solar water heaters, etc.
Yes, solar hot water heaters. They used to be Energy Star appliances, but they've actually made some of the certification more laxed under the current administration, federal administration. But yet, a wide range of appliances, as well as electrification upgrades to upgrading your meter. So if you need to incorporate an electric appliance, all of those are eligible activities.
So some of our people, when their appliances got damaged by whopper fluctuation in power, can take advantage of this program, I'm suspecting?
Yes.
To replace some of their damaged appliances. Okay, good to know. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for your leniency. I appreciate it deeply. It gives our people some hope. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Senator James, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And actually, the word that I was going to use was hope that the previous colleague said. But I wanted to tell you, using that word hope, that I was there when you were sworn in. And your generation is a generation of my children. And I just want to tell you that I have a lot of hope in your generation that things will change and you will improve the lives of Virgin Islanders. So I want to thank you for your service to the territory. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much for that. And I think just going back to what the senator had alluded to is the fact that there is a number of, we've been having this conversation as well, as you know, Director, in regards to how do we subsidize and address some of those individuals that have sustained damages consequential to some of the power outages or the frequency of power outages that we have seen, and just kind of make them whole in terms of those damages. Not to mention also grocery replacement and those things, but that's on another side of the house. But really just the equipment that have been damaged as a result of some of these power surges that we experience. Anything that you want to say in that area?
Yeah, so actually, I think I alluded to it briefly, but in addition to the inclusion of the portable battery system in our weatherization program, we've also successfully gotten approval for the whole home inclusion of whole home surge protectors as part of those retrofits as well. So to that point, if we're going in and doing an energy efficiency retrofit, if we can't also protect the appliance that we're replacing, there's going to be less value to the consumer, especially as we navigate this transition at the utility level. So we're certainly trying to find ways where, with our existing programs, we can incorporate as much preventative measures, not just replace, but also try to protect for the instability that still exists.
At this time, I'll give you, again, 30 seconds, a minute to do a wrap-up.
So first off, thank you, and also thank to my team. I genuinely mean it when I say the accomplishments we talk about are certainly could not be done without the support of the Energy Office team. I think when I first came into this agency, I wasn't sure how enthusiastic everyone would be about taking on the kind of craziness that I feel like I bring to the space sometimes. But I love the enthusiasm that I've seen grow across the team through the work that we're doing. I think I appreciate all of the compliments today, but I also feel that within my team as well. And I'm so glad to have been able to continue the work that we've been doing over the last few years. And I think this summer has been such a highlight of that with how much everyone has come together and support us. So thank you for the support today. Thank you for my team, for the Energy Office, St. Croix and St. Thomas. And I have to shout out our intern, Miss Melody Lockhart, who's here as well too. She gave us a good talking to yesterday in her final day of her internship. So I did tell her that I was an intern at the Energy Office 10 years ago. And so I told her goal is to become the director in the next 5 years. But thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And again, your agency represents a small part of the budget, $1.5 million, but nonetheless, it's so impactful, especially in light of what we're seeing now with our energy instability. And, it's critical that we're able to, as well as all of the available grants and funding us that could make us better moving into the future. So we're very happy to see and excited about the work that's being done. The $70+ million that may be available for transforming these communities, and we really want to make sure that federal money is really spent and it gets to make us a better community moving forward. So thank you for all that you do. And I implore and encourage the remaining staff, to continue to support this endeavor as we talk about transforming the Virgin Islands. Your interns and those young people that have a bright future, and certainly we got to continue to uplift them and really encourage them, incentivize them to keep the work going. So thank you very much. At this time, the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance will stand in recess for 3 minutes, and when we return with the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. Stand in recess for 3 minutes. Good afternoon. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is back in record and out of recess. At this time, Madam Clerk, please call up the fourth and final item for today's agenda.
Block 4, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. Invited testifier, Ms. Valdez, Shelford, Interim Executive Director. This concludes today's reading of the agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. We do have Ms. Shelford available at the testifier's table along with the VIHFA staff. So we'll go for quick identification and mic check, and we'll then take your testimony. Good afternoon, Executive Director. Shelford.
Good afternoon, Valdez Shelford, Interim Executive Director and Chief Financial Officer of the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority.
Good afternoon, Mr. Pell.
Good afternoon, Rupert Pell, Director of Planning and Construction, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority.
Good afternoon, Alana Lavenier, Acting Chief Disaster Recovery Officer, Deputy Chief Disaster Recovery Officer.
Director.
Good afternoon, Janine Hector, Director of Federal Programs, VI Housing Finance Authority.
Very well. Do you have anyone in St. Thomas? No. You may proceed with your testimony at this time.
Good afternoon, Senator Norvel E. Francis Jr., Budget, Appropriations, and Finance Committee Chair, members of the committee, other senators present, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Valdez Shelford, Chief Financial Officer and Interim Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, VIHFA. At your request, I am here to provide an overview of VIHFA's 2027 budget to support our operations. As you are likely aware, the VIHFA is currently engaged in discussions with the Department of Housing and Urban Development about certain programs for which we have received federal funds. We received a suspension notice from HUD on July 20th, 2026, and we are fully engaged in conversations with HUD through legal counsel to gain greater clarity relative to impacts, remedies, and the overall process as we navigate forward. VIHFA takes these matters with the utmost seriousness and remains fully committed to implementing corrective actions, strengthening internal controls, and ensuring the responsible stewardship of public funds. We remain committed to our mission to create safe and sustainable communities across the Virgin Islands and acknowledge that in light of recent events, the authority will have to proactively work to safeguard public trust. The VIHFA is cooperating fully with our federal partners at HUD and is committed to ensuring transparency and accountability. That said, given the ongoing nature of those discussions, I am advised by our attorneys not to comment any further about these matters here today. Budget overview. For fiscal year 2027, the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority is proposing an operating budget of $24,451,053. This budget is supported by several revenue sources, which includes $2 million from the general fund, $720,000 from stamp tax revenues, $2.8 million from land and home sales, $130,123 from commercial leases, $350,000 from mortgages, $300,000 from other receipts and services, and approximately $18 million in federal reimbursement. These federal reimbursements are generated through programs such as ARP, CDBG, CDBG-CV, CDBG-DR, Electrical Grid, ESG, ESG-CV Home, and CDBG-MID. For comparison, in fiscal year 2026, the authority received $5 million in stamp tax revenues, of which 14.4%, which is $720,000, was used to cover administrative costs. Personnel services are projected at approximately $13.8 million for fiscal year 2027. This amount includes $9.7 million for salaries and $4.1 million for benefits. Compared to the fiscal year 2026, personnel services increased by $671,512. This increase is primarily due to the filling of several vacant positions. The proposed budget also includes $112,000 for supplies, $300,000 for system upgrades, $300,000 for system upgrades, $6.2 million for professional services, $886,000 for rent, $330,000 for utilities, and $2.5 million for other services and charges. The professional services category includes consultants, construction management, and website management across all programs. For the past 15 years, VIHFA's annual general fund appropriation has remained at $2 million. This funding has been used exclusively to support salaries and employee benefits. However, rising health insurance premiums and employee retirement contributions have reduced the impact of this appropriation. Today, the general fund appropriation supports salaries and benefits for approximately 20 employees. As a result, the authority may rely on other revenue sources to cover personnel costs on additional 28 fill positions that are not federally reimbursed. When staff work on grant-funded activities, their time is allocated appropriately so that eligible costs can be charged to program administration or direct project expenses for reimbursement. Of the authority's 111 employees, 63 are federally funded and generate approximately $7.6 million in reimbursements. Overall, the proposed fiscal year 2027 budget reflects VIHFA's essential operating needs. It also demonstrates the authority's continued effort to balance limited general fund support with federal reimbursements and other available revenue sources. Human resources. The authority has a total of 111 employees, 57 in the St. Thomas St. John Water Island District, 44 in St. Croix, and 10 territorial. For fiscal year 2026, VIHFA has welcomed 10 new hires, executed 7 internal promotions, and processed 12 separations. An additional 1 new hire is pending in August. As the VIHFA is a non-unionized agency, all employees are classified as exempt or regular. Federal funding. The authority administers various federal grants as follows. The Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, is a HUD formula allocated grant based largely on population, poverty levels, and housing market data. The primary objective of the CDBG grant is to help facilitate the development of viable urban communities by providing decent housing, suitable living environments, and expanded economic opportunities. The territory's CDBG allocation for fiscal year 2026 is $1.8 million. We have received 30 applications for 2026 grant funds. The CDBG staff has vetted the applications, and the recommended projects will be submitted to our board for approval. The amount that will be rewarded to projects will be $1.4 million, which will be divided equally among the 2 districts, $721,874.80 per district. For fiscal year 2026, $540,089.25 have been spent thus far, which is prior funds for ongoing projects. The Home Investment Partnership Program, HOME, is an annual HUD formula allocated grant which serves to expand the supply of decent, affordable housing for very low and low-income families. Jurisdictions use home funds to support housing programs that meet local needs and priorities. Funds may help renters, new home buyers, or existing homeowners. VIHFA utilizes HOME to provide direct financial assistance at 1% loan, grant, or both to first-time home buyers. This has been based on the determination of need because the cost of a modest home exceeds the affordability of working-class households. Home funds help bridge a gap between the purchase price of the unit and what the household can afford. Since 1995, Home has assisted over 530 families to achieve homeownership in the USVI. Funds are used directly for home buyer assistance. Home funds are not subgranted to organizations. Use of home funds is governed by various key requirements prescribed by HUD to include household income limits, maximum property value limits, maximum home investment per property, and mandated resale guidance recapture provisions to ensure that the units assisted with home funds continue to provide housing for the assisted household and or another low-income household through resale for at least 20 years. Given the increasing cost of construction as well as property values in the territory, it has been increasingly challenging to identify homes, whether new construction or acquisition, that meet the home parameters. The typical home subsidy per household is over $100,000. The territory's home allocation for fiscal year 2026 is $796,475. To date, the authority has spent $234,723. However, several drawdowns totaling over $498,000 are pending. The Emergency Solution Grant, ESG, is also a HUD formula allocating grant, which is used primarily for the rehabilitation or conversion of buildings for use as homeless shelters, street outreach services for the unsheltered and transient communities, homelessness prevention, and 234 rapid rehousing service, and the administration of the Homeless Management Information System. The territory's ESG allocation for fiscal year 2026 is $149,531. The program has 2 years to obligate the funds. Community Development Block Grant, CARES, CDBG, CV. Under the Federal CARES Act, jurisdictions were awarded supplemental community development block grant funds specifically to prevent, prepare, and respond to the coronavirus pandemic. The territory was awarded a total of $2.8 million. As a result of 2 rounds of solicitation for proposals, 10 projects were approved for funding for a total of $2.8 million, including Project Promise and Villa Morales on St. Croix, Family Resource Center and Community Action now on St. Thomas, along with St. John Rescue. CDBG CV drawdowns as of July 2026 total $644.30. The deadline for the use of CDBG CV funds has been extended to February 2027 as per HUD guidelines. Emergency Rental Assistance Program, ERA. The Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority successfully administered the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, providing financial assistance to qualifying households that experience financial hardship during or as a direct or indirect result of the COVID-19 pandemic. Eligible households received up to 18 months of rental and utility assistance in addition to other housing stability assistance. Of the $23.3 million the territory received through ERAP 1 and ERAP 2, the authority expended approximately $20.3 million to address rental arrears, utility assistance, and housing stability service. These efforts were instrumental in preventing evictions, reducing housing instability, and assisting more than 1,500 households throughout the territory. Through a partnership with Legal Service of the Virgin Islands, Residents at risk of homelessness also receive free legal assistance under the Housing Stability Services component. The project period ended on September 30th, 2025, and the program was successfully closed out on January 29, 2026, with the submission of the ERUP 2 final report. The territory awaits Treasury final review and any remaining closeout requirements. Homeowner Assistance Program. The U.S. Virgin Islands received $8.5 million through the American Rescue Plan Act for the Homeowner Assistance Fund program, funded by the U.S. Department of Treasury to provide financial relief to homeowners who experience a COVID-19 related financial hardship after January 21, 2020. HAF provides assistance for mortgage reinstatements, mortgage principal reduction, foreclosure prevention, mortgage payment assistance, homeowners association fees, property insurance, utility assistance, and other eligible housing-related expenses. Eligible homeowners may receive up to $90,000 in financial assistance depending on program component eligibility. In addition to financial assistance, VIHFA Home Ownership Division provides housing counseling and foreclosure prevention services to homeowners experiencing financial distress. As of June 30th, 2026, the total obligated was $7,036,187.02. Total expended $7,036,187.02, approximately 83% of the total award. Financial assistance was $6 million, with administrative costs being $973,867. We have a remaining grant balance from half of $1,485,771.98. To date, the program has aided the territory's most vulnerable homeowners, with more than 80% of all financial assistance benefiting households at or below 100% of area median income, consistent with U.S. Treasury program requirements. The HAF program application period remained open through July 31st, 2026, and eligible assistance will continue to be provided through the program end date of September 30th, 2026. Applications may be submitted online through the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority website at www.vihfa.gov. Housing update. Despite ongoing challenges, VIHFA has made significant progress in advancing housing initiatives throughout the territory. Barring any unforeseen circumstance, we anticipate commencing construction on the following development within the next 4 months: 3 single-family homes in Estate Concordia and 33 single-family homes in Estate Bon Esperance, St. Croix. 7 single-family homes at Mount Pleasant, 7 St. Croix. 22 single-family homes at the residence at 340 North, St. Thomas. 20 single-family homes in Estate Fortuna, St. Thomas, and 9 rental units as part of the Main Street Homes development, St. Thomas. In addition, construction is currently underway on the rehabilitation of 16 emergency housing apartments at Anna's Hope Emergency Housing on St. Croix. This project is anticipated to be substantially completed by the 4th quarter of 2027, providing safe and improved emergency housing accommodations for residents in need. The estimated total budgeted cost of this project is a little over $48.4 million that will be supported by mitigation and disaster recovery funding. CDBG-DR mitigation and electric grid. VIH remains a grantee of the CDBG-DR mitigation and electrical grid funds. As you are aware, the Office of Disaster Recovery ODR has been providing programmatic management of DR-related projects since November 20th, 2020. As of June 22nd, 2026, the balance of CDBG DR grant funds was $691.2 million, with $15.2 million budgeted for planning and administration. To date, we have expended $128.7 million in housing, spent $1.2 million on public services and public facilities, $158.4 million on infrastructure, $11.6 million on economic resilience and revitalization, and $8.3 million on planning. This grant expires on September 30th, 2029, and currently no funds are susceptible to recapture. Mitigation funding. The CDBG MIT allocation provides approximately $774 million over a 12-year period through 2035, and this is to strengthen the territory's long-term resilience. Funding is allocated across housing, $262 million, infrastructure and public facilities, $422 million, economic resilience and revitalization, $40 million, and planning and administration, $49 million. To date, via HFA has expended more than $186.6 million and has committed over $55.5 million to affordable housing development. Major awards include $47.9 million to Jackson Development Company for the acquisition, rehabilitation, and preservation of affordable housing at Lovinlawn Phase 1, Bellevue Village, and Calabash Boom, and $7.5 million to AC Development LLC for the residents at 340 North and St. Thomas. An additional $3.7 million is anticipated for Main Street homes. These developments are expected to generate approximately $19 million in program income through the sale of completed homes. Program income refers to the revenue generated from activities funded with federal grant dollars. Under HUD regulations, those funds do not revert to the federal government. Instead, they remain available to the territory and must be reinvested in eligible housing activities. As homes are sold, the proceeds will create a revolving source of capital for VIHFA that can be used to finance additional affordable housing projects, allowing the program to continue expanding homeownership opportunities and maximizing the long-term impact of the VIHFA is also actively evaluating approximately $24 million in new housing development application, reflecting continued demand for resilience and affordable homeownership opportunities throughout the Virgin Islands. The Economic Resilience and Revitalization Program continues to make strategic investments in the territory through its commercial hardening and financing and small business mitigation initiatives. These projects help businesses, nonprofits, micro-enterprises, and agricultural operations strengthen resilience through facility hardening, backup power, renewable energy system, drainage improvement, weatherization, and other mitigation measures. To date, approximately $28 million has been obligated to 26 businesses and nonprofit organizations through the program. Of these, 2 projects are currently under construction, Royal Systems LLC and VI Aqua Farms, and 1 project, the St. Thomas Women's Coalition Crisis Center, has been successfully completed. Additionally, 14 projects are expected to advance before the end of the year, contingent upon completion of the required environmental review process. Under the infrastructure program, $124 million has been committed for the Veterans Drive Resilient Project, with construction expected to begin in October 2026. $2 million has been allocated to the St. Thomas Abattoir Project, led by the Department of Agriculture, which is currently undergoing environmental review. Several projects funded under the Community Resilience and Public Facilities Program are also advancing through the development pipeline. To date, approximately $13 million has been obligated to support critical resilient initiatives, including the Alexander Theater Shelter and Safe Room through the St. Croix Foundation, and Roots and Wings, enhancing resilience of children through the Children's Museum. Additionally, additional projects are nearing completion, including REACH USVI expansion project led by the St. Thomas East End Medical Center Corporation and the From Crisis to Opportunity project through Wangef Louis Hospital. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, construction on these projects is expected to begin in August 2026. Together, these projects will expand emergency shelter capacity, strengthen community facilities, support vulnerable population, and enhance resilience throughout the territory. In partnership with the Virgin Islands Energy Office, the Community Electrical Innovation Program is making measurable progress through approximately $19 million in available funding. To date, 29 beneficiaries have been approved and installation activities are underway, beginning with participating daycare facilities. The first installation was successfully completed at Happy Faces Daycare Center on St. Croix, marking an important milestone in delivering clean energy and resilience improvement to small businesses while strengthening energy security for vulnerable households throughout the territory. HFA is also partnering with the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority to implement 4 major electrical and resilient projects supported by more than $35.7 million in funding. 3 projects, the Feeders 11 and 12 project, Distribution Automatic Devices project, and Transformer Replacement project have received authorization to use grant funds and are advancing towards implementation. The 4th initiative, the St. Thomas Substation Battery Energy Storage System project, is completing its final review requirements with authorization to use grant funds anticipated in August 2026. I want to express my sincere gratitude to this esteemed committee for the opportunity to present the VIHFA budget. I also want to thank the entire VIHFA staff for the immense hard work and dedication that make our vital mission possible for the communities that we serve. With that, we are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Interim Executive Director and CFO Shelford, for your testimony. And yes, we'll be mindful of the pending inquiry and try to avoid discussing those matters here. And of course, if there's anything that falls along that line, feel free to so advise, and we'll back down from that. Those concerns, because certainly don't want to jeopardize any further federal funding. So, in terms of revenues of funding that you have available to you through the general fund, can you speak to how much revenues you have received thus far for FY 2026?
Yes, so far we have received like.
Can you get a little closer?
Okay, let me get a little closer. So far, of the $2 million for fiscal year 2026, we received 833,000. 833,000. We had 5 allotments so far. And all of that, when we receive that fund, it goes directly into our payroll account.
So what have been your expenditures thus far for FY 2026?
For the in terms of the
your funding, both local and federal, if you could just speak to your expenditures.
For the personnel service, I missed what you said.
Yes.
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Yeah, you could just do your expenditures. Give me your expenditures. You could break them down by category if you want to do personnel, fringe, supplies, other services. You could do it that way as well.
For 2025, our actual was 8 for personnel
2026,
service.
FY 26.
Okay. Oh, wait, okay, and this is through May 2026.
Okay.
When I sent in the information. So personnel service was $6,123,606.
$6,100,000
$23,606.
600 and
I'm sorry, $606.
so that's coming from our post-audit report.
Yes,
You
and
don't
that
have-
was submitted.
Do you submit this very same information to them, you're saying?
Yes, this is what we submitted.
You don't have any more up-to-date information in regards to that since May?
Give me 1 minute.
If she have the information, she welcome to.
No, she doesn't. So, and this is of July 30th. So as of July 30th, our personnel our actual personnel was $10,650,810.
Fringe?
I believe the fringe is included in. Yes.
Supplies?
The fringe is included.
Okay, supplies? You don't have a breakout of what's fringe and what's personal?
Okay, on my supplies.
He's a CFO.
So our custodial supplies, our actual was $110,721. And our office supplies was $29,456.
Other services and charges?
Our other services actual came up to $3,102,500.
$3 million?
$3,112,540.
Utilities?
A telephone, $121,889. Electricity, $94,035. And water, $57,284.
You have a total on that? We could do it.
No.
Capital outlay?
We didn't have any capital.
Outstanding vendors payment?
Not that we don't have outstanding vendors payment because we try to pay within the 30 days to keep our bills current. So.
Okay. Do you have any federal funds in jeopardy? Any clawbacks? Any?
Ms. Sector, ask if you have any federal.
Good afternoon, Janine Hector, Federal Programs Director. As we heard earlier, the IHFA is currently in discussions with HUD to gain additional clarity about the current situation, and those discussions are expected to bring additional clarity that would enable us to be able to put a better answer to that.
So outside of any of that in particular that's in view right now, do you have any other federal funds in jeopardy as it stands?
Not that I'm able
aware?
to,
You have any vacancies?
So we did have some vacancies, but we have we're in a hiring freeze right now. So we would have so I can say we would have one vacancy, which would be the COO position.
You spoke about your positions that you have 20 local out of possible 28. You also have 63 federal, and your total is 111. Do you have any split where you're actually utilizing general fund and federal funds to fund position? No, none of those. They're either clearly general fund or federal funds.
Yes.
Of your home investment partnership program, how many individuals have received funding for that in FY 2026?
Janine Hector responding to that. Currently, under our home program, we have had some activity this year in which we acquired some units that we are rehabilitating, and those units, upon completion of rehab, will then be sold to eligible home buyers. So those are in process at this time, so we have not had any closings or anything this year with homeowners.
So under this program,
and we have one additional project underway where we're assisting a home buyer that's building a home.
which district are you looking at this? St. Croix, St. Thomas, and John?
So the home program funds are, obviously they're able to be spent territorially.
Right.
However, the requirements of the home program,
that's being rehabilitated.
the ones that are being rehabilitated right now are all on St. Croix. As we were looking at homes that we could acquire and rehab, the challenge with the home program is that there are maximum value limits, and those value limits are somewhat out of line with what homes cost in the territory at the time. So we find that it's virtually impossible in St. John to comply with the value limit, to find homes that would be affordable. On St. Thomas, difficult, and on St. Croix, a little bit easier. But in general, the limits are pretty out of step, and that's something that we're aware of working with HUD.
What is being done to mitigate that? Is there any offerings, any recommendations, any requests being made to address that particular value limit concerns?
The value limits are the formula by which they come up are sort of statutorily mandated in terms of how you would go about requesting. So there's a process outlined actually in the home program regulations that would require the jurisdiction to provide information on the number of real estate sales in the market over the period and some other information like that. So that's a process that we would have to go through. We tried it once before and it wasn't successful, but we've pledged that we're going to try to work on that again in terms of submitting the information and seeing, how HUD responds.
Okay, so currently, in terms of FY 2026, can we denote, document, or give any number of individuals that would put heads in beds or keys in hands for FY 26?
Under the home program, no, like I said, not at this time because we acquired units and we're...
Any of your programs have you been able to do that?
No, not... We have some other projects like under CDBG where we're working on projects that will be building shelters, etc. But right now, no.
Local nonprofits that were awarded CDBG grants approximately 2 years ago have not yet received their funds. Have there been any communication to these organizations about these ongoing delays?
So in general, the funds, what happens is that funds that were, so organizations, for example, that applied for funds in 2025, those funds would have been covered under grant agreements that would have been executed towards the end of the year. Actually, they were executed in early 2026. And then the next step, once the grant agreement between the territory and HUD has been executed, is to then complete environmental reviews and, you know, whatever processes are required in order to execute the sub-agreements that then allow the grantees to start receiving their funding.
Was this is also caught in the loop of the suspension at this point? This is CDBG.
VIH, yes. So VIHFA, based on the guidance, or based on the suspension letter, as I said, we are having, VIHFA is having discussions with HUD to gain additional clarity about steps forward, where it's, you know, they're talking about that with the legal team. We understand that there are possible remedies, etc., but those discussions are ongoing.
All right, let me open up to my colleagues at this time. There was a point? Senator Bailey had a point? Up to my colleagues at this point. You recognize, Senator Blyden, you recognize your point of information.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. Hector.
Good afternoon, Senator.
In respect to the home program, when you said there was homes being repaired, etc., how many homes in the program do you have being repaired? And how many homes per district in that respect?
So as I indicated, we acquired some units that needed various levels of rehab. A total of 5.
I just want the numbers.
A total of 5 in the St. Croix district.
What about St. Thomas and or St. John? None? Zero?
No, as I indicated, the challenge about the value.
Very well. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Senator Hubert Frederick, you recognize for your 5 minutes. I'm sorry? All right. Senator Blyden, you go ahead with the 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, CEO Shillingford, Acting CEO Shillingford, and your supporting team there. Thank you so much for your testimony. I'm going to ask all of my questions today from the post-editor's report because that is our responsibility in terms of budget hearings. So we're in a budget hearing. So I'm going to ask questions from our post-editor that deal with the budgeting. And I do not think any of those questions have anything to do with HUD or anyone else. Okay, so please try and respond as truthfully as you can. Let's start with page. Put on my glasses. Let's start with page 10 of the post-editor's report. Okay, which deals with federal grants. I'm going to start at page 10 on the bottom of the page. We have a federal grant that was awarded in amount of $20,571,000 for Loveland Phase 1, Bellevue for $17.6 million, Calabash Boom for $10.1 million. All of these grants were already awarded, so CEO Shillingford, these grants are safe, correct? As far as you know.
No, I'd love to.
The sector, these grants are safe as far as you know. Okay, whomever.
Alana Lavenier, Acting Chief Disaster Recovery Officer. Sir, regarding to the suspension, many of these projects had subrecipient agreements prior to the suspension.
Correct.
And so we do have several projects that are still continuing.
So they're good. Okay, let's go to the Energy Office just left a while ago, and they mentioned in their testimony the Community Electrical Innovations Grant of $19 million, which was under the CDBG-DR portion. Was that grant, is that grant good? Or have it been under the suspension? That one in particular.
Alana Lavenier, Acting Chief Disaster Recovery.
Speaking of Mike, please, we can't hear you.
Alana Lawaetz, Acting Chief Disaster Recovery Officer. Sir, I want to be able to give you the most accurate, up-to-date information, and we are still seeking additional information alongside HUD with our outside counsel. So please allow me time to get more information and then provide to your office the most up-to-date and accurate information.
To the chair, no problem. Thank you so much. Go to page 6 of your testimony. Analysis. Let's go to analysis. CEO, Acting CEO Shelford. I'm looking at your leases, right? And for instance, the flower shop in St. Thomas under your office, the lease was from 22 to 25, but the annual lease amount is $30,600 a year annually for a flower shop, a little flower shop, right? But you have like custom builders, which is a general contractor, and their annual lease is $2,922. And it's from 2012 to 2034, which I know that's about before your time, most likely. And also you have another one for custom builders again for $1,755, and it expired in 34. How do you determine who pays what when it comes to your leases? So, because those numbers are so far apart. Is it based on the type of business? Is it based on relationships? How does that work? Speak to me. Anyone?
What it is, I know custom builders is like a lay-down yard. It's not a building or anything there.
So just a little piece
1 minute.
Yes, a parcel of land.
Well, talk to me. Okay, no problem. I get it. Okay, also on page 5, and you spoke to it in your testimony. You had 10 new hires, 10 separations, 1 new hire pending, 7 internal promotion, which is a good thing. So you're still -1, and you're saying that you have a freeze right now on hiring, correct? So what are you going to do in the interim to assist with your operations in terms of making sure you have the right amount of capacity to address all of the issues you're dealing with at this time? How are you managing that process?
In terms of the one position that we know we have to fill, which is the Chief Operating Officer. The one position that we are going to fill, which is the Chief Operating Officer, we will be getting a new executive director. We want to give him the opportunity to vet that person that he'll be working on.
And before I close, in closing, Mr. Chair, I want to honestly give kudos to Ms. Industrious and Ms. Webster for actually presenting at the summit. They did an awesome job. They really had the crowd engaged. They answered many, many questions that individuals have had, which I feel moving forward. I know you do other outreach initiatives, but they were on point in terms of the platform and the responses. Many residents found out about a lot of good information that you guys have, which should never be a secret. It's some very good stuff you guys have, and I think you need to put it out there some more and increase your output in terms of communication when it comes to your different programs, because you have excellent programs. I don't have time, but we'll deal with that at the appropriate time with the right oversight when it comes to the Housing, Transportation and Telecommunication Committee. We'll deal with that next couple of weeks. Thank you so much for your response, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Housing, home ownership, and home ownership is definitely one of those critical priorities, as you can see from the summit of over 700 attendees over the last 2 days that you held that committee. That is a very important concern. Hence, the reason why we have to continue to have these very important discussions with the Housing Finance Authority and other stakeholders, and being able to again move the needle on these particular issue. We have to take night and make day, to get this resolved and really put heads in beds and keys in hands. So, that's the reason why we're here to have that discussion. At this time, we recognize Senator Hubert Frederick. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Pleasant good afternoon, colleagues again. Testifiers, welcome. Listening and viewing audience. my office, the office of Hubert Frederick, and central staff. I want to start off, Edie, Shelford. Thank you for carrying this load at this time. I know it ain't easy, but the work continues. We've got $2 million that the local government is appropriating to your agency to try to get through this. How are you? What's the best way for us to assist you at this time?
Thanks for that question, Senator. The best way for us to get assistance is by receiving our stamp tax funds. We know presently we are owed like $28 million and possibly more with this fiscal year. And that would help us in terms of using local funds to do some of the housing projects that we have slated. And, until we get clarity from her, so that would be a good assistance to get us.
And how do we prioritize the other tasks that are currently in limbo right now? How do we don't have the full 28 million right now, as you know, so how do we prioritize what's next to assist?
How we would prioritize what we need in terms of stamp tax funds?
Correct. You don't have the 28.
I don't get 28. If I get 5 million, that's another 5 million that we could start a project with. If it comes in increments of 5, we would love to have 10. But whatever increment that we can have to help us continue with our housing projects. And for some of the housing developments, they were right there. We were ready to start. So anything that we could do, and Mr. Peck could tell you what we have slated for local funds, would be a help.
Would this excluding salaries and fringes?
Yes, like this year we took like 14.4% of it, but it usually goes into our housing development bank account that we would use for building homes, infrastructure, putting in roads, anything that we need to get us to a development is what we use that for.
Mr. Pell, our priorities?
Good afternoon, Rupert Pell, Director of Planning and Construction. The majority of the stamp tax funds that would come into the agency and utilized by Planning and Construction goes towards development of properties owned by the agency. We do have large swaths of land throughout the Virgin Islands in every district. Most of them do not have infrastructure, meaning roads. In some cases, if it's within the distribution system, water services, utilities. So that infrastructure funds go towards those type of developments, and then it's easier for us to build homes. In the interim, at this moment, we are focusing on a lot of spot construction for developments that have been completed in the past, but not all the homes were built. And through the testimony, you saw the mention of Mount Pleasant 8, and the reason it's 8, we have a development where there's 16 lots that were still available for construction, and we're moving forward trying to see how we can build 8 homes there. We have other areas that have infrastructure, like Estate Adventure. There's availability of 16 lots to start construction. So those are the type of projects that we're moving forward with outside of not receiving the stamp tax funds to develop undeveloped land.
And for those contractors that were complaining about not getting paid,
30 seconds.
Is any of the $2 million going to be used to help those guys complete the homes that they still have to complete to turn them over?
I think you may be referring to contractors under the Envision program, which is administered by Office of Disaster Recovery. Planning and Construction at this time does not have any homes under construction where contractors are pending payments.
Okay, good. Last but I think if I can, of the vacant salaries, I know one will have to be filled. So which ones were you not gonna touch for a while? We got to reshuffle our personnel.
Well, the positions that we're not going to fill and right now would be any of the positions that would be under the federal funds. Basically, anyone that we would not be.
And local too.
Both. We're just on a hiring freeze. We're on a hiring freeze. Cannot afford to put anyone else on our personnel budget.
I want to thank you so much for delicately answering my questions, and we're trying to find solutions, but this is a budget hearing and we still need to try to understand how the money that we are appropriating will be spent. Thank you so much for your response.
I just wanted to say in terms of developing and doing the local funds, when we get the infrastructure in, it helps if other developers want to come in. They don't usually want to come in. You don't have any roads. You have this big structure. So that it helps us, you know.
Yeah, we're having the same problem with this outside free trade zone, right? If we could get some infrastructure, we could get some huge construction started to get people to rent some warehouse space, and so we're in the same boat too. Mr. Chair, thank you so much, and I appreciate the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. Interim CEO Shelford, the core mission of Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authorities is, again, home ownership. What reassurance can we give this public? I mean, we have teachers, police officers, nurses, just leaving here in droves sometimes as a result of not being able to own a piece of the American dream. And some of your employees as well, I'm sure, could get caught in that loop. What assurances can we give them to that, in fact, there'll be something on the horizon that would be able to, again, address this particular issue of home ownership? From where you sit in terms of your scoping, your area of responsibility, and your mission for HFA.
Of course, we would need more stamp tax funding to assist us, but we have looked and discussed plots of land that we have that we might be able to build on. If we get the funding to start the infrastructure, as time goes by, developers are getting interested in coming to the VI to do work. The staff, the planning and construction, and some of our other staff has had meetings with outside developers. So to make it more attractive, having the funding and the roads are in, we get the whopper poles in, all the things that we need would also help us.
I see you just recently received $5 million.
Yes, we did.
So how and when that will be available to support and get that to meet us halfway until we could get the additional monies to you?
It's available now, and I'll discuss.
So, Bill, anything you want to add
projects we want
to that? I mean, any construction on the horizon, any discussion in terms of how we'll do any development that being considered?
Well, as ID Shelford mentioned, we have developers that come all the time and is interested, and there is 2 on the table at this moment, and I met with a team as recent as yesterday who came in the territory to meet with the event this past Saturday. So we have developer, and as mentioned, when we let them know that we have land in these areas, their hesitation is that there's no infrastructure available, and once they do construction and they have to put in infrastructure, it brings the cost of the homes to a limit that exceed some of the program limits. If we can get the infrastructure in using the stamp tax funds and have the developers focus on just the construction of the homes, it makes it more affordable for the homeowners.
So is there a need to modify legislation to allow for the infrastructure to be put in? Because a lot of times those developers put in subpar infrastructures anyway that becomes our responsibility in the long run. Roads, for example, lighting underground. And so if in fact it's something that we need to legislate or amend their legislation to allow for the stamp tax to be utilized for that purpose.
Well, that is what the stamp tax is utilized for. And most of if we have the stamp tax funds available, those infrastructure are put in by VIHFA, not the developers. So we control how it's constructed, like in St. Thomas Estate, Dunu, Whispering Hills. We put in maybe 75% of the roads in that area, and we currently are we build some homes, and we're in the process of doing additional homes within that community.
Let me go ahead and recognize Senator Maurice James. You recognize at this time for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, everyone in and outside the room. Good afternoon. I wanted to ask the last time we had a conversation, Interim Executive Director Shelford, I had mentioned to you that in doing a title search of some properties in Castleburg, I came across the fact that there were a number of lots that were owned by Housing Finance Authority. Do you know how many lots you own in that particular subdivision?
I'll have Mr. Pell answer. I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you.
Amount.
At current, when I mentioned earlier that we are looking at filling in spot lots in different locations, that's part of our evaluation. That information is available with our GIS administrator, but we haven't gotten around to all of them. But yes, Castleburg is one of the communities that's on the list.
Many?
I don't know offhand at this moment. We can get that information back to you.
I do know that it's more than 10. I do know that.
That would be great. There's 10 more lots we can build on.
And the infrastructure is already there. That's why I mentioned that. You had said when you said to the chair about the need for infrastructure, that was the first thing that came to my mind. In addition to that, the interesting thing about Castleburg is that these were given to people with conditions that they had to meet in order to retain title to the properties. But I guess that has never been pursued, right? Asking those people who are now property owners whether or not they intend to move forward with building homes on the lots that they acquired for like $5,000 at the time.
I am not aware of that exact provision, but I would love to get additional information to pursue it.
Okay. The reason is that those lots are there from 1990. Those were created after Hurricane Hugo. And I know that a number of people said that they would build on those lots, but then the one side to the west, which is where the school is, near the complex, those were constructed, homes that were constructed, but those to the east going towards the Hector, you're familiar with that, right?
Yes, and I worked at Department of Public Works at the time when that development had started the construction of the homes on the west side and the sale of the lots on the east side. The property was not owned by VIHFA at the time. It was on the Housing, Parks and Recreation.
Right.
But you are correct. The lots were sold for $5,000 to homeowners, and there are some empty lots in there still.
Yeah,
Good afternoon, Senator. Thank you for recognizing. I just wanted to add a point relative to the properties that are in that subdivision that reflect ownership by the government.
Yeah.
We have to proceed with a little caution because we're aware, because a couple of times folks have approached us of persons who maintain that they paid for their lots, but didn't
receive deeds.
Receive deeds. Yeah.
You never get title.
Yeah, yeah. And so, as it was indicated, it wasn't housing finance at the time. It came over in the merger.
Yeah.
And so, we've been trying and assist in terms of getting to the bottom of that. But I'm aware that there are a few such people that have approached the agency.
Yeah, I think that's a prime spot or subdivision for you to do what you were talking about earlier, because I know of a house that was just built under the Envision program, and one of those same lots, and again, the Envision program, they were able to get a contractor, build a house for those people, and it seems to me as if that's maybe the way we should go. Get a contractor. So I just wanted to put that on the table because we really need to move forward with what we can move forward with.
That's correct.
And just one more question I had. Who is the sub-grantee for the Vija Morales and Singh project? What's the status of that? Did anything happen with that?
I can speak to that, Janine Hector.
Sure.
Okay, so initially we were working with a nonprofit organization. In December last year, they backed away. They indicated that they were not interested in going forward. Because of the timing of the funds, via HFA, we decided to move forward ourselves in terms of developing the property, and then in the future, conducting a solicitation to identify a subrecipient to operate. So we undertook some solicitations to try to get different things done. So that's a project that we are currently trying to work on. There's regular CDBG funding as well as some of the COVID funding, and we'll see where that.
Yeah, that I'm trying to remember it. Isn't that related to? Was it homeless or was it?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, that's what it was.
Yes, the property would be developed as a multi-service facility for homeless, providing sheltering services, etc. And so, like I said,
and the property is owned by you,
by Housing Finance Authority. Yes, ma'am.
Right. Okay, great.
Purchased with CDBG
yeah,
funds.
and so you'll go forward, build, and then
solicit for
operation,
right,
and management.
Yes,
okay,
that's the plan.
Okay, thank you for your answers. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator James. In respect to the Villa Morales location, is that actively being pursued? I heard the Bureau of Corrections is looking at that facility as well.
Yes, it is being pursued. As I said, after the organization backed away, we started working on solicitations for A&E services, cleanup, etc. The property had been fire damaged, etc. We're aware that BOC, among other people, are interested. Like I said, our plan is to develop and then solicit for organizations to operate the facility.
What is of concern to me is the community engagement. Are we having discussion so we don't find ourselves in the same predicament that we have had in other developments? Are we having town halls or any plans to have town hall with the neighborhood?
Yes, sir. I understand your concern exactly, and that's one of the considerations that we have, not just to award it to someone, but to actually conduct a solicitation process that would, be public.
Very well, and have stakeholders engagement and community engagement.
Yes, sir.
Tanya-Marie Fonseca, you recognized for your 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and a pleasant good afternoon to my colleagues, my staff, my hard-working staff, and the listening and viewing audience. Good afternoon, Interim ED Valdez, Shelford. How's everything going?
I want to say it's going. Thanks for asking.
Yes, I know it's kind of difficult. I got some questions for you. Your audits, how are we with the audits? Where are we? What's the last year audits were completed?
We completed fiscal year 23, and we have the draft audit for fiscal year 24.
So the 23, were there any findings that you have to respond to?
Yes, we had some findings, and we are working on remedying.
What were those findings?
So lots of the findings had to do with just reconciliations and our processes.
Okay. Then you're being too specific. You see, I'm trying to avoid asking the questions about the July 20th letter by Deputy Secretary Andrew Hughes, right? But you're going to have to be specific because I'm getting the impression that you're hiding something. I'm asking you about an audit. The audit has nothing to do with the federal issues. Tell me, what are the issues in the audit?
The issues in the audit are making sure that we do the reconciliations on time. And that was the main issues that we had with our audit.
Okay, good. And that was the same thing with the 24 audit? What's the issues with the 24 audit? Okay, can you send that through the chair, the issues with the 23 and the 23?
Yes, I will.
Okay, good. So I want to ask a question. You know, when you out there in Bovoni, you're driving past the Lima gas station, right? Going past where education have the bus stores. You see a whole pile of lumber there. Does Housing Finance Authority have anything to do with that lumber?
Based on our suspension letter, we cannot discuss.
Okay, do you pay for security services to guard that lumber?
Cannot discuss.
Can I get an answer? How can you not discuss whether you're paying for security services to guard a lumber out in Bavoin that's been there for 9 years or 8.5 years? I don't understand how you paying a security service to guard a lumber has something to do with your audit. But okay, I'm going to go on. So I'm assuming that the lumber out there, it's rotted. It looks like it's in very poor condition. Is that lumber the property of Housing Finance Authority or is it property of the federal government?
I'll have Ms. Lavenier answer your question.
Acting Chief Disaster Recovery Officer Alana Lavenier. The lumber is the property of Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority.
Okay, so that lumber been there for like 9 years, and you don't know, but you can't tell me if you have a security guard guarding that lumber. Okay, so I'll go down. So your federal reimbursements account for approximately $18 million of your proposed 24.45 budget, operating budget. So what happens to your staffing structure if HUD suspends, delays, or restricts those reimbursement? What if HUD delays or restricts
30 seconds.
Those reimbursement? What happens to your staffing?
All our federal funded positions are based on availability funds, the availability of funds. So if we no longer have the funds, and the staff is aware of that.
Okay, so I want to ask then, Specifically, are all the CDBGDR funds on restrictions or frozen? And can you tell me what is not restricted and not frozen of your federal funds? That has nothing to do with the investigation.
Alana Lavinier, Acting Chief Disaster Recovery Officer. Sir, any projects where we had existing agreements and or contractual agreements prior to the suspension are still going, as we have a grant in place, so those have not been affected. So we still have projects that are still going. They have not been affected.
Okay, so real quickly, Mr. Chair, I'll wrap up real quick on this because they took long to answer my question. So, so quickly, what financial control changes have you implemented? What procurement procedure changes have you implemented? And what conflict of interest safeguards have Housing Finance Authority implemented in the last, the last few years that would prevent the issues surrounding this dark cloud?
Alana Lavinier, Acting Chief Disaster Recovery Officer. Sir, while I cannot get into the specifics based on advice of counsel, I can say that within the past few years, HFA has done the work, comprehensive work on improving our internal controls, restructuring our procurement processes, standing up a risk unit. I cannot go into the specifics based on advice of outside counsel, but we can say that within a few years, we have worked diligently to improve our processes and improve the organization.
You see, that's an incomplete answer. I'm asking you about what procurement procedures have you implemented, what financial controls have you implemented, and conflict of interest. And you telling me you can't answer that to a pending investigation. This is about going forward to make sure that I can recommend giving you 1 cent of VI government if you don't have proper procedures and procurement rules in place. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca, for your line of questions. Is there any listing of the projects that's currently under the suspension that's now being, at least has been suspended, and those projects that continue to move? Is that something that you could provide to this body and to the public in regards to those projects that continues and falls outside of the suspension? You have a listing of those projects?
Alana Lavinier, Acting Chief Disaster Recovery Officer. As I said before, we do have several projects that were not affected, which we could provide to your office. However, we are still, for those that may have limitations.
You don't have a list of what those projects are at this time that you could provide to the public? Not just my office. Our representation here is to provide to the public as well.
I would like to get the most accurate information for the public, and so we are working diligently with our outside counsel alongside HUD to get clarity on that process. Once I have the most accurate, up-to-date information, we will provide that information.
Dwayne DeGraff, you're recognized for your 5 minutes. Senator Kurt Ville, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. You have $28 million has been obligated to 26 businesses and nonprofit organizations. Do you have a list of those business and nonprofit organizations and the amount that each of them has been awarded? And while you're looking for that, the money is a $48.4 million that will be supported by mitigation and disaster recovery funding for the development at Concordia, Panay Esperance, Mount Pleasant, the residences. Do we still have access to that amount, or is that one of them that's caught up?
Lana Lavinier, Chief Disaster Recovery Officer. Sir, once again, I am seeking further information with our outside counsel and HUD, so I do want to give you that.
You're not sure about that particular one?
I want to give you the most accurate information.
Okay, and the accurate information right now is you're not sure.
We are seeking more clarity. Don't want to give you something incorrect.
The $28 million, that's the same circumstance?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but can we know what are the nonprofits and businesses? I think that would be very helpful if we at least know which nonprofits and which businesses were awarded those monies. And I'm looking at page 7 of your testimony, the third paragraph. While you're looking for that, you're saying that your allotment was only 800 or something thousand, so you have received less than 50% of your allotment up to August, up to the...
August 6th.
And what have you been told in reference to the remainder of your allotment? From OMB.
We do ask for it, and we just wait until we get it. We might get a notice, and sometimes we don't get the full amount. But we do ask for it.
Okay, and in stamp taxes, you recently received $5 million, or
In April of 2026.
$5 million. Yes. And what were you supposed to receive?
Oh, that would be like 32.
No,
We still have like 28 million. For
No, okay, that's a cumulative amount. But what is the annual amount? It's 50% of stamp taxes collected. So what's the average? 8-9 million?
We have gotten like 9.
Okay. So you really did not receive anything for 3 or 4 years?
Yes, from like...
Until the recent 5 million?
Yes.
Okay. And the 5 million was given with a specific purpose, or?
So that we could do local, use it for local housing, infrastructure.
Okay, so
I'm sorry, for local housing and infrastructure.
So how do you plan to use that 5 million in reference to infrastructure? Getting some infrastructure in so we could begin with the building of some homes.
Well, I'll have Mr. Pell answer. We have property in Jealousy that doesn't have any infrastructure. And we have I'll let him go ahead.
Good afternoon, Rupert Pell, Director of Planning and Construction. As you can imagine, we have more properties and projects in the pipeline than the funds receive, but the immediate use and access would be, as ID Shelford mentioned, Estate Jealousy, which is 22 acres. We are looking at the expansion in, besides the developer with the 33 parcels for Bon Esperance, we have an additional about 60 acres in that area. We can expand our...
660?
Yes.
Okay.
And we do have Estate Cotton Valley.
30 seconds.
Okay,
parcels out there. So there's different areas, but we just have to see where the funds can go.
So Jealousy has no infrastructure in place at all?
No, not at all.
But Bon Esperance already have some...
We have infrastructures where the homes are already built, but we have additional land adjacent.
Okay. And you don't have some vacant properties that already have infrastructure?
Yes, as mentioned before, we're focusing on building homes on those vacant properties. There should be solicitation coming out within this next quarter, and that solicitation would be to identify contractors and developers that can assist us in the construction of those homes. That includes Mount Pleasant on St. Croix, St. George's on St. Croix, Anna's Retreat, St. Thomas, Whispering Hills, which is Estate Dunu, St. Thomas. We have some lots in Ross Tannenberg area in St. Thomas. We have Concordia West in St. George's, and then as Senator Maurice James mentioned earlier, the additional lots in Bon Esperance, Castleburg area.
Okay, and based on the fact that we're uncertain in reference to the funds that's indicated in your testimony, is the solicitation going to be seeking a developer that has the finances to develop these homes and then sell them?
seek developers and encourage them to apply for the Affordable Housing Development Program, which offers them tax incentives where they can pass those savings on to the homeowners. And there is a financial vetting process for those developers. They can't just come and say, well, I'm a contractor, I want to build. There's a process and procedure, there's guidelines that have been adopted and by the Senate and approved by the governor for many years.
So they will seek the tax credits, and then they're going to have the capacity to put up the money to start building?
Well, they have to provide financial capacity.
Okay. Did you find a list of the 26 or 26 business and nonprofits?
Yes.
Can you put it on the record, please?
Can you repeat your question for me so I can make sure?
To give us a list of the 26 businesses and nonprofit organizations.
Off the top.
And how much they've been awarded.
So off the top of my head, I don't have that. I can speak to about 3 of them that we know are currently in process. They've gone through the environmental process. That help?
Not really. I wanted more. So which 3? Not Villa Morales. Tell me which one.
Say that again?
Name those that you have off the top of your head.
So we have the St. Croix Women's Coalition, Her Care. We have Royal Systems. We also have Aqua Farms. Sister Emma's with Public Facilities is not the.
Okay, so Royal Systems is what?
Royal Systems is actually the telecommunications tower on Flag Hill. And what that is, we're going to provide them with backup battery systems where during storms we can always have telecommunications.
And via Aqua Farms?
Yeah, Aqua Farms is in St. Croix, and that is a farming community, so that we've helped that individual build fences. What happens right now that they don't have fences is the wild animals are coming in and attacking cattle and things like that. And so the fences now are safeguarding their livestock so that they're able to sell back to the community.
So through the chair, can you provide that list of 26 business and
I will.
And non-profit so that we can see the award among the island, etc. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Viale. The Krongata Inn was also one of your properties. What's being done with that? That's in Christiansted Town by Jiffy Mart.
Krongata Inn was in the process of an application through the DR program for the rehabilitation of that structure.
That's your property, or?
Yes, it is via HFA property, and it's intended to be used as emergency housing.
What about the other property in Christiansted Town? I think back street there used to be the nursing home.
I would assume that's the one that was called Masonette.
Correct.
We do have 2 additional properties in Christiansted Town that was slated for development. The Masonette Apartments, which is 16 units, and the Water Gut Apartments, which we refer to as Smith and Strand. That's an additional 16 units. Both of those buildings were slated for rehabilitation.
What's the timeline on that?
At this moment, the rehabilitation was being sought through the CDBG-DR program, so it is currently with the other projects.
That's the suspension? Yes. Senator College Joseph, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Hi, Mr. Chairman. Senator DeGraff is here, and if you don't mind, he is ready and prepared to ask questions, so I'll yield to him, and then you can come back to me.
Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, my colleague. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon, everyone. You know, I had to make a couple of runs, but the $2 million, specifically to the $2 million in regards to the budget, you said it affects how many employees?
20 employees.
20 employees. Okay. So those 20 employees come to the total of $2 million? Or do we have some split between local and federal funds?
Local, and the 20, it comes to a little over the 2 million. It's $2,295,598.
295, 598,
998.
998. Okay, so that's roughly $3 million, not $3 million, extra 300,000. So, how is that difference taken care of outside of the 2 million?
We use what we have other funding that we would use.
Okay, is any of that funding for those employees under the general fund compromised by the HUD findings?
No.
Okay, so then the $2 million will be strictly for personnel and fringe.
Directly deposited in our payroll account every time we receive it. Any allotments.
Okay, so have any of those individuals received any wage increases?
No.
And any vacancies on the general fund monies?
No, not at this time.
Okay. Do you have any employees that were brought up to 35,000?
Yes, we do.
Of the 20?
Not of this 20, no.
Okay, so you have another set, and how are they paid for? How many employees you have at 35K that were brought up? 35,000?
2.
2. And what was the cost to bring them up?
Approximately like 3,000 each. They were already at 30, 32.
Okay, so they are paid by what funded?
So we have some employees that are under our indirect cost rate funding, like the excess money we get from our indirect costs would go towards some salaries.
For your federal grants?
I missed that.
Your indirect costs come from your indirect costs come from what?
Yes, but it does come through the federal grant reimbursements. The funds.
Right. So roughly $6,000 come through your indirect cost fund, federal monies. Is any of that money compromised by the HUD findings?
I really cannot answer that, Senator, based on our legal opinion.
Okay, so will there be a problem for those employees, those 2 employees, to be paid bi-weekly?
Yes, they will be paid. Yes.
They will be paid?
Yes.
Okay.
The employees are still being paid. I'm sorry. All our employees are still being paid.
Anything but HUD. Yeah, okay. Got you. Okay, so that's 20 employees on the general fund, plus those 2 are not on the general fund.
No, they're not.
30 seconds.
Okay, but they were brought up anyhow. Okay, just one. Now, of those that are brought up for 35,000, those 2 currently are filled positions. Are there any vacancies that need to be brought up to 35,000?
None of the vacancies would need to be, and presently we're not hiring anyone else. We just have 1 vacancy. The other vacancies that we might have had, we're freezing hiring at this point.
Okay, so I just wanted to account for the 2 million, and then for the 2 million, is there any, final question, Mr. Chair, is there any additional acts in regards to general fund monies, whether it be for the employees or whatever other services and charges or anything, that you ask, so you're satisfied with the 2 million again for 27 budget?
No, we're not.
So is there any additional acts?
An additional $1 million would help us with our personnel.
In what way? You said the 20 are covered, by the $2 million. So what would the additional $1 million do for the same 20 personnel?
What the additional $1 million would do would assist us in, it would be the personnel, of course, and we, like we say, we have a freeze, so some of the people that we might need to hire, we'll be able to hire if we get additional funding.
Right. How many vacancies? How many? That's what I'm trying to get at.
So we have 2 vacancies.
At what salaries?
They're at $60,000. That's the full salary.
Okay, so again, so just for an additional 2 at 60K, that's 120. You're still a long way from, what fringe and different things from the 1 million. So it's just an ask I'm trying to put in regards to not getting into what you were talking about in regards to the HUD's finding, but again, just in additional to the general fund monies. So 60K for 2 individuals, is it?
Yes. So we have, like we said, we have some positions that may be impacted eventually. I don't want to go into, based on our position with HUD. We have some.
I got you. Excuse me. I got you. Like I said, that's why I was just sticking within the $2 million that you asked for 27. That's all I'm sticking within. That's why I'm trying to get questions in regards to strictly that, nothing else. But thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. I have a quick point of information before we go to a quick break. Senator Bailey, recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you disclose who's the legal counsel that we're using that has been hired to represent the Housing Finance Authority?
Yes, the Croix and Morin, LLC, out of Washington, D.C.
Say the name again.
Croix and Morin.
Okay, thank you.
At this time, the committee will take a 5-minute break for we have a technical issue that we need to correct real quickly. Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance stands in recess for 5 minutes. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is back in record. At this time, Senator Carter J. Joseph, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. Pleasant good day to everyone. I hope everyone is doing well. With all things considered, it is still a day. It is still a day. And every day, let's try to be as optimistic as possible and work even harder. I have some questions, and my questions is going to go towards page 6 of your testimony, Ms. Shillingford, relative to Ms. Shelford. I'm so sorry, Ms. Shelford, relative to your revenues, your program income to the sale of completed homes. You have here, you stated these developments, and this is from MIT funding with the developments for Calabash Boom, Jackson Development, etc. You said with these developments are expected to generate approximately 19 million in program income through the sale of completed homes. How much of these have you realized any of this 19 million for this fiscal year?
Alana Lavinier, Acting Chief Disaster Recovery Officer. Thank you for the question. As of this year, we have not realized any of those.
Okay. And did you realize any? So are you anticipating this? When are you anticipating that this program income is going to come to a realization for the Housing Finance Authority?
The program income will be realized once there are sales of the homes.
Once there are sales. How much have the Housing Authority received in program income in the past, say, 5 years? Did you sell any homes last year?
We did not, Senator.
Oh, did you sell any homes the year before? When last have, my question is, when was the last year you sold a home? Housing Finance Authority. When was the last time you sold a home that generated program income?
And Senator, in 2023.
And how many homes was that?
Actually, give me a second, Senator.
Okay, while my
there were
time...
two homes, I'm sorry, 2 homes.
2 homes in 2023. The most recent time you've sold home. Which island district was that?
On St. Thomas?
Hold my time.
I'm sorry, on St. Thomas?
St. Thomas. And before that, 2022, 2021?
Senator, I don't have the specific amounts to tell you right now. I can get it to you.
That would be wonderful. What I'm getting at is how you are in the business of getting the homes and selling homes and getting these program income, and you haven't sold a home in the past 3 years and only 2 homes in 2023. So how much program income did you derive from selling those 2 homes in St. Thomas?
We did not derive any program income.
Oh.
It depends on the funding source that you'll get the program income.
Okay, and so is the HUD funding is the only program source that you derive program income from, or is it the
yes, Senator.
Home fund? Okay. I need to see how much program, to the chair, kindly provide us with the program income that you have generated from the sale of any
30
homes,
seconds.
For the past 5 years. So that'll be from 2021, if you please, 5 or 6 years. Now, I wanted to ask you, when was your last single audit? And this is in the the other audits? When was your last single audit?
Fiscal year 2023 is completed, and we're fiscal year 2024, the financial is in draft. So,
Doesn't HUD require you to submit a single audit every year?
Time.
yes,
Mr. Chairman,
it does require us to submit our single audit every year.
every year. Okay. So what was some of are your single audits posted on your website?
No, it's not.
Why not? Was public funds used to perform the services?
It was not, but we do post them. This one just wasn't posted, so I'll make sure that it gets posted.
Yes, I noted it wasn't posted, and so I was very concerned that it's not posted. I have one final question, and I think the gentleman of Savan was alluding to it. How many of your team members would be affected should the HUD suspension continue for the next 60 days?
None of our team members would be affected.
Not even with the 19, how much million you said is in your budget? You have 24, your operating budget is 24 million, and approximately 18 million of that 24 in federal reimbursements. So this money isn't part of the suspension, this 18 million?
Senator, I won't be able to answer you on that question because we're going through working with our legal on HUD matters.
Okay, but it's clearly stated here that you have 18 million in federal reimbursements. So some employees are being paid from the HUD money. I just want to know how many of them are being paid from the HUD reimbursement money. Because then we'll have a spike in our unemployment.
Approximately, no. It's approximately 44 people, but I will have to get that information back to you.
Okay, 44 people. Okay, see, this. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I'll just wrap up with this statement. What we do affects all of us, especially with the federal funding, because I'm hopeful that we are able to address it to HUD's satisfaction, because then those persons may be unemployed, and that spikes up our unemployment level in the Virgin Islands, and we have a lot of work to do with the recovery. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for your leniency and letting me ask these questions. Thank you kindly, and thank you, Ms. Shelford.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Senator Viola, you recognize for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do we have local counsel that's working with the outside counsel?
Yes, we do.
Who's the local counsel?
Attorney Vanessa Hewitt Quinlan.
Okay, and they were working with Housing Finance Authority before this?
Yes, she's a special counsel.
And who from Housing Finance Authority is the point person to work with everything to make sure everything is coordinated? Who has been assigned?
She is.
The attorney?
The attorney, based on their requirements. HUD is talking attorney to attorneys, and we also are part of the discussion with the outside attorneys after they meet outside of.
Okay, well, I think what I'm trying to ask more is, okay, we have the local counsel. Have we put together a team within the Housing Finance Authority to specifically address any concerns, and is that team meeting on a regular basis to discuss strategy and everything else?
Yes. I'll let Alana.
Acting Chief Disaster Recovery Officer Alana
You're
Lavinier.
forgetting your title though?
Alana
up a little
Lavinier. So yes, sir, we do have a special counsel in-house, Attorney Vanessa Hewitt-Quinlan. She is working diligently with our outside counsel. We also have a specialized team where we meet regularly to ensure that we are getting the most up-to-date information, advising our outside counsel. She's also advising us as to how to move forward as attorneys to attorneys speak. So attorneys to attorneys are our local attorney, Ms. Hewitt-Quinlan, our outside counsel, and HUD attorneys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I guess as well, and ensuring that you have all the documentation that's required. You're reviewing whatever may have been the previous comments, and making sure that you're building that arsenal or defense mechanism to be able to fight this, right?
Point of information.
Point of information, Senator Joseph.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to ask Interim Executive Director, Ms. Shelford, who is your certifying officer?
Alana Lavinier, Acting Chief Disaster Recovery Officer. Are you discussing that in regards to the environmental certifying phase?
Environmental and Fiscal Certifying Officer.
Those are two distinct different roles. Regarding the environmental officer, we have submitted to have an additional parties as our certifying officers. In regards to fiscal officers,
I am the certifying officer for the fiscal.
Okay, you're the and the other one, the environmental certifying officer. Human being calling me. The other certifying officer for the environmental. How far along are you getting that individual in place?
so from a continuity perspective, we have not just limited it to one individual, but several individuals within our chain, including our environmental chain and moving further up. So that is in place. We are submitting that change to HUD so that we can continue without any interruptions in operations.
Okay, very well. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. IED, Shelford, in regards to your loan portfolio, how many active loans and mortgages of all types do you currently service?
I really don't have that figure. What we do know is that we need to get back into getting mortgages back on our books, because we have a lot of people by now within the 20 years of mortgages have paid off their mortgages based on when we did most of our housing developments.
Do you have a fiscal year 2026 collection number? Or amount?
No, I will have to get that back to you. I don't have the full amount here.
What about delinquency? Do you have the amount of delinquency?
All of that information, I just don't have it with me.
You don't have that with you. Point of information, Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I asked a question before about the team that is being assembled. Whenever this process takes place and whoever is going to be required to provide information, we must have all the information, and the answer can be, I'm going to get back to you, as in the Senate providing $2 million. So we have to make sure that we have individuals at the table that understand intricately every single program and has looked at the shortcomings, looked at the successes, but definitely come up with a plan as to how we're going to address the shortcomings. Because we need Housing Finance Authority to be back on their feet, and I know it's the will of all my colleagues and everybody here that we want you guys back on your feet. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Viola. Definitely, it's a core mission, so definitely we want to make sure that we're in support of them. Home ownership. How do you measure performance? Do you utilize key performance indicators, or what is the mechanism that you utilize to determine performance and performance outcomes?
We do in terms of Personnel, we do by twice a year personnel evaluations, and we do meetings and try to set up our strategy in terms of how fast we could get something done. We look at different goals, and presently so as a team, we have regrouped and are working on getting things done in a timely manner. We've some of the things we have done, like we can say, we have improved our processes, we have improved our procurement processes, and internally, we meet more to get our products going on our projects.
Today really represents a dry run. We're talking about $2 million or just a few $1 million, but really, we have a lot more at stake, and I think that it's important that we're able to really prepare for the response and getting this information done and look at really your documentation that needs to be taken care of. Again, today is just a dry run, but we gotta be ready. We really got to be ready for what is to come in this regard, because we need to be responsive. There was a whole lot that was put on your plate after the hurricanes in regards to your responsibility. You kind of moved away from housing focus and went towards disaster recovery. And then at some point that was stripped away from you once again. But, there's a lot of needed documentation, processes to be followed, data-driven documentation that will determine how we proceed forward. So take the time out, you review this process, and this is simply a dry run. I can't continue to say that enough, because it gets more murky as we move along. The post-audit report as well, you could look at some of the information contained within the post-audit report. We see that you have sight of several banking accounts, and I would imagine that they got this information from you in respect to the account balances.
Yes.
On there, and you have line of sight of almost close to $30 million balancing in these accounts. So I'm sure that there's a lot of restrictions associated with each of the accounts as well. But this is a large sum of money, and how can we really put some of this money to be used to benefit residents here in the Virgin Islands. So I'm not going to ask any particular questions on this matter, but these balances really raise some concerns, and how we're able to expend this money in a timely fashion, so that we could be able to get more and be able to put more heads in beds and keys in hands. So at this time, I'll give you 30 seconds to do our closing statement.
Thank you, Senator Francis, and all senators from the committee. Thank you for your indulgence with us today as we go through our budget, and also as we face our HUD suspension, and thanks for your support. And I'd like to thank the staff of Housing Finance Authority, who still show up to work and work every day, and as we work through this process. Thank you.
Thank you again. Your responsibility is great. Some of it represent our underserved population. I see we were at the ribbon cutting recently with Sister Emma Cottage. Those were good times to see those things that's being worked on, and a lot of the nonprofit organizations are really dependent on you. Our homeless situation that we're experiencing here, which is really right now in crisis state. There's a lot that needs to be done here. So we really continue to support you, and we're banking on you. To use the term from my colleague, we're really banking on you, H Housing Finance Authority. That's who we're banking on to really close the loop on some of these particular issues. Thank you. I commend the staff. I know that it's a difficult time. I'm not going to even ask about morale, because I know that everybody's under severe stress right now. But thank you for what you do. And all I could ask is that you double down and just recommit to what you could do to respond to the concerns that have been raised by the HUD suspension and get us back on solid footing. Thank you, and I want to thank my colleagues, thank the central staff. This is the end of our budget hearings. So far, we do have a wrap up by the Office of Management and Budget on Thursday, and then we go to work in terms of working towards passing a balanced budget. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance of August 18, 2026 is hereby adjourned. God bless. Have a good night.
Thank you.